And it's an experience like no other. So I would definitely encourage anyone out there who wants to apply for this to apply. I would also say pursue your dreams. It's hard, it's not easy, it takes time, but with perseverance and commitment, you will be able to overcome.
Welcome to Innovate Hub's third anniversary.
Innovate Hub is an impact innovation hub with physical spaces in Mwanza in Dar es Salaam.
Innovate Hub is a project that is better to build capacity of young people in Africa to develop innovative solutions that will become game changers and drivers of the economy across the country.
Innovate Hub has supported more than 150 startups so far within different programs. And through these different programs, we have managed to help startups come from ideas into market readiness.
Gigs Africa, we've partnered with Innovate Hub in their Digital Tech program, whereby we train the freelancers and make sure that they're really good at what they do. And once they graduate, we onboard them on the platform.
With the Beam Reseller program, Innovate has been helping us train and onboard these resellers in terms of onboarding new customers and getting our services out there.
Through these processes, we decided to become a transformative venture building program, hub, whereby we focus on making sure that we're supporting startups that are above market readiness so that they can be able to get investments and develop themselves.
We decided to work with Innovate because we wanted to have a dedicated team that would focus on really training and educating these resellers. And the Innovate team had previous experience doing such projects, and we felt that this would be a good initiative to kind of work with them.
We came to meet Innovate when Innovate came to talk to us about they helped us. They took us to where we are today. They guided us all through the training, all through how we can model our businesses and put it in the right shape. And also they never stopped assisting us. They are still with us, providing every assistance to us.
Innovate is designed, or it came to bear to be able to fast track, to be able to inspire, energize the entrepreneurship ecosystem, specifically supporting the underserved founders, entrepreneurs in Africa, starting off in Tanzania and across East Africa, looking at how do we provide opportunities for young people to reach their potentials in business, providing the platform for them to be able to gain critical business skills, build their capacity as a team, as businesses to be able to run successful and scalable enterprises in Africa.
There are some relevant startup programs that we have done, and we believe that through these programs we managed to help as many startups as possible.
Innovation for Change ni product ya Innovate Hub kama ni mtoto wake, ambayo ina focus katika kusaidia vijana na all underprivileged group, women, even people living with disabilities, ili kuweza kuattain economic freedom. Na pia inasaidia pia watoto wa kike pia katika kupata information tofauti kuhusiana na sexual reproductive health, na pia ipo katika upande wa kusaidia entrepreneurship kwenye upande wa innovation and technology.
We've been able to also do programs with UN, IPC, and support students, around 273 students in the Digital Tech program, and other many more programs that we've been able to do that have created impact within the country.
Africa being the youngest continent across the world, it gives us like the opportunity, like a generation, to be able to change our stories. So how we can be able to do this is trying to be part of the solution, trying to create innovative projects designed and launched and implemented by young people to be able to solve our most pressing challenges across the continent, and also help young people to deep dive into contributing to growing the economies of Africa.
As we celebrate 3 years of Innovate, I'm here to thank all stakeholders and partners for being with us, for supporting us. Thanks so much also to the government, including Costa Rica, for being a hand in supporting us as a hub throughout this journey.
It's a celebration for me and it's really great. So I'm really happy to be part of the organization. And I'm looking forward to make sure that we have great results together with our partners and every stakeholder that is involved in the Innovate Hub.
I'm really grateful for the opportunity, for the trust, for the confidence that they have in us.
I would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy 3 years anniversary of Innovate Hub.
We want to wish Innovate happy anniversary. Innovate all the best.
Napenda kuitakia mafanikio zaidi.
I'd like to wish happy anniversary Innovate Hub.
Happy anniversary to all the team, the stakeholders, and all the beneficiaries. Salute.
Wakenya ni aje? Waganda chikati. Habari Tanzania. Je, wewe ni mwanahabari? Mwandaji maudhui? Mwandishi wa habari? Mwanafunzi au mvumbuzi katika tasnia ya habari? Karibu katika tamasha la East Festival 2021 ili ujumuike na waanzilishi, wanahabari na waandaaji wa yaliomo katika midahalo na majadiliano kuanzia tarehe 13 mwezi wa 10 2021 mpaka tarehe 16 mwezi wa 10 2021. Tamasha hili litafanyika kwenye mtandao wa Zoom ikileta Afrika Mashariki pamoja. Tembelea tovuti yetu kupitia Media Innovation Network. Kisha ujisajili leo na ujihafidhie nafasi kabla ya siku kupita. East Festival 2021, telling authentic stories through innovation.
Well, a very good morning to you, East Festival. I'm looking at you like this because I was actually expecting Hannah to welcome us this morning. So let me just throw straight over to you in Dar es Salaam. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, Edith. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I hope you had a good rest and that you're ready for day 3.
Yes, we're feeling very fantastic and energized and ready, and we have all the vibes. Habarini za asubuhi. Jebaleko, good morning. Yes, welcome to the 3rd day of the East Festival 2021. We're joining you from Dar es Salaam at Innovate Hub. And I think before we continue, let's take a look at the house rules and then we get it started. Karibuni.
Hello, East Africa, Chikati, East Africa, Jambo, Afrika Mashariki. Welcome, Karibu, Tupaniriza to the East Festival 2021. I'm your host, Edith Kimani, and I will be your captain for the next 4 days. Really, I'm so glad to be here guiding you through this journey. This festival is jam-packed with a lot of sessions, programs, and exhibitions. Wait till you see. There's something for everyone. In fact, our program can already be accessed from the link provided on the screen, so you can adequately prepare before each session. Now, before we go any further, I'd like to bring your attention to some of the house rules during our engagements for the next 4 days. You should be able to see them on your screens right now. Now, during the event, we'd like to see engagement online through our hashtag EastFestival2021. To share any feedback on this event, which, by the way, we would really like to hear from you, please contact us via the details provided. And without any further ado, let's get started with our first session.
Welcome back. Yes, This is the East Festival, Day 3. But before we continue, I'd like to give a special shout out or vote of thanks to the organizers of the event. Thank you to Deutsche Welle Academy, Aga Khan University, and KFW. That's Kredit Danschlat für Wiederaufbau. Excuse me for butchering your language. And then there's also the partners. Here in Dar es Salaam, we have Innovate Hub. And in Nairobi, we have MIC, and in Uganda we have MCI. So thank you so much for making this happen. Guys, if we can give them a round of applause. Asanteni sana. And let's get it started. But before we continue, I'd like to, for those of you that are just joining us today on Day 3, or if you're just joining, or if you're continuing and you've been following along, if we can have a recap of what we have been doing so far. Maybe we can start with Edith for Day 1, and then on to you, Ben. By the way, good morning, Ben. Karibu.
Good morning, Masuza Mutia.
Kale. That's actually a very good point. Today we're going to be using a lot of Swahili, guys, because it's Tanzania Day, and on this side we speak Swahili, so I hope you get to learn a few words here and there. Let's start with the recap, Edith.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's very important for us to mention that the DJs really got us off to an energized start. So DJ Jerry Joe was on the decks here in Nairobi, and over in Uganda, we had DJ Squeeze. I think that's the name, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right, Ben? Okay, I guess Ben can't hear me at the moment, but we had two DJs who brought us to a very nice, energetic start, and then we went straight into our panel discussions. Of course, we learned how gossip sites and even TikTokers can help journalists innovate and evolve in an ever-changing digital space. That was definitely one thing we talked about. And solutions journalism, that came up on Day 1, and that's something that we have continued to talk about, and I'm sure we'll hear again today. So, Ben, Day 2, what do you remember? What can you tell us about yesterday?
Wow, Edith, yesterday was absolutely amazing. First of all, I should say you guys look incredible, and Hannah, that African fabric is simply resplendent. Looking amazing, both of you. Yesterday was great. I mean, we had so much fun. The fireplace, apart from just the content that we had some wonderful discussions about skilling the journalists of the future. We tried to change the curriculum in terms of how we train our journalists across the region. We also had some wonderful discussions about new tech gear and platforms and what needs to happen. And then we had a wonderful cartoon exhibition, which we're actually going to bring more of to you later today. So we'll do a quick tour of you for some amazing cartoons that we were looking at yesterday. But we had a lot of fun. It was exciting being with you guys. And we're looking forward to today and tomorrow. I know it's already Friday. I'm hoping this can go on for another 2 weeks. We're just having so much fun. So it was absolutely great.
Thanks, guys. If you have noticed, if you've been following, we tend to start with art and we end with art. Like in Day 1, we ended with the Lamb video and the Lamb group that shared that powerful poetry piece. And then yesterday we ended with an artist from Uganda who was just wonderful. I was kind of sad that, you know, it was time to leave and he was cut short, but I was going to go for an encore. And speaking of music, guys, the vibe is here. It's actually on this side. So today we're going to start with music, and we have a dance challenge for you guys. And to those of you that are just tuning in, this is a chance for you to participate as soon as you can. Kwa wale ambao mnatu join online, there's going to be a dance challenge. So we're going to start here. We're going to vibe to some music. Then we're going to go over to Kenya, and then Uganda, then Kenya. And then you guys have to vote and decide to see which hub had the most vibe. We're trying to wake up here. And for us, we're already awake, but I'm not judging. You are. So just vote on the comment section, and there will be someone to tally up the votes, and let's see who wins. Sasa, let's kick it off with DJ Jerry Joe. It's a very good morning. Tuanze na muziki, tuanze na burudani, tuanze na vibe kama lote. Take it away, DJ.
Hello guys, it's your girl is Blay, and you're chilling out with DJ Jerry Joe on the mix. Keep it locked. Kaboom.
mami no, unominya. Wangu moyo unominya, mami no, unominya. Mama Amina, Mama Amina we. Jamaica Jamoa waza kona wa shwa Jamaica Jamoa waza kona wa shwa vile pele kati patam Eti zile zinye pasi no tam wangu moyo unominya Amina we unominya wangu moyo unominya Amina we unominya Mama Amina Yacheni tu nilebata zamba za kale shainika Yacheni tu mininjoi huko zamani shaumiswa Yacheni tu nilebata zamba za kale shainika Yacheni tu mininjoi huko zamani shaumiswa Jerry Joe Bade Yacheni tu nilebata zamba za kale shainika Yacheni tu mininjoi huko zamani shaumiswa Yacheni tu nilebata zamba za kale shainika Yacheni tu mininjoi huko zamani shaumiswa Kikunja sura utazeeka Usikunje sura utazeeka Usibane sana utazikwa nalo Enjoy, life is too short Eti baby wangu wanivuruge mkono Wena man
It's the kids, baby.
I'm Sondele. Now like this one day. I'm Sondele. I'm Sondele. Now like this one day. I'm Sondele. Unafukuza chawa fukuza chawa chawa Ukilewa sitaki nigasiwe niaje msela Mbona unanikera nikishalewa sitaki nigasiwe niaje msela Mbona unanikera I'm sorry if I did you wrong nimekukanyaga miguu yangu haiwaki strong nikishalewaga I'm sorry if I did you wrong nimekukanyaga miguu yangu haiwaki strong nikishalewaga Iwalo naliwe situmiza mtu Wenaliwe sijanyacha mtu Nayumba Nayumba Iwalo naliwe situmiza mtu Wenaliwe sijanyacha mtu Nayumba swaluka. Godora to me like, 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 Godora to me like. Wakati wanahanya kugombea kiti kanyana na vyazo kuchiti mio jicho liponyanya ni shakula kijiti na magoma kipigo kwa klabu mkiti ninachojua masela uko mtani kuna dhiki ndo maana singishi hela wala navyo vimiliki mafungu andika kwa dera watu wanataka muziki mara 10 mwanangu wa Cinderella yapendagi makiki onanana umuziki na uweza kuimba na kucheza ona unavyonipendeza ni majirani wameanza kunigeza umuziki na uweza kuimba na kucheza ona unavyonipendeza ni majirani.
We want to hear some Ugandan music.
Ooh, gosh.
You think we're done? Tumekwambia tunaleta vibe kama lote. You cannot win. What? Let me look at the comments. Give us some Ugandan music, please.
Oh, guys, come. It's So we're going to show you how we really party. It is Hannah. Stand by. You're about to see what a real party looks like. Yeah. Like I said, I can't dance to save my life, so I've had some mercenaries. So DJ General, please take it away. Let's show you how we actually party in Uganda.
Okay, but you guys have 2 minutes, and then Kenya has 2 minutes, and then we come back and look at the. I'll be tallying the comments to see who's winning.
Hannah, Nairobi doesn't need 2 minutes. I have been let down by the team. I have been let down.
Is that your way of saying you're forfeiting?
I've waved the white flag. I've waved the white flag. Nairobi has let me down. Shall we go for round 2? Okay, we're back in the game.
That's it. No quitters here. Quitters never win. Aya, take it away, DJ.
Tell them how it's done.
We got us every day, anytime, anywhere. Dancing life, we go dance, yeah. And we go. Patana, tichikole mopea tuve movie chito. Rock off your back with a wicked style. On to the dance floor, the wicked style. Wiggy, wagga, wagga. Squeeze me, baby, wala gala. Wiggy, wagga. Inoke if wali wa batabiagala. Everywhere we go dance, every day, anytime, anywhere. We go dance everywhere. Hey, slow dancing, Kanoka slow dancing. Hey, slow dancing, Kanoka slow dancing. Oh, slow dancing, Kanoka slow dancing. Hey, slow dancing, Kanoka slow dancing. Mami, banana spring. If you got no one, can we exchange? Everybody do it.
life is so sweet, oh Zana. So did they make the people thank God. Hey, I'm gonna tell you no move. No kingdom, but the people thank God. Come on, we say the Kakando. So did they make the people thank God. Hey, I'm gonna tell you no move. No kingdom, but the people thank God. Come on, we say the Kakando. Thank God. When you come to the night, but the thank God. Thank God. When you move your body, thank God. Make a vision that will make it happen. Make a vision that will make it happen again. So when you move your body, baby, Engeri chochuku engeri engeri chokwata engeri nabe engeri chonyweza engeri engeri chochukora engeri oli engeri engeri omanye engeri 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 chokwata engeri nabe engeri chonyweza engeri boy fire give me fire love fire oh boy fire oh give me fire love fire oh
Jerry Joe. Give it up for Uganda. So
can you guys in the virtual audience, can you vote as the latest 5? Which one of us is on fire? We know it's us, so take it away, Kenya.
Just so you know, we don't even have to rig this one. We are very good at that in Uganda, but we'll put a rigging machine to just be taken away because we think we're
imeweza na kakienda basi enda na imeweza na ukibebwa basi bebwa nayo kitu safi and chain mali safi and chain kitu safi and chain mali safi and chain wamlambes kauli maisha kwa champes nimewacha kuwasili ndio maana na bachain na machingri na squeeze hata unakana na deli niko busy na big fish wa jiji macheku seniwa dikalama ziandiki mawenki bao kuzibeba nikisi wanakaka nisa empty hakuna basi baadaye niko rienya ma drinks na mayeni baadaye niko dingo na nikibekisheni saizi niko right side dabidi nimela
Wind your waist, you get down. Remind me of my phone, vibrate and get down. Get down, get down, get down, get down. Below now, wind your waist, you get down. Remind me of my phone, vibrate and get down. Get down, get down, get down, get down. Kijana cheza maloko za zamani. Kana mashaka na tumetoka wapi kipura. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. No nini toka lima zetu kikatika. Kuku dance, kuku dance. Kuku dance, everyone kuku dance. Slide, 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 slide. Helicopter, 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 helicopter. Mosquito, 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 kadunga, 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 Chinese, 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 kangaroo, 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 everyone kangaroo. Sting, 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 sting. And get down, below now wind your waist to get down. Remind me of my phone, vibrate and get down. Hey, get down, hey, get down, get down. Below now wind your waist to get down. Remind me of my phone, vibrate and get down. Scamare,
Thank you guys. And mmeleta vibe kama lote kwa kweli. It wasn't just us. And the results are in. This is very embarrassing. But Uganda wins.
By a landslide.
By a landslide. You guys did bring the vibe though. I can't be very mad at that.
And we didn't have to rig, Hannah. We didn't have to rig. We won fair and square.
I agree. Huku tunasema asiyekubali kushindwa si mshindani.
Si mshindani.
If you can't accept defeat, you're not a contender. So now that we're all fully awake, let's continue with today's session. I believe we've all seen the house rules, so do participate on the chat so that we can hear from you as well. We want to be as interactive as possible today, and we're going to start off with honor stories. Do you guys know about immersive journalism? These guys use ANR and VR to produce and disseminate information, and it's really innovative because you don't see a lot of that on this end. So I'll just hand it over to Tulanana, and then she'll take it from there, and we'll see a video on honor stories. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. We're right here, guys. Karibu.
Oh, okay. You said you will be right back. So I was like, oh, we are going.
Yeah.
And now we're back. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So my name is Tulana Bohela, and I am the co-founder of Honor Stories, together with my co-founder, Princely Glorious. My background is in journalism, and I run, essentially Honor Stories is we call it a story doing company, and we help brands find their story, tell their story, and do it well, and win hearts at the same time, if possible. And what that means essentially is working with some organizations to better communicate the end goal, because we found that, when in the world of digital media, there is a struggle with a lot of companies to kind of emote the work that they do. And we come in with a strategy of helping them to essentially find the stories that work for whatever stories that they want to tell, for whatever product, for whatever impact they want to do, to be able to tell. Another format, part of Honor Stories, is the expert network, or we call it a talent expert network. And with that, what we do is we found that a lot of professional creatives, or at least a lot of creatives, not professional creatives, but a lot of young creatives are struggling to kind of break through into the industry. The two sectors we believe that will absorb young people are agriculture and the creative sector. Right, that can immediately absorb young people without having to go through higher education and things like that. But then they get to a place where they kind of like get stuck. So if it's for somebody who taught themselves photography online or video making online, the first thing to get into the industry, what do? They photograph their birthday party of their uncle, or they do weddings, and then when they get to a sector where they have to do a documentary, things like that, there's complaints that we get from the professional sector that creatives, you can't rely on them. They're never on time. They're never this, they don't seem to have their stuff together. And so we kind of like work with them to be able to do that, to professionalize better by offering free workshops. So we work for, we made a call out for people to register themselves on the expert network. You rate yourself, whether you feel like you're a beginner, intermediate, expert. And we sort of like offer the skills, workshops in writing, in better videography, in better, freelance skills. How in this gig economy, how do you be a good professional freelancer that you can get repeat work, things like that. And so we've been able to register over 120 people who have done several workshops with. Some of them are here in the crowd, yay! And so and we've been able to also work with them on our own project. So we do find work, and we were like, okay, this seems to work with a certain person in the group, and put it out into a WhatsApp group. And if somebody feels that this is something that they want to learn, or they want to, or they can do, they can be able to do that with us. And then the third part of Honor Stories is immersive journalism in form of, we're essentially pioneering the use of virtual reality and augmented reality in storytelling. And what does that mean? So we're creating the content that goes onto these platforms and essentially working out what works for the audiences here in Tanzania. Because the first time I learned anything about virtual reality, first of all, I was like, okay, Swahili hicho ni nini sasa? Well, how do I go back and tell my people about this? And so we've done a film, for example, a collaborative film in VR this year, and as well as doing an augmented reality photo gallery, I think a year ago with the Vodacom Foundation. I'm being told my time is up.
Okay. Guys, that has been Honor Stories. I, for one, am very interested, and I would encourage you to reach out to them on their platform and do engage, because you will not regret it. But we have more for you on the morning show today. We're going to be talking to we're going to have actual comedians in the house, and we're going to be talking about the role of comedy in the media industry, which I think is a topic that is kind of under conversed about. Is that a sentence?
It's a word we have agreed. It is English. We have understood.
So English is not my first language. So what is the role of comedy in the media industry? I mean, other people really think that, you can't put the two together, because media and storytelling and news is serious, and then comedy is kind of light. It's like but it's a very, I don't know. It's a very, I'm missing the words today.
Let me help you. Let's changa our English, guys. Yes, but they can mix together. They can come together. They can be collaborative. Yes,
collaborative. That was the word I was looking for. And today with us we have Joseph Nalimi and Moses Kiboneka joining us from Uganda. Is he online? Oh, yes, there he is.
Yeah, yes, he is. We call him Uncle Mo, just so you know. Happy to be here.
Yes. So the world is made up of people, and comedy is so good at bringing those people together. I can't tell you how many times I've lost so many hours on TikTok and Instagram just following the funny pages and getting refreshed. A good example, I think, of a platform that incorporates news and comedy is The Daily Show by Trevor Noah. He kind of, he really knows how to mesh the two really well, and they merge, and it just works. So it's simply just refreshing. But let me not talk too much about that. Karibu, Joseph Nalimi, and
thank you.
And Moses Kiboneka. Karibuni sana. So I think I'm going to start off by asking you, Moses, in Uganda, what is the importance of comedy in media?
Oh, wow. You see, I think looking at the media landscape, when it comes to, you see, when people watch, and over time I've realized that people switch off when they start to realize that people in media are trying to drive a certain agenda. These days, people don't want to be led to where they don't want to go. So comedy is like giving, what can I say, packaging. Comedy is a way to package messages. I look at comedy as something that gets messages and puts them in a form that they'll be easily eaten. You see, there are so many big messages. I mean, simple things like telling people to drink water.
Here in Uganda, we have drive shows. A guy can be driving around a truck with speakers, advertising a show and stuff. But you see, if you're doing a drive show telling people to drink water, which is actually a very big message, people won't care if you're just going around saying, hey, drink water, drink water, drink water. But if you get down and curate in funny ways why people should hydrate, from the side of entertainment, people just love to be entertained. And because of that, they'll reward you by listening. And for me, I think that's the role of comedy, packaging of information.
Thank you, Moses. If you can answer the same question.
First of all, my name is Joseph Nalimi, and I'm proudly Tanzania, actually. I'm from Tanzania.
Watch out.
I know Tanzania is a third world country where there is poor technology, poor infrastructure, poor educational system. So no wonder our English is also poor. But the other day I was watching this clip of this famous politician from South Africa. He was saying now African countries supposed to adapt Swahili as a communication language because it's the biggest language now. So by saying that, allow me to use Swahili. Am I talking to somebody? Actually. So for my concern, I can say comedy has a great role in communication. Comedy makes things look easy. Look easier, I can say. Now we are living in a society, in a generation whereby people think they know much, they know everything. If today world is when I want to know something, I just go to Google and I see everything I need to know. So there is no need of me going ask somebody for anything. So the people think they know everything. So when you come to address something, you don't have to go in detail, they feel like we know it. There's no need to take this so much into formality or something. So there is a point where comedy wins. People, they have to get from you, and you tell them what to do and they get from you. So you entertain them while they learn in the middle. So when we take comedy into advertisement, into news, man, we are going to make it super good.
Yeah, what they say nowadays, they say that comedians are the ones who tell the news and media is the one that has become a joke. So I think it's a very interesting take because, in every joke and in every kind of aspect of humor, there's some truth to it. And that's why it's funny, because it's true. If for example, on the subject of on this side, we call those women who like to go out and spend spend people's money. We call them wadangaji. I don't know what you call those guys in Uganda, in Kenya, but these chicks, they know how deep your pocket is and they're willing to dive. As an example, I heard this story of a woman who went to the hospital with her person, and I don't think she was even really sick, but the end of the story is that she told him that the doctor has recommended that she needs to go to some exotic place for a month because she needs to recover. She needs to be near the sea where she can breathe in the sea air and she doesn't have to do hard labor. And she was like, so tunaenda wapi kwanza? Umenielewa? Akamwambia sasa unanipeleka wapi? Manake ndo daktari amesema hivyo. Yule jamaa akamwambia kwanza tunaenda kutafuta daktari mwingine. My Ugandan brothers, when she asked him, where are we going first? He said, first we're going to look for another doctor. So it just shows you how comedians take this and kind of make it funny, but it's a really serious situation where people actually, they do that for a living here. Some of them, I don't know, man, people with their choices. I'm not calling anyone out. But my next question would be to Uganda. What are the key elements that a media brand should keep in mind if it seeks to cross over and add an element of comedy in their storytelling? What are the do's and don'ts? This goes to you, Moses Kiboneka. Karibu.
if it's to cross over and incorporate comedy, I think you see the thing about comedy. One, with comedy we have latitude to go anywhere, to say anything. So it is important that media spaces are very cognizant of things like responsibility. Responsibility is very, very key, because there's a very thin line between people laughing and people doing the wrong thing. And people enjoy being stimulated the right way. So the thing that media, of course, has to be caring about is responsibility. Yeah, because comedy pushes us to, like I said, gives you latitude. You can talk about anyone. You can joke about the president. You can say, weird things, and the president will laugh. But there are some things you might say, people laugh. Then when you get out of the place, you say, that's stuff, bro. Yeah, so it's a thing of responsibility. They're supposed to guard so that certain lines are not crossed. That's one. Then, of course, the do's. The thing about communication is not to show how much you know, but to show how much you care. So media houses should in this they are trying to care about people. Media spaces have been seen to be leading, like I said from my first submission, driving agenda, agenda this, agenda that. They should, whatever it is that you're doing, it should be pro people. It should be pro people, because it's the people that get you paid. So that is the do is let it all be pro people, and the don't is to make sure you're responsible with language.
That's very true. And guys on the joining us from the virtual side, make sure you send in your questions because we're going to take questions at the end of this. But I'm really I like what you said about appropriateness, Moses, because I think that's one of the very key elements where, I mean, it's a very thin line to cross. I don't know who said it, but they said there's freedom of speech, but freedom after speech is not guaranteed. So appropriateness is very key, and I think also relevance and timing. Some topics you need to give them some time before you can laugh about them.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I don't want to be formal, but I can say, I think people wana mixi kitu, yani kwamba to be a joker is not that you are a comedian. So some figures ambao wanaenda kwenye media wanakuwa, they are not comedians, they are just joker. So wanaenda pale, they don't know some ethics, to create this content ambazo inatakiwa zikawafikie watu huko.
Which is supposed to reach everyone.
Yeah, so sometimes they find out kwamba wana mess hapa katikati, like taarifa inafika tofauti, which is not okay.
Yeah,
and I
get
think,
lost in translation.
Yeah, so I think this media is supposed to hire writers. People supposed to be there to write content. You can go to the different radio, maybe TV stations. They just have producer. He's doing everything, whereby he's just there to prepare the program, not to write the content, everything. So if the media want to do it professional, they have to hire writers. Professional kabisa, ili kumeki content ambayo inaenda kuwafikia watu iwe inakidhi. Ndio maana it's not accidental kuona Daily Show is a big show, to see this Jimmy Fallon talk show imeenda kwa kubwa, the Ellen, Steve Harvey, whatever. Those people, they have writers. They have writers, professional writers kabisa ambao wanaandaa hiyo content. We lack it in our country and in many African countries, maybe I can say.
So we do need it can't be a one-man show. I think that's what you're saying. You need a lot of people to kind of agree on the same thing and where the boundaries are at before you can take it forward. Yeah. When you're doing a comedic take on a serious event. Exactly. So I think my next question would be to you, Moses. What are the challenges of doing comedy in media that you've come across?
Challenges. I think it comes from the last thing we've been talking about. And because sometimes you don't know, even when you're too
careful. Sometimes you don't know when you're going to say the wrong thing. So yeah, you often, from time to time, the biggest issue is, of course, saying the wrong thing. You see, comedy, it's jokes, punchlines and stuff, but it's semi-journalism. You have to be right. You must be right. So you must do your research just like any other conventional or traditional journalist. You must do your research. You must have your facts. Before you doctor them, you must know the facts, so that if you're called on the spot and they're asking you about a certain piece you did about something, you can defend it. I mean, from a place of authority. It's not about jokes. It takes you to be very, very smart to be stupid. So people should realize that. The biggest thing is you can't cater to everyone. We realize that comedians, we can't solve everyone's problems. Some people's problems are bigger than our jokes. So, and that's a very, very, very big issue. You just say one thing like this, you thought you were on point and you were not. So there are just too many people. And the biggest problem is we just can't make everyone happy.
Yeah, and on that point also, I think that brings me to my next question. What are the dangers and benefits of talking about serious topics in a humorous manner? Because I think there are three main topics that you're walking on eggshells the entire time, like religion, gender, and sex-related topics. I mean, how do you do that? And because at some point someone has to talk about them, but how do you do that in a, I think I've already asked the how, but like, what are the benefits and the dangers, the things that people should look out for in that respect?
The benefits the benefit is one, for me, it's relevance. Because if you don't talk about them, then what are you doing? Go do something else. Yeah, you should talk about things that are important to people. It makes you relevant. Now, how to talk about them is totally, that's where the person that made you comes in. That's the art. You must have the art to talk about faith, religion, sex, gender, politics. That is art, so that you don't, some of those things are like, man, making a joke about your mom at the dining table, man. You must have the art. You must be very sure. So the benefit, yes, it makes you relevant. The issue with it, like I said, we just have too many people and some have problems bigger than our craft. So it's going to happen that however safe you play, and I'm not giving room for people to say things they shouldn't say, but even when you try so hard, even the biggest people at the pyramid of comedy around the world, they always have to come and say sorry about something and bring down a tweet or apology here, apology there. So the only issue is, it's going to get you into trouble. But you see, what's life without risk? Biggest risk is not the risk at all. So the only problem is we just can't be correct all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Even if we look at a recent example, Dave Chappelle is one of the giants in comedy, has always been, and I think he always will be. But there was a wrong turn there with the sex-related topic, and even he had to apologize. So I think maybe also it's the damage control afterwards as well that also has an impact on your comedic career that people can also be thinking about. We're going to open up the floor to questions. I think we'll have one from Tanzania, one from Uganda, and one from the virtual audience. If people have written in their questions, if you have any questions for Moses and Joseph, karibuni. Do I see any hands? Yes, the gentleman there.
And to add there,
can
I add something?
Yes, you may.
You know what? People are so sensitive nowadays. I don't know why. To create a joke, you have to cross a line. You have to think beyond people's thought. So people are so sensitive. I don't know what the word to use. So, it's okay me to go on stage and talk about my mother, you know, the bad side of her, you know. It's okay. People laugh and enjoy. Oh, your mother, you're so this and this. And when I go on stage and I talk about the same thing, but now I'm talking about the woman, some girl or some woman out there, people start come to you like, hey, what are you talking? This is not okay. This is not fair. But I was talking about my mother the other day and you were laughing. You're like, what is going on nowadays? I don't know.
I mean, I think you have a point. And guys, speaking of moms, I really think that my mom should have been a comedian. The other day, I was talking to her about how exhausted I am and how much I need a vacation. And she was like, vacation? Don't you know that every second you're at work, you're vacationing from poverty?
Man.
And I was like, this one. Okay, guys, I think this gentleman had a question.
I have one question, my brother.
Yes.
One of the function of the comedy is to change the mind of the audience.
Yes, exactly.
How do you know that the content you create is changing the mind of audience before you create another content?
You know,
Before we answer, we're just going to take all the questions then we'll answer. Can we take one question from MCI Hub in Uganda?
Thanks, Hannah. We do have one question, so we're gonna take that now.
Hi, Mo. I've seen your comedy on YouTube, and sometimes, you know, you're spreading awareness about different issues. But then we have a lot of comedians in Uganda who their comedy is just very inappropriate. And is there a way or are there systems to control what they can or can't talk about? Some have a lot of tribal jokes and a lot of sexism jokes and stuff like that. So is there a way comedy can be controlled to still be funny and, you know, talk about issues that are relevant, but without being very sensitive, basically?
Thank you for that question. Let me see if there's one from the virtual audience. Does anyone have a question for Joseph and Moses? Okay, I'll just... Yeah, there's a question from Quilason. He says, is it okay to hold back our opinion about sex or gender just because we fear to offend people? Sawa. And I think we can open up the floor now. If you remember the gentleman's questions, Joseph, you can.
The guy.
Yeah.
You know, to know whether this content is going to okay. The question was, what will make me think this content is going to impact people or not? Right? I think the common sense and much of talent, I don't know well how to answer it, but I think you have to know ethics of being a comedian. You have to know exactly people, I mean, the culture of the people. You have to know the how people live, you know, the sheria pia za nchi. You have to know a lot when you are creating content, kwa sababu unaenda kutana na watu ambao wanaamini tofauti, wanaishi tofauti, wana background tofauti. End of the day, you have to make sure all these people ambao wame come up na perception tofauti, at least wanakaa katika line ile moja. Though it's hard kuwafanya watu wote waelewe au kuone uko sahihi, lakini wakuone uko sawa, lakini I think you have to be right. Unaweza usiwe perfect, but you have to be right. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yes. Just to translate, he says that you have to be careful and you have to allow in your mind that other people are coming from different walks of life, and to bear that in mind and to cater for them.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think the last two questions will go to you, Moses.
Now, the question I got was, okay, here in our comedy circuit, there's so much tribal jokes and obscenities and stuff like that. And how can that be regulated? Entertainment is very, very hard to regulate, but it can be regulated from the side of the artists themselves. You see, I've had, okay, I don't do the kind of jokes, yes. And I have no problem with the people that do these kind of jokes, but I can give them advice. Because you see, the reason why these people do these kind of jokes is because, I mean, the comedians all over the world actually are doing jokes about ethnicities, about where people come from. You're going to watch Comedy Central and people saying, black people this, white people that, Hispanics this, Hispanics that. And you're going to watch and they're talking about, they're doing all these the obscene, what we call the obscene jokes and stuff. So yeah, the people that we follow in popular media internationally are actually doing these kind of jokes. But where do the Ugandan comedians get it wrong? When they go the route of tribal jokes, they need to realize that the tribes, they are talking about black people, white people. That's international. But they're talking about Batoro. You're cutting down your catchment. You're cutting down the people you're reaching out to. You're not crossing. I mean, you're hitting your ceiling too soon. No one knows about, Bachiga in Zambia, man. So if you want to go ethnicity, if you want to go, how people look, I just call out a country. I just say Kenyans are this, say Tanzanians are that. That's when our craft will cross borders. So I think the only way to discourage them from doing the tribal, the local joke and it has a followership, yes, but it does not go so far. It does not go so far. And then, of course, everyone finds that it's very easy to make. They say sex sells everything. So it may be very, very hard to run away from people putting sex in comedy. But again, that shows that you are not creating enough. So if you can tell our artists that was a simple joke, show us you can be better without going below the belt. It might be a good selling point for us, the artists, to check ourselves from our end so that we can clean up some of small things like bad language and sticking to tribal stereotypes and stuff of things that international people, maybe someone in South Africa, might not understand if you're talking about, the Banyankole of Uganda. They'd be like, what's up, So we should know that we should elevate our jokes to reach so that we can have more influence. We're doing this for influence. The money is like for getting it right, like a token that we got it right. But we're doing this for influence. And you're as good as your influence. So we should tell them that they should broaden their influence with their craft by getting out of some jokes and elevate the conversation. Then someone talked about won't we speak about something?
It's okay to hold back our opinion about sex and gender just because we fear to offend people from Quillason on the virtual audience. Just really quickly, because we're wrapping up now.
Sure. No, like I said, the issue here is not that we should stay away from the conversation. The issue here is that maybe you are not artistic enough to talk about it. That's the issue. Yeah, some people are just not well equipped to talk about the same topic.
Right, so it's about art. And this has been the role of comedy in the media industry in the morning show session. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We've had our speakers, Joseph Nalini from Tanzania. Thank you. Moses. I always forget your last name. Moses Kiboneka from Uganda. Please do engage them on their platforms. They are very funny. You won't regret it. But do stay with us. We're heading into another session. We'll be having a session on immersive journalism. If you remember, we had Tulanana Bohela here with us in the beginning, talking about how how she uses VR and AR and Honor Stories to not only to do a lot more than just collect and disseminate information. And so that will be a session moderated by Edith Kimani. They'll have an enlightening talk about immersive journalism. And then we'll also have a session on data journalism, which will be moderated by myself. And the topic is, how can we use data to create new ways of storytelling? Do stay in touch. We have so many seasoned speakers and seasoned professionals in their fields to talk on these subjects. So karibuni, not karibuni, but endelea kubaki nasi. Yeah, take it away. The breakout rooms. There's breakout room 1 and breakout room 2. So you can choose which one to join. But if you're not sure which one you want to join or you can't decide, it's okay, because both sessions are recorded and you will be able to watch the one that you missed if you don't get to attend now. But yes, our virtual audience, please do keep sending in your comments and questions, because we want to engage with you, and our speakers will be answering your questions. Please give me the countdown. Right, so we seem to be not short of time, but we need a bit more time. So while we wait, DJ Jerry Joe, karibu sana.
Aliumba ardhi, akaumba mbingu, akaumba bara mwezi, akaumba nafsi, akaumba wivu, akaumba na mapenzi. Na kukuacha sisani, siwezi jaribu, maana penzi kwa mzani umenizidi mahbibu. Shika vima usukani, twende taratibu, baada ya tuta baby koleza gia. Eni tam tam kama pinki na kutaswiti arote rote, funde kwenye kuchi kuchi, shepo vipi kama lote. Vete cheni shadiliti, sitaki chiti, watoke toke, kwenye moyo nimekupa siti, wendo dereva, so kukocho. Nazaje, 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 mwizako, kukuacha siwezi. Nazaje, 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 kukuacha.
Kando yako nina furaha na amani, mapenzi ya dhati nayonipa sijawahi ona. Ndani juu kifo cha mende chali, body to body, Monday to Monday. Ndani juu body to body, Monday to Monday. Oh baby, do me like it's my birthday. I've been around the world but never seen such kind of love, such kind of love, such kind of love.
I've been around the world but never seen such kind of love, such kind of love, such kind of love. Oh baby,
sometimes I wonder, rolling the coach and the gender. My foot on my gender, love for you, it is so tender. Come on.
nje nikuwazikea na tuli babiri tuli superpower babiri tunyuma mupea nze nawe nga tuli kunjuba so stay with me if you stay with me I could love you longer wepena na kusona galabu ya fenya jeta koma if you stay with me I could show you better
baby, my Valentine. You know you don't make it what temperature is. If you leave me a good time, I swear you are like the oxygen I need.
So guys, just to recap, Lab 1, we're going to have 2 breakout sessions. And Lab 1, which is on living stories and immersive journalism, which will be moderated by Edith Kimani, will be in the main room, which is where you are right now to the virtual audience. And Lab 2, which is data journalism, how to use data to create new ways of storytelling, will be in breakout session 1. So that's how you can navigate the sessions. Karibuni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Hello, Tanzania. Just give me a wave if you can hear me to confirm that we are communicating. Thank you very much. Brian, I see you logged on. Please say hello.
Hey, hello. How you doing? Good morning.
Fantastic. Glad that you can hear me. We're still waiting for Gerald, who'll be joining us from Uganda, but the show must go on. Now, to our viewers who are joining us virtually, thank you for joining us. My name is Edith Kimani, and I'll be taking you through this session. And we're exploring living stories, this idea of immersive journalism. What is it? What are the tools out there? What are the challenges? And what can we learn in East Africa? Well, if you've ever wondered, for example, what would it mean to be in a room where elephants are being translocated and being taken from one park to another one? What does it look like in that cage? You might see a camera such as the one which you're seeing on your screens right now from Nairobi, which is a 360-degree camera. Benson, who's operating it, is simply using his phone to move around the room. And just using his finger, you're able to see precisely where I am right now in Nairobi. Of course, these are not the only tools. We have virtual reality, we have augmented reality, and we also have interactive websites. These are just some of the technologies that exist right now when it comes to this field. Thank you, Benson. So today we are asking, as far as East Africa is concerned, is this a viable option for us? And I am very pleased to see that Gerald is also now here with us, all the way from Uganda. So let me introduce my panel. I'll begin with Princely Glorious. You've just heard from him in the last session. He's an award-winning Tanzanian digital storyteller working at the intersection of design, brand communications, mobile video, and emerging technologies. He's recently returned from a digital storytelling residence in Somaliland, which I thought was very, very exciting. And he's also a pioneer fellow of the East African Media Lab. And he's working together with Tulanana, who sat next to her, to build Honor Stories, which, as you've heard, is an Africa-first, mobile-first, visual-first platform for storytelling. So thank you for being with us today, Princely. So let's go straight to Tulanana as she sat next to you. By the way, Tulanana, it's really good to see you. The last time I saw her, we were in Tanzania together. So it's good to see you. She's a Tanzanian entrepreneur and journalist and filmmaker. Her career spans close to 10 years. You wouldn't think that looking at her, reporting in Tanzania and in East Africa for a lot of big media houses internationally. Earlier in her career, she co-founded Snap Productions and produced 2 seasons of Mgahawa on East African television. And she's also a virtual reality producer for the benefit of this conversation. And most of her work concerns mobile technology and how it changes the way digital contents are created and shared in Africa. Tulanana, karibu sana. And then we've got Brian Afande. He was meant to be here in Nairobi with me, but then his time got mixed up. But not to worry, this is why we love technology, isn't it? Well, Brian is a co-founder and managing director of Black Rhino VR member, Global Future Council on AR VR at the World Economic Forum, Black Rhino VR University of Nairobi, at the VR University of Nairobi, What am I saying? Oh, my mouth. Anyway, it was established in 2015, and it's an award-winning Kenyan-based extended reality agency located right here in Nairobi, where they specialize in creating bespoke virtual and augmented reality content and solutions. That's a very interesting point. Solutions that are adaptable and relevant to the African market with a global appeal. So, Brian, very much in line with this conversation, thank you for joining us. And last but not least, we have Gerald Businye or Businje, Brian? Gerald, which one is it?
Businge.
Businge. So I was wrong on both counts. Gerald Businge. He is a multi-award winning multimedia journalist, a communications specialist, entrepreneur, and for the benefit of this conversation, an ICT specialist in Uganda. He's a team leader at Ultimate Multimedia Consult and Yaka Digital Network, which is a platform and set of tools for digitalization, teaching and learning online and offline. He also facilitates the learning of multimedia journalism and digital communications at Makerere University Department of Journalism and Communications. So a very decorated panel we have here. Thank you all for joining us. So I think we should begin with Tulanana, as you are the editor for Virtual Reality. If you could paint a picture of the landscape in East Africa with regard to how far we've come in immersive journalism, how would you categorize it?
Wow. Thank you so much, Edith. It's also very good to see you. And I'm very happy to see Brian, who's our brother here in the ecosystem and a big brother, actually, for Honor Stories in terms of what we do. So I really respect him. And also Gerald, we were speaking last week in regards to this program. And I think, the other panelists will also chime in here, especially someone like Brian, that the virtual reality space, the mixed reality space, let me say, and when I say mixed reality, that's VR, AR, and other extended realities, is really growing. And we are making slow but sure steps. But in entirely what's happening is that every country is trying to figure out what works for them. And you cannot apply the same formula across the board. So we have, in a country like Kenya, where the likes of Brian, there's other people like Hatchery 360, and other partners that are experimenting and working in VR, especially 360 video, to do documentaries, to do virtual tours, and now even to the extent of even going into learning, teaching in terms of story labs and labs that will be able to capacity build. And then for here in Tanzania, what we began with was essentially what we found that worked was augmented reality. That's something that picked up much faster because it was easier to explain, especially in a country that has, English it grows as a language, and then the other languages will have to keep up, and especially when it comes to technology speak. And so explain to somebody in Kiswahili augmented reality, what it is, and I just simply say, remember, the Instagram filters za Instagram ambazo unaziona. Yes, essentially you can create that for any other project. So if there's a banner over here, let me just say it in Kiswahili for my people here, nikichukua simu yangu nikipeleka hapa kwenye picha kwa mfano kwa huyu jamaa, nikiscan na simu yangu kuna video labda itacheza or something like that. Ni kama filter ambao unaweza kuweka popote. So you're able to design your own filters essentially, and that's what augmented reality is. And when they decide to take it to their own phone and scan, they're like, oh, okay, that processes it. That kind of comes in a bit easier for them to understand. Where with the experience with virtual reality, when you are trying to explain it, first of all, we're like, what is virtual reality in Kiswahili? How do we find the vocabulary to do that? And we've found a few words to be able to explain it to people, but that's a thing. So it's growing slowly but surely.
Right, Tula. I just wanted to jump in so that we don't go into sort of too much of the meat before we even assign definitions. So Brian, let's come to you then. These mixed realities, what are they and what are the differences? I think Tulanana has done a good job of explaining what augmented reality is. Can you explain what the others are?
Okay, thank you so much, Edith. And I love how Tulanana just really jumps and gets into it. I love it. So maybe for the sake of all of us understanding, the augmented reality is actually part of technology, is a spectrum of technologies called the extended reality spectrum that involves virtual reality, mixed reality, and augmented reality. So within this XR spectrum, VR really is a virtual simulated environment that you can be able to engage or consume content using what you call a HMD, which is a head-mounted display unit. You could use an Oculus Quest or whatever. So the augmented reality is really English, augmentation, which means to extend. You extend, different superimposed images on anything. It could be a book, it could be a surface through a mobile phone. And then, of course, you have mixed reality, which uses wearables. So let's say, for instance, if you have spectacles and you want to wear your specs, there's still superimposed images and video content around you. So the idea of the extended reality spectrum is really where we thrive in terms of creating content and solutions. Maybe just to ride on what you had asked Tula before. When we started this is back in 2015. There were no universities of augmentation or any universities geared towards extended reality as a professional sort of a discipline. But we had to learn the hard way. Going through, I personally am proud of saying I graduated from the prestigious School of YouTube because I learned a lot of stuff that I did online. And to date, there's partnerships that we forged based on the fact that we've understood the technology itself, but we want to deploy it in an African context to make sure that people in institutions of higher learning like Aga Khan University and other students can be able to also understand these concepts, and not just concepts, but from a theoretical, practical gateway, and make sure that they can apply it to, create economical pathways for themselves using the technology.
Okay, so Gerald, the question then comes, why create other realities? I mean, the one that we exist in is already difficult enough, one might argue. And how do we use it in journalism? What sort of stories would thrive or benefit from these sorts of extensions?
Thank you. So the idea behind virtual reality is that you need to take your consumers, the audience members, to where the story is taking place and to make them be part of it, to make them be active participants instead of consumers. And that's what digital technologies have done for us, that the people we formerly knew as the audience, they are also active on their phones, on whatever gadgets they are using. So virtual reality gives us that ability to create, to package content that real users can experience as if they were there in either virtual reality, augmented reality, or mixed reality. And it's important because if we in journalism and media are to compete today, as we have seen already, many people can produce content. Video is already being produced, photos. Every day when you see what is being put on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, on several other platforms, everyone is a content producer. So the next frontier of competition is really taking up such aspects like immersive reality, where we are able to give a much better experience to users and give them value addition in terms of their consumption experience.
Okay, so Princely, I'm going to come to you and just jump off of what Gerald has said. We want to be immersed. We want to feel like we're intimately participating in these stories. So as journalists, how do we choose the kind of stories we use these technologies on? Because I'm thinking about ethics here. Is it okay, for example, for me to be in an immersive experience with an addict?
Okay, that's a super interesting question, Edith, and thank you. And just the fact that we're grappling with these kinds of questions shows you how nascent and early the technologies themselves are. The fact that we are beginning, I think this is probably the only session where we're beginning with definitions. What is augmented reality? What is extended reality? What is virtual reality? Before we even begin to grapple with more deeper concepts like ethics. Part of what we do at Honest Stories is to try and understand what are the kinds of stories that work well on these platforms. And while the ethical questions are not something that we've essentially grappled with. So, for example, when you're asking me about should I be immersed in the experience of a drug addict, I think yes. And I think it's a matter of how you should be immersed rather than whether you should be immersed or not. So if the point of let's say a news piece, if you you were going to do a news piece on addiction and you were going to show me the story of a drug addict, what virtual reality, what augmented reality, what all these forms of extended reality allow you to do is to just immerse someone a little more deeply, and make the story a little more personal. So if you were going to do that story using traditional media, then I would say you can do the same story, and it's just a matter of how you do it. There's still ethical concerns, basic ethics that you should follow. So it isn't exactly a question of whether or not you should tell certain stories in virtual reality or not, but it's more a question of how you should do it and what kind of stories kind of lend themselves to immersive media, which I would say a story like the one of a drug addict actually lends itself really well because it allows you to kind of put yourself, maybe you could do a day in the life piece where you see the actual life of a drug addict, and it really immerses you a little more realistically than just a video could or just a story written in an article could. It gives you a little more immersion.
Okay, so Gerald, I come back with the same question because I think Princely hasn't quite answered my question. Why would you choose to have this story in virtual reality? Why would you have to witness it in firsthand, as it were? What is the point? Is it to get emotional and to get our viewers involved, which one might argue they already are, or is it to get empathy and new perspectives? And don't we risk falling into the category of, stuff like poverty porn, experiencing things just because we can?
Our 5WH in that we use as our key, as our compass in journalism, virtual reality is great at telling the where and the how of things. Many times we are tasked to tell stories where we are telling things where they're happening. The other name we use for immersive is 360 degrees. So if I take a photo here, I saw only this side and I go tell people this is what is happening. But by being able to take a 360 one, the environment is going to be better explained to this person. If it's a process, you're explaining digestion, it's difficult for you to take one photo that explains digestion. But with massive technology, you are able to show how the food actually moves. If you're telling someone, this is how you move to Kilimanjaro mountain, you can actually show them using either vehicle in augmented reality or any image that this is how you're moving, this is the distance, and it shows as the distance being covered. That is much better to communicate that story than traditional words or traditional video and photos.
Okay, so Brian, I can imagine the descriptions that Gerald is using working really well, particularly if I'm in a sports environment. I want to watch F1. I really want to be in that car with Lewis Hamilton. But Princely asked an important question earlier. How do we tell these stories in an ethical way? How do we tell them in an impactful way, in an objective way?
First, I think it's very important for us to understand the fundamental principles that create an immersive experience. Then we start to derive those fundamental principles and backward engineer the whole process from emotions. We sometimes we want to jump into why would the technology be able to create compassion, some sort of connection, intimacy? How is the experience supposed to create some form of empathy? But before we do that, it's very important for us to realize three things that the technology can do for us that any other medium in the world cannot do. Number one, the technology gives us a sense of agency. And this in agency, I mean that when you wear a VR headset, I can actually feel that I'm walking inside an environment. No other medium can be able to give you that sort of agency. I can be one with an environment. For instance, you have what you call a 6-DOF system. A 6-DOF system is a 6 degrees of freedom that gives you transitional motion as well as rotational motion.
Oh, go, wait, Brian, you're moving too fast. The tech talk is too much. Can you please break it down for us like we're children? Because I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay, so let me slow my roll. So this is how the technology works. The questions you're asking are so important, and they're fundamentally important for us to understand that you have two things. You have the creative bit of it and you have the technology. Those two parts come together and seamlessly integrate to create those emotions you're talking about. Empathy, compassion. Those two elements have to seamlessly be integrated. But for you to be able to do that, the technology itself allows us to do three things. Number one, it creates a sense of agency. And agency, in essence, is semantics. It's about freedom. For the freedom for me to walk inside an environment. So the technology only gives you that sense of freedom because when you're using a head-mounted display unit on your face, there's a system that is called a 6 degrees of freedom system, which gives you rotational motion, which means you can move around, but also gives you transitional motion, which means you can move into an experience. For instance, gaming. So this technology is the only technology that exists in the world that can actually give you agency of an experience. So that's why we talk about it as a 6-DOF system. And then you have presence. So when we talk about presence in immersion, presence is the sensation of actually being in a place in a certain time. The understanding of how what we call POVs. POVs are points of view. So the technology itself gives you presence. So it tricks your mind to believe that you're somewhere that you're not. And when you combine agency and you combine presence, you go into the third thing, which is immersion. So immersion, when we're talking about immersion, we need to understand immersion is a technical aspect of the technology itself. So the head-mounted display unit is what can actually give someone...
Oh, Brian, there's something happening with your sound. I think you're moving your T-shirt or something is happening with your audio.
Can you hear me now?
That's perfect.
Okay. So immersion is actually the sense, the technology causes the immersion because of the head-mounted display unit that you're using or the software that you're using to edit it. So those three elements are so important for the technology to combine with the creativity part of it. So at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves a fundamental question. Are we engineers or are we storytellers? This is the only technology that brings in both components seamlessly integrating to create narrative. Then we become storytellers. And when we talk about the technology itself, virtual reality, it's not complicated, but you have to choose your battles wisely. Are you going to be an engineer or you're going to be a storyteller? Then you talk about the ethics. You understand now? This is when now it boils down to the ethics of it. So you have to choose. If you're going to be an engineer, you don't care about the emotions. You only care about the experience itself. But if you're a storyteller, you care more about the emotions. So I try to answer both your questions, what you asked Princely and myself in one sort of statement.
Yeah, and you've further complicated this, making this a very philosophical discussion because Tulanana, I now want to ask you, because you are a storyteller who is using the technology that the engineer has already created, what is your responsibility as a journalist? I mean, we have these fixed narratives, particularly if you're coming from a newsroom routine, that your expectation is to be on the air presenting a story. How do we leverage the technology to tell stories without, manipulating people?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. And I think what we must remind ourselves is that the ethics and the basics of journalism must remain the same. The platforms may change. The mobile journalism came, citizen journalism came, but the ethics and the basics of the values of being a journalist still remain the same. Having a balanced story, making sure that you're verifying your facts, for instance, not paying for your story, things like that. Need to remain the same. So when it comes to this platform, it's essentially looking at, asking yourself, why does my story need to be told in virtual reality? That's the first question. Why is it not being told in TV? Why isn't it being told in radio? Just like the way you could ask yourself, does this story lend itself to be a radio story? You would do a radio story, a radio documentary, much differently than you would do a TV story. So it's the same application that you would do with immersive media. You would ask yourself, why does the story need to be told in an immersive way? I'll give an example of a story that was done by BBC. One of the first documentaries that was done by BBC in 360, and I think they tried their best, and I think that the story lent itself in a way. In the sense that they were documenting the building of the dam by the Nile in Ethiopia. And by virtue of it being at the site, being able to essentially see how big the excavation and the working and everything is, and how much it's even just affecting, they've not even completed, just affecting the livelihoods around, you were then going yeah, this is why Egypt is making a lot of noise, and this is why this story needs to be told in this way. For example, stories to do with the environment. I know there's a story that Black Rhino did that was even featured with the United Nations in the My 360 World. It won, My 360 World competition. It was a day in the life of somebody who lived by the side of the dump site is called. What's the dump site called, Brian? Dandora. Yes, yeah. In Dandora. So that story lent itself because we've heard about Dandora dump site. We know it's, the facts and figures that it's the biggest dump site, a lot of livelihoods around. But when you sit, there's a scene where you sit with him in the dump site and you get to look around. You're literally surrounded by trash. You're like, this is different from somebody maybe giving me an aerial shot or, a few shots of just how bad it is. So the first question is to ask, why does my story as a journalist need to be told in an immersive sector? What is it that's going to be different that will lend itself to this platform, just like you would do in any other platforms?
All right. Brian, could you be so kind and to share the link of this 360 story with us in the chat so that we can all experience this? But Gerald, I want to come to you and ask, when it comes to making the decision, as Tulanana has said, how do you negotiate? Because obviously not everybody has access to the tools required to experience virtual reality. So how do you negotiate impact versus reach when it comes to doing immersive stories?
Well, I think for every journalist, the most important thing is your audience and the story. And those two should guide you on the best media to use. Whether you're going to use sound, audio, whether you're going to use text, whether you're going to use interactives like immersive 360-degree video or photos, whether you're going to use normal video or images. Now, the tools are a key factor because one, not every video camera or photo or even a phone does 360, does immersive content. So newsrooms and journalists have to invest in these kinds of tools that enable that. But also there are also the tools for stitching, for putting this content together in order for it to be consumed. So those need to be present. But in terms of decision, if you had them and you want to decide, like I said before, you want to take people there. So any story where you're telling about a place, let people go there, let people stop and reflect, let people be able to move by themselves. That's the whole idea of immersive. You're taking them there. It's not like video panning. You are the one taking the consumer there. But in immersive, you do a 360 video, let the person see the environment, stop and focus on points of interest that you might have developed or that they're interested in them by themselves. If you're telling people about a library and how huge it is, let them walk through with them. So you prepare this content and then they are able to consume it using whatever tools that they have to be able to get a much better experience.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Princely, I want to come to you because of something that you said earlier, stating that actually the story of... It appears there's somebody who has their microphone on in our chat. Could you please? Yes, thank you. So Princely, my question to you, because you did say that the kind of story that you would want to be immersed in is one of maybe a person who's addicted. But where does the responsibility come now? Because if I'm a viewer and I'm experiencing this and I'm somehow traumatized by the experience that I've observed, I mean, where's the line?
That's a great question. And the drug example was riffing off an example that you've given, but it does raise real concerns. I would like to just kind of reiterate the fact that first and foremost, it's not whether or not we tell the stories that matters, but how we tell these stories. So basic journalistic ethics still apply within virtual reality, just by virtue of virtual reality, and I think we should speak about augmented reality and extended reality generally. By virtue of them being different formats, the responsibilities you have as a storyteller, the responsibilities you have as a journalist, they don't change. The fact that I should be empathetic with my audience in how I tell my story, the fact that I should know that that I am immersing someone into something, and I should be mindful of what I am immersing someone into, that doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the format. And I think one of the reasons, I was just chatting here with Tulanana, and I'm like, one of the reasons we might be struggling is that we're making we're philosophizing a visceral experience, right? We're discussing something that maybe painting a mental image of something that should be experienced to be understood in a sense. So the basic point that I would like to make, let's say you're a journalist, you want to enter, you want to tell a story within virtual reality or mixed reality, augmented reality, any of these things. It's exactly, I like what Tulanana said, it's exactly the same considerations you would make in the sense of, I want to do my story online. I want to do my story on radio. I want to do my story on a newspaper. What changes is the format, but the journalistic ethics, the moral considerations you're making, the emotional and empathetic considerations that you're making as a storyteller, those don't change. The fundamentals of narrative, even in terms of like having a narrative arc, the principles of storytelling, all of that doesn't change. You just have to understand, it's more about understanding the format and then asking yourself the question, does the story I want to tell lend itself to this medium? Is it an added value that somebody should be immersed in this situation, or am I just immersing them for the sake of immersion, which I think is kind of one thing you're driving at.
Edith, right. Can I just jump on there a little bit as well?
Yes, of course, Tulanana.
Yes, just to jump there, like you're talking about where is my responsibility if somebody gets triggered by something that they've watched. I think one of the things that because it's the difference being with this format is that it's an experience. I think it is a responsibility of the journalist because of the nature of the way, especially with virtuality, where you have to have the headsets on. Possibly you create an event around it or something like that where people can come and put on the headsets, especially in the African setting, not everybody has one. So you'd create a space where people would come and experience your story. I think it is important that at the end of that, when they take it off, there needs to be procedures for somebody to understand that, to be able to be safely, received post their story, so that we can either discuss or go through what it is, what the person has discussed, or essentially get the reactions of that person so that they can be able to. I'll give you an example of a story that I did. One of the first 360 pieces that I did was around sexual harassment. It was a reenaction or a retelling of my first experience being sexually harassed on public transport, for example. So this is a film that we created and things like that. And I didn't even know the power of it. You've done a story, you think, you've been given a task, you've done it. But the things that would once people take off the headsets and the way they would emote with me afterwards, I was like, oh, okay, I need to be responsible and start to explain them that, hey, you know what, I am fine, I am okay. Also, if you have gone through this and things like that, these are the toll numbers to call, things like that. Because after that, I think you somehow are responsible to either direct them in the right direction to get the help that they need.
Okay.
Just like if you did a normal TV story, you would put like maybe at the end of it, if it was a suicide side, you'd put like sort of like the numbers of a suicide, a call center or something like that.
Right. Tulanana, I really like that concept. But I've just looked at the time. We have just under 15 minutes left. So I'll ask one more question to Brian, and then I'll open the floor for questions. I see that Simon has already raised his hand. There's a message, there's a question from Stefan. So keep them coming. I am looking at them. So Brian, we've talked about the question of formats a lot. And since you've already actually shared the story you did, is it, on Dandora?
I did.
Yeah, it's on the chat link if you want to see it. How do we convince our newsrooms, for example, because this is the ecosystem that most of us exist in, that this format, which might not have, for example, as many clicks or might not be able to be embedded on Facebook or YouTube, is the way to go? How did you, for example, decide that the story of the Dandora dump site was much better as an immersive story rather than as a non-immersive story?
I think Tulanana said it very clearly. You have to think about the format that you're going to be using, the format that you decide to choose would actually really take advantage of the form of the technology itself. And say, for instance, if I shot Dandora in a linear context, no one would ever understand the magnitude of the impact in Dandora. But if
so do you have a sort of, sorry, Brian, I'm just trying to understand if you have a sort of checklist or a checkbox that you can share with us.
There is not just checkbox. There's a lot of things that get into informing us on what sort of experiences we want to create. For instance, what sort of emotions are we trying to derive from the experience? What sort of environments are the experience shot in? You know, for instance, this is a dump site. Another third thing is intuition. You know, you cannot teach anyone about intuition. You want to create this piece, like we shot a film that won the best digital narrative at the Sheffield Film Festival, and it's about the degradation happening in Lake Chad. It couldn't have won an award because it was a linear piece and people could not be able to be immersed in that environment. It simply won an award because for the first time, people were able to see the degradation happening in Lake Chad from a very intimate perspective. So the idea of creating that intimacy, the power of the audience. You see, this whole experience, by the way, is backward engineered from the audience themselves. Understanding what role you want the audience to play. Let's say, for instance, you have a first-person point of view, you have a third-person point of view. It's so hard for you to create this sort of experiences on a linear fixed frame. But in VR, I can be able to create an experience whereby, Edith, you could play a role being the main protagonist. Because in the experience itself, we've shot it in such a way that you can actually feel like you're walking and you have agency inside an experience. For instance, there was the first VR experience that was adopted by the UN General Council, and which was an amazing experience called Clouds Over Sidra, which was shot by a really good pal of ours called Chris Milk. And for the first time, the world understood that they could be in a refugee camp and see the predicament of what these people are going through smack in the middle of their boardrooms. And they would be transported in these refugee camps. And this experience was adopted by the UN General Assembly all over the world for them to actually see this. And when you look at the adoption that's happening right now, to answer your questions, why newsrooms could probably be shying from it, I would think it's a matter of culture in our newsrooms. It's not about resource, it's about culture. I think some people are also stuck on not having an innovative sort of culture within their organizations or an experimental sort of culture. They want to always play it safe. But the reality is right now, when you look at the general terrain of the way things are happening, the skills that are being acquired in schools are not the skills that are required in the market. So when you look at the market right now, the newsrooms need to innovate around what's happening, or else at some point they become obsolete. It doesn't cost much to sit down. I ran a VR company from 2015. I've never been funded by anyone. But we run a self-sustainable company that actually set up a school for VR for women, which is a free school. We don't charge. We take 6 women per cohort, and with our own resources. And if a small VR company in Nairobi can do that, what about a big newsroom? So I think it's a matter of culture. It's a matter of it's a matter of institutions coming up and saying, you're from the private sector. Can we have, like what we did with NTV, can we sit down and see if you can empower our internal journalists to start creating immersive content and formats?
Okay, and I'm going to come back to Princely. I know that I had said I would go to the audience after this. The question of inclusion, Tulanana pointed to this earlier, language barrier. I mean, technology is already so convoluted, the language in English, to try to think about it in my own mother tongue is just giving me a headache. So how do we make it more accessible to the users? Because as we heard from the professor on day one, you're nothing without your audience.
Very true. And I often, we struggle with these same questions, essentially when it comes to translation, for example. What do we even call these technologies in Kiswahili, etc.?
What do you call VR in Kiswahili?
Video za nyuzi 360, lakini it goes it goes beyond for me it goes beyond just the names of these. I think it's more about creating content that is culturally contextual. It's not just about translation. So the labels have changed and now I understand the label. It's more about actually immersing people in cultural experiences that mean something to them, and producing more and more content that is localized, that is contextualized, that applies to our context, and producing it in Kiswahili, for example. So, for example, we've worked this year on a VR film called Ghosts that is about Zanzibar and Tanzanian politics, and just doing that on its own brings people into a context that they understand. It's not some foreign thing. The work that Black Rhino does, they take you to Dandora, they take you to a refugee camp in the north of Kenya. It's contextualized, it's real. Just this Saturday, and this is an invitation to everyone in Tanzania, this Saturday, I've just mentored a group of artists at Nafasi Art Space to create Tanzanian art, some of which is in Swahili, most of it is visual art, so it doesn't even need language translations, but it's about realities za Kitanzania. Na hapo niongee kwa Kiswahili pia kidogo kwamba hizo sanaa wanazozitengeneza ni za Kiswahili, ni za Watanzania, ni kuhusu ukweli wetu, reality yetu sisi wenyewe. So what we need to do is not just to translate the words, because that's just labels. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. But it's going beyond that and actually producing content, which is why this should be a call to all of you. Please join the Honor Stories Expert Network. We will train you how to produce virtual reality content, how to produce augmented reality content. Our big brother in Nairobi, Brian, has been super helpful in training us, and we've been extending this to everyone. So it's really about contextualizing rather than just translating, having Swahili Tanzanian content for augmented reality and virtual reality.
All right, we have 10 minutes for our Q&A. I'm going to start with the chat. Could we please have the questions go back to Stefan's, please, so that I can read it out loud? Thank you very much. Stefan, my colleague, joining us from Germany, and he says, what is your take on the metaverse, the creation of virtual spaces where you can create and explore with other people who aren't in the same physical space as you? Big tech, for example, Facebook with Horizon, is investing heavily on this, and some say this will be the next internet, which is around the corner. Wouldn't this change everything also for storytelling? And how will gaming companies like Fortnite influence storytelling for the future? Ooh, my Fortnite people. So Gerald, do you want to take that one? Metaverse. How will this change storytelling for Africa? And how will gaming companies like Fortnite influence storytelling of the future?
I can help when you're ready.
All right, Princely, go ahead.
No problem. Okay. So I think the metaverse thing is another thing that kind of needs a definition. Again, like we said, all of these technologies we're super early in the game, and even us as practitioners, these are things that we are continually learning ourselves. And so when you talk about the metaverse, you're talking about essentially a mini universe. It takes the concepts of virtual reality, augmented reality, and it extends them even further, meaning essentially they recreate the world as it is in the digital realm, right? And then it evolves on its own, right? So essentially you have a metaverse, a second universe, right? So this started with things like these games. A lot of these technologies usually start in gaming, and it started with games like Second Life, which essentially you would be able to create an account, and then you have an avatar within that account, and then that avatar lives a life. Now it's gotten so immersive at this point, where there's like shops and there's like schools and there's a whole other world essentially. And games like Fortnite are super immersive in that sense. Facebook, all these other big techs, they're investing heavily in this at the moment. This is something that, as Honor Stories, we will be looking into as soon as we can. How will it change things for storytelling? I would still say the same thing I've been saying repeatedly about augmented reality, virtual reality, that the formats might change, but the fundamentals of storytelling remain the same. The fact that I will still have to first focus on my audience, the fact that themes, universal themes like love and hope and patience and going from rags to riches, these things will not change fundamentally, but the fact that people will essentially have second lives will definitely change how we tell stories. So it really harks back to what we were saying earlier, that the fundamentals of storytelling, the basic ethics of journalism, all of these things we will have to carry. Even if we move to Mars today, we will have to carry them with us.
Brian, I see you raising your hand, but I need you to just hold on a second because we're running out of time and I want to take some more questions. So please hold your thought. Please, please, please. Now, Benson says, the gaming industry stands at 165 billion. By the way, the example that you gave, Princely, if you've watched Black Mirror, there's a great episode where the metaverse is explained perfectly. Anyway, the gaming industry stands at 165 billion and is now going into the VR and AR technology use. Do you currently think, Gerald, I'm asking you, do you currently think African media leadership is willing to get into the immersive gamification of journalism driven by AR and VR to get some of these revenues? What will it take to set up the structures for success?
Thank you. Quite a heavy question, but I should say, for me as a practitioner, as an academic, and as an entrepreneur, I see a lot of dragging in terms of investing in new technologies that can enable the kind of 360. Even basic multimedia journalism hasn't been fully embraced by our traditional media houses. So there is a lot of mindset hill to climb, first of all, of appreciating that this is important, this is the future, and we should start moving there. But we are seeing also a number of them starting to invest. I've seen here in Uganda, the Vision Group is attempting quite a number of things. But the kind of equipment that is needed, the kind of skill that is needed, the kind of time to produce one product is also not in tandem with the kind of practical realities in terms of income. Because the other big question is who funds this if you are doing it? It takes time, it takes equipment, it takes people, skilled people. So who is funding it? And I think media organizations, much as they would want to attempt to go this route, need to first find that question of who is paying for great VR journalism.
Okay, I think Brian can answer this for us because he says that he doesn't have any funders. He's doing this somehow on his own. So Brian, give us your tricks.
There are no tricks, guys. I want to be very honest and candid. You have to consciously make a decision to build an ecosystem and a community from the ground up based on partnerships, based on the fact that the internet economy is changing. And when it's changing, when we look at spatial computing and the metaverse and gaming and VR, it is the future of communication. It is the future of interaction. These platforms are allowing us to coexist with people from across the world without biases in the same environment, without biases. So when these platforms are increasing, I could be what I want to be in an internet economy, in a virtual environment, in the metaverse. And remember, these metaverses also have their own marketplaces. When you're looking at non-fungible tokens, when you're looking at digital art, when you're looking at the whole spectrum of the creative economy, a lot of this is founded on the metaverse. And this is the future of communication. So it's for us to decide that the young people who are going out of schools right now and institutions are going to get 21st century skills to start being part of the value chain. For instance, you're talking about the game that I think it was 165 billion that they put in. Do you know a huge chunk of that percentage came from skins and emoticons, people trying to wear different things, which is also showing that fashion designers can actually start creating, digital fashion brands, and that can be resold in this game. So the value chains are transcending such a huge plethora of the metaverse that we have to think about it from the ground up. That 21st century skills have to be taught not just in institutions of higher learning, but also have to be taught in this media, like the media houses. For me, okay. I think.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the last thing.
Just one thing in terms of
Tulanana, I will not allow you to do that because then we won't have time for this question. So, Brian, I'm coming back to you with this question. Tulanana, if we have more time at the end, I'll give you the slot. Curriculum-wise, this is coming from Caleb. Are the ongoing discussions to have this as a topic in undergraduate programs? If not, how can we engage the government and other regulatory bodies to kickstart this conversation? I'm asking you because you're already sort of in the teaching sector. So tell us.
We have a curriculum. Listen, if you're waiting for the government, my Africans, things will never change. You have to do them yourself. Guys, you have to do them yourself. We have a curriculum. Wait for it. Our school has been supported by Ford Foundation. They saw some value in it. Our school has been supported by Oculus. The infrastructure is from Oculus in the States because our government does not see that value, and I'm sorry to say that. Until we start doing as private sector, we start making sure that the impact is clearly seen and the numbers are not lying. I can tell you this number of women have come to the school and this is the impact in the society. The government will come later. As Jack Ma says, when the government says there's an opportunity here, go to the opposite side. There's no opportunity there. So we have to start building this thing. The government will find us as we go. As we say in Kenya, tuendeka tumeenda mbele.
Tuende tukiendanga.
Tuende tukiendanga.
Tulanana, we have just enough time for your thoughts. Go on.
Thank you. And I just want to say the importance of buying in early in terms of the African story. We, with traditional media, we came in, we kind of got the back end. We came in at the back end. And so we were told, this is how you tell a story. And the platform was filled already with images and pictures and stories that didn't fully represent us, right? And so here is an opportunity and the importance of buying in quite early because essentially because of the newness of it, right, across the board, here's an opportunity for us as Africans, as East Africans buying in to now come in just as equally as somebody in the States or as Europe telling their story, we're also coming and setting the bar. This is the stories that need to be told on these platforms, right? And so we are setting the bar. This is how it needs to be told from henceforth. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yes,
and so
yes, I do.
If we don't do that now, then we're going to go back later and be like, oh, now there's so much poverty porn on these nannies, and everybody's going to refugee camps and complaining about, we're only seeing animals about Africa on 360 video and things like that. And that's just because we just didn't get in early enough. And here's an opportunity to get in early enough to change that narrative, to control the narrative from the get-go.
Okay, and I am so happy to say that it is currently 11 a.m. We are bang on time. Princely Glorious, Tulanana Bohela, Brian Afande, Gerald Bessinge, thank you for such an engaging conversation. Please leave your contacts in the chat box because I'm sure there are people who have more questions. And to all of you joining us virtually, asanteni sana. Let's meet in the main room.
Asante studio.
So much, Edith. Are we back in the main room yet? Just making sure. Right. Edith, I never took you for a gamer. That's you're full of surprises, aren't you? That's quite interesting. It was very interesting hearing you talk about. I'm like, how, when, where?
You should never reveal all your secrets. Keep some things away from your enemies.
You're the typical onion then, huh? Many layers to be peeled off. That's encouraging and exciting to hear. Right. So we're going to take a very quick break, a 10-minute break. And then when we get back, as you can imagine, like Hannah said earlier, we've got amazing sessions lined up for you today. You've just seen some very interesting breakaways there with immersive journalism as well as data journalism. So a bit heavy on the tech side. When we come back, one of the most important things about journalism is how we involve community. So we're going to have 2 other breakout sessions about community-powered journalism as well as audience development. One of the big things about East Festival 2021 for me has been the fact that we get to hear from people who are experts in their field, who are killing it in the different spheres of journalism. And so we'll be talking to more of those when we come back. And we'll have Hannah come and lead you through our next breakout sessions. So it's now 11:02. So we'll be back at 11:10 on the dot to get into our next breakaway session. So enjoy East Festival 2021. Don't forget to tag us in your tweets, EastFest21. That's our hashtag. That's EastFest21. Do share the things that you're learning and the things that are standing out for you so we can share it with everyone else on the online community and have that conversation continue. We'll be right back.
Wakenya ni aje? Waganda chikati. Habari Tanzania. Je, wewe ni mwanahabari? Mwandaji maudhui? Mwandishi wa habari? Mwanafunzi au mvumbuzi katika tasnia ya habari? Karibu katika tamasha la East Festival 2021 ili ujumuike na waanzilishi, wanahabari na waandaaji wa yaliomo katika midahalo na majadiliano kuanzia tarehe 13 mwezi wa 10 2021 mpaka tarehe 16 mwezi wa 10 2021. Tamasha hili litafanyika kwenye mtandao wa Zoom ikileta Afrika Mashariki pamoja. Tembelea tovuti yetu kupitia Media Innovation Network. Kisha ujisajili leo na ujihafidhie nafasi kabla ya siku kupita. East Festival 2021, telling authentic stories through innovation.
Karibu, welcome back. This is day 3 of the East Festival 2021. I believe we've all had a bit of a refresher, a bit of an energizer, and we're ready to continue with the sessions. So the next sessions, there'll be 2 breakout sessions, each an hour long. And in breakout session 1, there'll be, the topic is building and sustaining an informed community. Building and sustaining an informed community and one of the pillars of media viability. So join in to discover the different innovative approaches and practical examples on how to engage the community and foster and support a constructive dialogue. This will be moderated by Dastan Kamanzi, and the guests on the panel include Maxence Melo and Whitson Kaija. So do join in. And on breakout session 2, the topic is audience development, tools and how to. We'll be discussing the tools to develop and grow a loyal audience. The speakers on the panel are Leonard Mubali, Chiku Lueno, Danze Edwin, and it will be moderated by myself. So I guess you can navigate, and don't worry, if you want to listen to both are recorded, so you can come and listen to the other one that you missed. Let's head on straight in. Stay with us and
Asante. Tunaanza session yetu. Najua tatizo hapa tutatumia lugha mbili, Kiingereza na Kiswahili kwa ajili ya mshiriki mmoja, speaker mmoja ambaye anatoka Uganda. But the most language which we use is Kiswahili for Tanzanians. Karibuni sana. I'm Dustin Kamanzi, Acting Executive Director of Tanzania Media Foundation. In this discussion, the moderators she told you. The subject we are actually discussing today is on community-powered journalism and how to build informed communities. So for Tanzanians, tunaangalia jamii au uandishi wa habari ambao wenyewe umepewa nguvu na umma. Lakini ni jinsi gani tunaweza tukahusisha umma na ukaweza kuwa na ufahamu mkubwa. Nadhani nitakuwa nimetafsiri vizuri. Maxence. Hapa ninaye Maxence, ningependa ajitambulishe angalau kidogo ili tuweze kumfahamu au mfahamu. So please, Maxence, introduce yourself to the audience.
Thank you, Dustin. I'm Maxence Melo. I'm the Executive Director of Jamii Forums, which is an NGO that advocates for digital rights, good governance, and accountability. But we also run the platform called Jamii Forums, which I found, and which has been there for almost 17 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxence. And we have Wilson Akik Kaija from Uganda Radio Network. And please, Wilson, can you introduce yourself if you are hearing us? Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Wilson Akik Kaija. I head the training department at Uganda Radio Network.
Thank you. We have other innovators in residence coming from the rural. We have Jawad Masood, and we have Musa Sherembi and Latifa Krebo. These will be joining us online. And this session is actually divided into two parts. The first part will be discussing on the innovations which have been there, and Maxence and Wilson will be actually sharing the experiences and the ways, variable ways on how we can innovate. But the second part will be discussing on, we'll be debating, by the way, we'll be debating on how the media is meeting rural people's needs or whatever wants. Kwa Swahili niseme hivi, session hii itakuwa katika maeneo mawili. Eneo la kwanza tutakuwa tukiangalia mbinu mbalimbali za kibunifu ambazo zinawezeshwa au zinafanywa na vyombo vya habari katika kuleta habari zenye tija. Na tutakuwa na Maxence Melo na Wilson ambaye yeye watatushirikisha mbinu ambazo wamekuwa wakizitumia, lakini pia na mtazamo wao jinsi ambavyo vyombo vya habari vinatumia mbinu mbalimbali za kibunifu. Sasa sehemu ya pili tutakuwa tukihojiana hapa ni kwa namna gani media zetu zinakidhi mahitaji ya watu wa vijijini. Nafikiri hapo ninaeleweka vizuri. So I go back to English. I will just give you the description of this session. and then you know the foundations of the session, and then we continue. One of the key pillars of media viability is building and sustaining an informed community. The panel discussion will show different innovative approaches and practical examples on successfully engaging with the community and what is needed to support and foster a constructive public dialogue. And in addition, panelists will focus on how the media should address the specific needs of people in rural areas and how to ensure that their voices are heard. Kama nilivyofafanua kwa Kiswahili, ni hivyo kwamba tutajadiliana kuona mbinu mbalimbali ambazo zimekuwepo. So if nikianza na Maxence, takuuliza kwa Kiswahili, I know that Wilson you are following. The first question goes like this. What information needs what information audience needs or they have, and what are promising ways to engage them? Ni mahitaji gani ya taarifa ambayo watu audience wanayo, na ni jinsi gani tunaweza tukawafikishia mahitaji hayo katika namna ambayo ni bora zaidi. So we are talking of information needs of the audience and the promising ways of how to deliver to them.
Well,
Karibu Max.
Well, asante Dunstan. Nimefarijika kuona marafiki zetu kutoka mikoani, na niseme na wakaribisha. Kwa kweli nimefurahi kwamba tunao innovators ambao wako up country na wanafanya kazi nzuri, and I'm happy to have Wilson from Uganda, and I believe we are going to have a good conversation. Kwa upande wangu naweza kusema kwamba jamii inabadilika, na usipofanya research ukawa unakuja na majibu yako kwa kuamini ndiyo mahitaji ya jamii, utaishia kuwa unatatua tatizo lako, na mara nyingi ndicho kitu tunachokumbana nacho. Sasa sisi baada ya kufanya utafiti, tumefanya research kwa kuangalia audience ambayo Jamii Forums inafikia. Kwa siku Jamii Forums as a platform inafikia watu takriban 3 milioni. Na baada ya kufanya utafiti tukabaini kwamba kwanza wananchi wanachokitaka kwanza, kabla hatujafikia kwenye information wanayohitaji, wananchi wanahitaji kuwa sehemu ya story. They want to be part of the story. They don't want you to tell them a story. They want to be part of the story. Lakini katika kuwafanya wananchi wawe sehemu ya upashanaji taarifa au upashanaji habari, tukabaini kwamba wananchi wanahitaji taarifa ambazo zitawasaidia kufanya maamuzi sahihi. Sasa maamuzi haya yanaweza kuwa ni ya kibiashara, ya kiuchumi, ya kielimu, au yanawezekana kuwa ni maamuzi ya kisiasa. Kwa hiyo any information that can help them or can lead them into making the right decision is the kind of information they're looking for. Ni bahati mbaya kwamba media inakuwa inajikuta ikipeleka taarifa ambazo sisi tunaamini kwamba ndizo jamii inahitaji, lakini jamii inakuwa ina mahitaji yake ambayo hatujayafanyia utafiti.
Okay, asante Maxence. Thank you Maxence. Maybe for a matter of English, I will say that I have just taken your point of doing research, that we need to do research and to know what the audience needs before we produce any content. So that is the point I take, and those English speakers can understand. Maxence is stressing on doing research before you produce any content. So, okay. Now, Wilson, I think you follow. Can I welcome you for commenting on that question, if you had it from the beginning? Wilson.
Thank you very much, Dustin. Talking about engaging audiences, I'll pick it up from where Maxence has left it. The issue of research. The question for me is, do we know our audiences? Do the media know their audiences? Do they bother? Do they go out of their way to try and understand their audiences and then produce programs that fit or meet the needs of these audiences? it's possible, it happens sometimes you ask a radio producer or a programs director or a presenter, I ask them, okay, who listens to you, who reads your content, and some of them will tell you, you see, men, women, and children. We broadcast to all of them, we produce content for all of them, and yet that answer is insufficient in my view. So yes, men, women, and children, so what? What exactly do you mean when you say men, women, and children? And talking about research, most media houses, for the case of Uganda, for instance, radio stations do not have enough resources to venture into audience research. So they go out and some of them actually swimming in the dark and produce content, hoping that, somehow they will meet the needs of the audience without necessarily identifying these audiences and identifying their needs.
Okay. So nadhani upande wetu wa Kiswahili mtamsikia kwamba Wilson anaendelea kusisitiza habari ya kufanya utafiti na kujitengenezea content ambayo wewe unafikiri kama kwamba ni content ambayo watu wanahitaji, kumbe unakuwa unafanya makosa kwa namna fulani na mwisho wa siku uweze kufanikiwa. So thank you so much. I was thinking like the second part of the question was what are the promising ways to engage them, which actually you have mentioned the research. Are there any other ways to engage the audience and give them what they need, or what are the other ways? Maybe you can discuss or you can tell us. Maxence.
I don't know whether I should speak in Swahili or English.
Speak Swahili.
Fine, I'll speak Swahili. Okay. Kwa faida ya wenzetu wengine ambao wapo mikoani, niseme baada ya utafiti sisi tulikuja kubaini mambo kadhaa, na ndio maana baadhi ya vitu tunavyovifanya kwa sasa, kwa mfano tuna shindano linaitwa Stories of Change, ambapo leo ndo linafikia kilele kwa kuwatuza waliofanya vizuri katika tuzo hizo. Kinachofariji ni kwamba baada ya kuwaruhusu wananchi wenyewe, citizen journalists, kwamba they can engage and try to write stories which may help to bring about change, tulichokibaini ni kwamba wananchi wengi wamesubscribe to the idea, jambo la kwanza. Lakini wananchi takriban 1536 waliandika makala mbalimbali ambazo zilikuwa kwenye categories tulivyoangalia ni kama 12. Lakini katika categories hizo 12 tumebaini kuna wananchi wenye mawazo ambayo unaweza kujiuliza kwa nini huyu mtu haiko serikalini. Kwa mantiki hiyo, namna za kuwashirikisha wananchi wakati mwingine ni kwanza kwa kuangalia mahitaji waliokuwa nayo na kuangalia tools za kutumia kuweza kuwa engage. Lakini katika namna ya kufanya hivyo, sasa tuna changamoto kwa Tanzania. Tulifanya uchunguzi tukabaini kwamba in the near future, ilikuwa ni mwaka 2019 2018, kwamba miaka michache inayokuja wananchi watachoka kuandika, watachoka kuangalia videos, watataka kuongea. They want to be part of the conversation, kama nilivyosema mwanzoni. Sasa changamoto ilikuja kukumbana nayo ni kwamba tulianza utengenezaji wa app maalum ambayo kama wengi wanavyoangalia watakuwa wameona Clubhouse, watakuwa wanaona Twitter Spaces. Kwa hiyo sisi tulianza kutengeneza app, na nadhani kwa watumiaji wa Jamii Forums waliiona ilianza kufanya kazi. Tukaintegrate kwenye web na tukaanza kutengeneza app ya kuingiza kwenye stores. Kabla hata tujaingiza, kwa sababu baada ya kufanya research tukajiridhisha kwamba wananchi hiki ndicho wanachohitaji, wakati wenzetu kina Clubhouse na Twitter Spaces wanaendelea, tulivyoingiza tu kwenye soko siku hiyo hiyo tukaanza kuulizwa kwa nini users hawatumii namba za simu katika kupigiana hizo voice of IP, jambo la kwanza. Lakini cha pili tukaulizwa serikali revenue itaipataje hapa. Kwa mantiki hiyo tunalazimika kuiondoa kwenye stores na kuwanyima wananchi access ya kile kitu ambacho tulibaini kwamba ndicho wanahitaji, kwa sababu mazingira, the legal landscape, inakuwa iko a bit challenging. Kwa mantiki hiyo mimi ninachokiona ni kwamba innovation kwa upande wetu ya kuangalia watu wanachokihitaji ipo, dhamira ipo, na tunajua ambacho jamii inakuwa inakihitaji, lakini changamoto tunayokumbana nayo iliyo kubwa ilikuwa ni ya kisera. Lakini naona kuna mwenendo mzuri kwa upande wa serikali, wana review sheria na tumekuwa engaged. Nina matumaini kwamba kadiri teknolojia inavyokuwa na mamlaka zitaweza kukua nayo, ingawa kwa kuwa bado sheria ni zile zile, kwa mazingira ya sasa hivi bado ni a bit challenging.
Okay, so the challenge is the political and legal frameworks which are hindering maybe some innovations. Okay. So Wilson, do you have any other ways to engage the audience? You can share just in 1 minute before we go to the second question.
That's done. Thank you very much. For me, before we even engage these audiences, once again, I want us to define these audiences. One of the reasons why audiences are not engaged, or media organizations find challenges engaging audiences, that they don't know the audiences they're talking about. Look at it this way: you have a politician's audience, the voters. You have a businessman's audience, customers. You have an advertiser interpreting audience as a client or clients. So for the media, we also have to define our audiences in more specific terms before we can engage them with the content that meets their needs. Well, if a businessman and a politician own media houses, for instance, how will that media house define the audience? How will the definition of the audience by the media house owned by the politician or the businessman differ from the definition of the audience the way the politician himself or herself understands it? We need to first answer those questions before we talk about engaging these audiences. Otherwise, it is possible to as Marx says, to engage the audiences using or through citizen journalism. It is possible. Many media houses are trying to do that, but then it's not enough. We need to do much more. For me, until we have defined these audiences, it's going to be difficult for us to engage them. Whatever we explore to engage them is going to fall short until we define them.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. So the key point is you need to understand first of all your audiences, and then you segment them, and then you can know what they need. So hiyo ndio point kubwa tunaipata kutoka kwa speakers wetu wote wawili, kwamba wafahamu kwanza audience wako, lakini baada ya hapo sasa ndio uje ujue mahitaji yao. Nadhani mambo makubwa mawili tumeyapata kwenye swali letu la kwanza. So we go to the second question. I read it in English and then we tell you in Kiswahili. What are the innovative ways used by media to deliver information to society? Sasa, maybe I can start with now, Wilson. Now you just like give me or give us your assessment on how the media, what kind of innovation the media use, and so you give us your assessment. Welcome.
Thank you, Dunstan. The innovative ways used by the media. One, today it is almost impossible. It's not uncommon to find every media house, be it TV, radio, or even newspaper, having a strong presence online, engaging online audiences as well as traditional audiences, as it were. And so that's one way. Some of them have started to understand that, the definition of audience changed. We no longer have mass audiences, so a mass audience. So we have to dig deep and understand the fragmented audiences and produce content to target specific audiences wherever they are. So you'll find them trying to engage the audiences online and trying to engage the audiences as we knew them before the changes came. So that is one. I'll try to use an example here of a small radio station called Biso FM in a place called Ulisa district at the shores of Lake Albert in the west part of the country. When the lockdown came, COVID-induced lockdown came, and they found themselves having challenges to produce content, and they were trying to engage, produce content for children who were at home, schools were closed. They looked around, it became difficult, they could not afford to bring teachers into the studios to teach or to engage young audiences. What they did now, they went back to the old tactic, moving around, going to teachers' homes, recording teachers doing a lesson, and coming back and putting that on air. So for someone who is thinking about engaging audiences using the new media technologies, might find this as well a bit backward, but that's the most innovative way they found to engage their audiences. Now, we need to talk about content as well. You cannot engage audience if you're not producing content. So the content you produce matters. Does it meet or serve the needs of the people you are trying to engage? Scholars, Davis and Hunter, once said that content remains king. Much as content is king, it cannot be in the same kingdom. What you produce for an urban audience, for instance, is not the same that you produce for a rural audience, but also rural audiences, how rural is rural, how urban is urban. We need to start asking those questions. If we're talking about local audiences, how local is local? Until we answer those questions, we'll have challenges engaging or having innovative ways to engage our audiences. Thank you.
Asante, thank you so much. So we go to Maxence. Yeah, karibu.
Asante sana. Jambo la kwanza naloweza kusema ni vizuri tujue kwamba audiences zinatofautiana, na labda nikumbushe tu mtandao, the internet is not an extension of a newspaper. Na kwa mantiki hiyo, unapokuwa na create content for the digital platforms, pia lazima uelewe Twitter is not Instagram and Facebook is not Twitter. The audience unayokutana nayo Facebook is totally different from the Twitter audience. The audience that unayokuwa unaengage katika jamii forums ni tofauti kabisa na ya Instagram. Kwa hiyo lazima kwanza uelewe medium unayokaribia kuengage nayo ni ipi. Na lazima muwe na strategic plan, muwe na mpango mkakati wa kitaasisi wa namna ya kuzalisha maudhui kwa ajili ya audiences tofauti. Kwa hiyo lazima wasegmenti audiences wako vizuri. Usipo wasegmenti audiences, utajikuta unakuwa na wakati mgumu, kwa sababu utajikuta unazalisha maudhui ambayo sehemu moja yanakuwa consumed vizuri, sehemu ya pili yanakuwa very bit challenging. Na kwa utafiti wa haraka, na ndio maana tunaona kwamba kuna Instagram Reels, attention span ya mtu online kuangalia video, na ninyi mnajielewa tu, haizidi dakika 3. Kwa hiyo ukizalisha video ambayo ni ndefu kwa zaidi ya dakika 30, labda iwe na kitu cha kipekee sana. Lakini attention ya watu kwenye mtandao, si Tanzania peke yake, inakuwa sekunde 30 sana sana. Ikienda sana umewachosha watu ni dakika 3. The same applies hata kwenye hizi digital platforms nyingine. Utagundua kwamba mtu akiwa anasoma maximum paragraphs 3. Yani ukiwalisha madude mengi watachoka. Hapa tulipo, hata naona tuna audience mbele yetu, nadhani wanakubaliana nami kwamba ukiandika mkeka unawachosha, wanachotaka ni kusummarize. Kwa hiyo lazima, kama nilivyosema tangu mwanzoni, kwamba lazima ufanye research, jamii inahitaji nini, lakini na innovative ways za kuhakikisha kwamba una engage. Ni surprisingly kwamba tulipoanza sisi kujaribu kutumia hizi Instagram Reels, the first reel ilikuwa na views zaidi ya 500,000 within 2 days. Kwa mantiki kwamba watu, ikiwa ni sekunde 30 tu, wanaweza wakaiangalia, lakini lazima upackage ujumbe wako ndani ya sekunde 30, ujumbe umefika. Lakini sasa unapokwenda kwenye sessions kama hizi, kama Clubhouse na Twitter Spaces, the maximum watu wanaweza kuvumilia mjadala ni saa moja. Ukiprolong sana ni saa moja na dakika 30, 90 minutes. Kwa hiyo lazima pia unapokuwa unaandaa ujumbe au unaandaa namna ya kuengage wananchi katika hizo social platforms, uelewe kwa uzuri kwamba unakaribia kukutana na jamii ambayo span yake ya kusikiliza inaishia wapi. Kuna watu wanapenda kuongea sana, lakini wanapokuwa wakiongea lazima wawe controlled kwa kuangalia jamii ina uwezo wa kusikiliza kiasi gani.
Okay, thank you Maxence and Wilson. I was just trying to think that maybe you have given us the ways the media is supposed to do. But what is your assessment of the media?
Well, kwa mainstream media, niseme, ndio maana nimeanza kwa kusema the internet is not an extension of the newspaper or a mainstream media. Ninachokiona ni kwamba mainstream media hasa ya Tanzania, sasa nisiongelea majirani zetu au kwa Kenya ndi Uganda. Kwa Tanzania, the mainstream media bado content ambayo wanaiweka kwenye gazeti ndio unakutana nayo online. Na bado kuna changamoto moja kubwa. Nadhani kwa sababu ya kutokufanya utafiti inapelekea wananchi walio wengi kwa left behind. Kwa mantiki hiyo, bahati nzuri tumefanya some engagements with mainstream media owners na editors, ambapo wote wamekiri kwamba wana lose, they are on the losing side. Ukiangalia the top selling paper kwa Tanzania inauza nakala ya 7,000, na hii ni hatari, na kinachopelekea ni kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na namna mbadala ya kuengage audience. Kwa mfano, mimi ningekuwa nina own gazeti, ningehakikisha ninatengeneza mazingira ambayo kila mwananchi analipata hilo gazeti iwezekana bure, lakini ini a format ambayo ni rafiki kwake. Lakini sitofanya hivyo labda mpaka niwe nifanye research. Sio kwamba nitaanza kusambaza PDF, ila nitaanza kuongea na audience kujua kwa nini hawanunui gazeti langu, ni kitu gani wanaweza wakafanya ili waendelee kusoma, au kama awali alikuwa ananunua, kwa sasa angependa nifanyeje aliweze kulipata kirahisi. Alafu yawezekana nikamwambia utakuwa unalipia $1 kwa mwezi, lakini bado tukaendelea kuwa naye na kuwa na subscribers wengi zaidi kuliko ulivyo. Labda niachie hapo kwanza.
Asante sana. Sasa tumebakiza muda mfupi sana kumaliza. Nataka tuende sehemu ya pili ambayo nimesema ni debate, ni mjadala kwa dakika kama 10 hivi, na nitawaruhusu kina Jawadi na Musa wao ndio watufungulie debate yetu ambayo inasema vyombo vya habari fikiaje mahitaji ya watu walio rural, mahitaji ya watu walio vijijini. Je, vinawatumikia vizuri? Wilson, I know we don't have people from Uganda who are maybe based on rural, but the second part of the discussion is on whether the media is serving the information needs of the people, rural people. So we are going to the discussion by Jawad and Musa, who are coming. Jawad and Musa and Latifa. We are going to debate with them. Probably we'll use Kiswahili, but I will be trying to translate here and there for you. Sijui kama Jawadi na Musa na Latifa mko mnanisikia?
Dastan, tunakusikia vizuri sana. Karibu sana Dastan.
Nashukuru sana. Sasa swali letu hapa tunajiuliza ni jinsi gani tunakubaliana vipi kwamba vyombo vya habari vinakidhi mahitaji ya watu walio vijijini ama vinawapa wanachokitaka. Sasa labda niseme tu katika Kiingereza tuna maneno mawili hapa, we have need and want. Sasa nikitoa ufafanuzi ni kwamba what you need is actually about your life. If you miss it, you miss your life. But what you want is just kama kusikiza muziki. Uweze kusema nisiposikiza muziki nitakufa. Uweze kufa, lakini usipokula, usipokunywa maji utakufa kwa namna fulani. So vyombo vya habari vinawapa watu wanachokitaka ama wanachokihitaji. Ndio debate tulionayo, na labda pia people from the floor wanaweza kuchangia kidogo kama mbili zitakazo kuja. So karibuni. Inawapa muda mchache, sijui ni Jawadi au ni nani, hebu tuambie watu wa vijijini wanapata information wanazohitaji ama wanazotaka?
Kwa kweli Dastan, tunashukuru sana, na nikupe tu taarifa fupi kwamba watu wa kijijini wanazidi kuwa smart than ever. Si watu wa kijijini ambao tulikuwa tunadhani labda wa miaka 70. Now people wako kijijini wako na smartphone. I'm sure Max, mimi ni mtaalamu sana wa kutumia Jamii Forum. Ninaweza nikakwambia watu toka Bunda, toka maeneo mbalimbali ambao wanatumia Jamii Forum. So you can understand kwamba watu wako very smart. More than that, nimeona redio nyingi zikijaribu kuwa engage watu ambao wako kijijini kwa kutumia redio, kwa kutumia TV, wanaweka kwa mashindano. Max pia ametaja pamoja na Wilson ambao ametaja mashindano. Hiyo yote ilikuwa engage watu vijijini. Lakini kwa kweli wanashinda michezo ya biko, michezo ya I don't know tunahitaji hii michezo. Watu wa vijijini kabisa wanashinda. Kwa hiyo I can tell you ni kwamba watu wa vijijini they are becoming smarter and smarter, na tafadhali sisi watu wa media tuendelee kujifunza kwamba watu wa kijijini wanazidi kuwa smarter than ever, na hiyo inatuletea sisi kuanza kuproduce the right na quality content tunazozidi kuwapelekea wao.
Sawa, sijui yuko mmoja wenu mwingine, labda Latifa angependa kusema chochote kabla sijajumuisha au yupo? Okay. Okay. Karibu Latifa. Yeah.
Asante. Kwa ninachoona mimi ni kweli saizi media imejaribu kuangalia au kuwafikia watu wa vijijini. Kinachotakiwa kufanyika au kifanyike zaidi ni kuangalia au kutafuta information zaidi ya kujua watu wale wanataka nini na nini wanakipenda ili kuproduce.
Tumekupoteza
hizo information, ila kwa uhakika mpaka saizi vijijini wanaoelewa na media au media inatuzuri vijiji zaidi.
Sawa. Jamani, nyinyi mliko hapa, najua nilimewahoji wakina Jawadi, wanachokieleza wameeleza zaidi sana uelewa kwamba watu wa vijijini wanauelewa na nini, ambayo ni mimi nawakubalia tu sana. Lakini msingi wa swali lilikuwa huko hivi: vyombo vya habari, bila kujadili kwamba watu wanaelewa ama hawaelewi, tunajua watu wa vijijini wanahitaji nini. Kwa mfano, wanahitaji maji, wanahitaji elimu, wanahitaji barabara, wanahitaji umeme. Kwa mfano, vyombo vya habari hivi vinapokuwa vikitengeneza content, hiyo content inakuwa inahusu mambo wanayohitaji kwa maisha yao, ama wanawekea tu muziki, wanawekea tu mambo, hata muziki ambao hauaddress chochote humo ndani. Actually hiyo ndio ilikuwa ni hoja ya msingi sana. So if I can welcome maybe one person from the floor to say, to comment anything. Yeah. Sasa kuna mikono miwili na sijui muda wetu ukoje. Faraji, nikumaliza tuendelee? Oh, fine. Okay, karibu. Wilson, I know we are not, you are following. Hello, Wilson.
Yes, I am, but he also promised to
translate. Yeah. So, okay. Before maybe someone responds or comments, let me tell you that these Jawad and Latifa commented on the needs of the people from rural, and they said that the people are now aware and they understand, and they are accessing information even to from the platforms like Jamii Forums, because they have smartphones, and therefore they are actually seeing some developments in terms of access to information they need or they want. But then I said my question was not what their awareness or understanding, but was on the content, the type of content which is given to them. So now we are continuing discussing, and we have one here from our floor here. is going to comment. So karibu.
Maybe I say something more after the presentation by Jawadi on the type of content that media houses are giving their audiences, whichever audiences they have identified. We've already found, I've already said that some of them find problems identifying their audiences. Look at an example here in Uganda. Every weekend, afternoon and the evening, you find many radio stations relaying live English Premier League football. You move from one part of the country, rural part of the country to another, you find these radio stations broadcasting live English Premiership football. So you try to ask yourself, for instance, is this out of the need? Have they identified the needs of their audiences and have established that this is what they need? Or there is a tendency by media houses to create a need and create the audience for that need and then say, we have the audience and we have their needs and here we are?
I think that is a very good point, that the media houses create the need and then they maybe in some way force that need to be accepted by the audience, and then the audience will maybe conclude that this is what we need, but actually it's not what they need. Okay, so maybe welcome.
Yeah, according to the question, I can contribute that the rural areas have a lot of problems that they are facing, but those media they're not going to explore what the problem is there. So according to brother, the research is very important to know what the rural areas need. You can find there's a lot of health problems in the rural areas. For example, non-communicable disease burden that are trying to face the rural areas. But those media then go there to research what is there. But they are relying to create their own problem that maybe nowadays youth are very interested in music. So they try to create a platform of music so that they can get both of youth to listen to them. But a lot of rural problems are there. And so you can find in a rural area that there is only one reporter who cannot go around the whole rural to explore what the problem is there. So we can now advise, even though I'm not such enough to advise, but we can focus in the rural problem so that to know what the real problem is there. There's a certain area, there's a water supply problems, those are health care facilities are not enough. So you can find that we are waiting to listen to the government that we want to build certain dispensary that will listen. They at Bukoba, government want to build a dispensary. The media will give that. But the really problems that are there, they can't display them. So I think
you agree that the maybe the media is not doing well when it comes to giving information that people in the rural areas need.
So my advice is that those media can have some researcher that research the problem that are there at rural areas, and then they come with a competent report to report to the audience.
Okay, so what he's saying is to have a researcher. Maybe the media house should have a researcher or research, maybe desk or whatever, to inform the content. Okay, asante sana. Kama kuna mtu mwingine anaweza comment na karibu. Nimesahau ukutaja jina lako, ni vizuri kusema jina lako ni nani. Basi mpe ajitaje. What is your name?
Frank Musa from Muimbili University of Health and Rad Science.
Yeah, good. Sasa tunakufahamu.
Naitwa Amida Hassan, natokea Sheko TV. Nadhani naweza kusema hivi baadhi ya media, kwa sababu nimetokea kwenye magazeti kabla ya kuingia kwenye TV. ukiandika habari zinazowahusu watu wa kijijini, moja kwa moja gazeti lako linauza. Kwa sababu kuna yale matatizo, achana na mambo ya maji, umeme, sijui nini, kuna yale matatizo labda mtu amenyang'anywa shamba lake, labda mtu amepata matatizo, labda amechomwa kisu, vitu kama hivyo. Yaani ukienda kabisa kule kijijini ukafuatilia, ukaandika zile habari, hata gazeti lile unavyoliuza, unaweza ukaona, yani ukipeleka habari ya kwao, magazeti mengi ukapeleka kule kwa wingi, kwa yaacha mjini akawa machache, gazeti kule linauza sana. Kwa hiyo vyombo vya habari vistiki sana na habari za kwao, za kijamii zaidi, achana na mambo ya maji ya nini, kwa sababu hao yapo tu, kwa sababu serikali ikifanya kitu inapenda sana kujitangaza, na vyombo vyote vya habari huwa vinatangaza serikali. Lakini sasa mambo yao ya kijamii, yani ya ndani, watafanya vizuri zaidi. Nadhani nimeeleweka.
So if Wilson, you are following, the first commenter was stressed on research, as you said from the beginning. And now the second one is saying writing or producing content which is contextualized in a given locality, addressing issues of local people is actually selling. So, okay, makes sense. Before, maybe.
As long as we have a translator here, so I speak in Swahili. Niseme ndio maana mwanzoni nilianza na swala la research. Na sisi research ilitulia muda kidogo, lakini imetusaidia sana. Nakumbuka labda nichukue recent incident. Majuzi ni kama ni wiki mbili tu, tumepata call kutoka Manyara vijijini. Mtu akiwa anatushukuru kwamba hawajapata maji tangu Mwinyi akiwa madarakani, lakini baada ya wao kuripoti katika Jamii Forums, na tena waliandika, sio kwamba nani, walivyoandika na Jamii Forums take forward, ikaipublish kwenye social media outlets zote, maji yalipatikana ndani ya wiki moja. Kisima kilichimbwa haraka, maji na wakawa na kwamba sasa maji ya uhakika yamepatikana. Ni kwamba wakati mwingine tunatakiwa kujua kwamba watu wa vijijini wana mahitaji ambayo wakati mwingine sisi hatuyajui. Utafiti unaweza kuwa aidha ni kumpeleka mwandishi, na tatizo la waandishi walio wengi, balance story ni jambo zuri, lakini kuna wakati huwezi kubalance story. Story ya aina ile kwamba hawajapata maji tangu mwaka 1989 mpaka leo, ukienda kwa mkuu wa wilaya au afisa yeyote wa maeneo yale atakwambia subiri mpaka tupate fulani ya comment, na mpaka upate hiyo comment inawezekana ni baada ya miezi 14. Kwa mantiki hiyo majibu hayatapatikana haraka. Maji yale waliyapata kwa sababu kulikuwa na push. Sasa nataka kukumbusha, jukumu la media kubwa kabisa ni kuwa watchdog wa serikali. Sasa tunaogopa kuwa watchdog ya serikali kwa sababu wakati mwingine tunaiogopa serikali, which is a mistake. Jukumu letu kubwa lazima tujue, ni lazima hold serikali into account kwa kuhakikisha kwamba mahitaji ya jamii yanapatikana. Jamii Forums ilichokifanya katika kuhakikisha kwamba watu wa vijijini wanakuwa included. Moja, Jamii Forums ni mtandao unaoload haraka sana kuliko mtandao wote hapa Tanzania. Jambo la kwanza, kwa sababu umekuwa optimized kuhakikisha kwamba hata mtu mwenye kisimu kidogo kabisa unaweza kufunguka. Lakini pili, tuliingia makubaliano na Facebook. Jamii Forums inapatikana katika free basics. Hata mtu akiishiwa data bado anaweza kuaccess Jamii Forums. Lakini tatu, katika kuhakikisha kwamba hata makundi maalum yanakuwa included, acha wa vijijini, watu wenye uoni hafifu, sio mtu mwenye miwani hapa ambaye ana changamoto ya kuona, watu wenye uoni hafifu, hata wasioona kabisa, wenye wanaotumia vifaa vyao, bado Jamii Forums inaweza ikasomeka kwake, including hata picha zilizo uploaded Jamii Forums. Mtu asiyeona na ana kifaa anaweza kujua ni nani ambaye yuko kwenye picha kama anamfahamu. Kwa mantiki hiyo, media zinatakiwa kwenda hatua mbele, kujua hitaji la jamii, lakini kujua kwamba watu wa vijijini pia wanamata sana. Na tunakoelekea sasa hivi tuna watu takriban milioni 33 kwenye mitandao. Mwaka 2025, miaka 4 kutoka sasa, almost miaka 3, Tanzania itakuwa ina utumiaji wa internet zaidi ya milioni 50. Kuna exponential growth. Kwa mantiki hiyo, watu wa vijijini watakaoingia sana, watu hawa wanakuja kula content. Content gani tunazalisha, na je, zinawahusu? Lazima tujiulize na lazima tufanye utafiti.
Asante sana, makes sense. If I will not capture maybe everything you have said, but one point I can say, you have said the media must understand that it needs to play well as a watchdog of the government, because when we talk of the needs of the people, the government, any government, is actually responsible and accountable to the people. When you say there is no water, no one is responsible than the government. So the content created must push until the government does its accountability, becomes accountable. You are actually continuing stressing on the needs of the people. There is an importance, it's crucial to understand the needs of the people. And we know the needs of the people through research. Wilson, what are you doing in Uganda to push the government to be accountable to the needs of the people through media?
Okay, Dustin, thank you very much. What are we doing? One, Uganda Radio Network is an online news agency that produces content for more than 100 media houses in the country. We can say we produce local content, and we try to venture into community-powered kind of reporting. But again, I am quick to say, as I said at the beginning, we need to understand how local is local. We may not say we are doing it and we are doing the best. We are doing what we can, and other media houses are doing what they can under the circumstances. Look at an example of a radio station, for instance, in West Nile region, in the northwest of the country, that is broadcasting to a large population of displaced people, of refugees from South Sudan and Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, that radio station, think about the kind of content they have to produce, identifying the needs of the local host communities, first of all, but also identifying the needs of the refugee communities. And marrying these and telling these stories is not something that is easy to come by. And again, for instance, one of the biggest challenges in the country is the issue of teenage pregnancies. Because of the lockdown, schools are largely still closed. Children are home, and girls have paid a heavy price of this. Every day we see stories of girls who may not go back to school, 12-year-old, 13-year-old, defied, and they are carrying babies. So, yes, you tell these stories, but then when at a point the president, for instance, says, no, this is not a big problem, provided they are not dead, they will get pregnant, and that's it. Yeah, there's somewhere you can get and find problems proceeding. But the other thing is what Maxence said in one of his arguments, talking about regulation and the government hand in this. Here in Uganda, we have the what we call the government hour. All broadcast stations are required to provide at least 1 hour a day for the government to articulate its policies. Now, what has come out now is that the district commissioners have taken over the role of programming. They are the ones to decide who appears on radio during the government hour. And program managers are withdrawing. And when it comes to government hour, all they do is to call Mr. Commissioner to tell him, no, it's government hour, who is coming. So that means government is directly getting into programming. Where the thinking behind providing government hour may have been a good one to try and engage local audiences, but the way it is being executed means that the audiences are either given one type of content that maybe they don't even need, or they are getting nothing at all. So we are operating under such an environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wilson. So that takes us to the final question. which is asking what is required to create an inclusive and a constructive public dialogue. Because now what you have said actually connects well with this question. To put it into Kiswahili, ni nini kinahitajika kutengeneza mjadala wa kijamii ambao unahusisha watu wote lakini pia wenye tija. Ni nini kinahitajika kufanyika ili kuwa na mjadala kama hivi sasa anasema wana saa moja la serikali au kujua mambo ya serikali, alafu wanakuja wa serikali wenyewe na wanapanga nani atasema na nani aseme, na kwa hiyo producers na wale editors wanakuwa tena wanaamua kujiondoa. Kwa hiyo wanaachia serikali waje waseme vitu vyao waondoke, lakini ilikuwa ni muda mzuri ambao sasa wananchi wangekuwa wanahoji hapa vipi na hapa vipi, sera inasema hivi, lakini sasa wanawaachia serikali kwa sababu wanataka kuchagua wanachotaka kusema. Sasa swali linasema, so tunafanyaje hapa ili tupate namna ya kujumuisha wananchi labda na serikali na wadau mbalimbali wa maendeleo na mjadala ukae sawa sawa? Nini tunafanya? Maxence.
I say nimpe pole Wilson tu. Nadhani wenzangu hapa mlio hapa mnakumbuka wakati sheria ya vyombo vya habari inatungwa Tanzania, ilikuwa na kipengele hicho. Serikali zote zinataka kucontrol lugha ya vyombo vya habari, na sio vyombo vya habari tu, hata mitandao. Ikishindikana watazima. Yani well, sina majibu ya moja kwa moja ila nina mapendekezo tu. Jambo la kwanza, utengenezwaji wa sera, sheria rafiki kwa ajili ya space, iwe ni digital iwe ni physical. Yani kwa mainstream media au kwa digital media tutengeneze sheria na sera rafiki, policies and good laws. Kwa kweli zisipokuwepo policies nzuri zinazoruhusu innovation, kwa kweli tutakuwa katika wakati mgumu sana. Innovation inaweza ikawa ni digital na inaweza ikawa ni offline. Lakini pia capacity building inatakiwa kufanyika kwa kiwango kikubwa. Kuna fear kwa baadhi ya wanahabari na kwa baadhi ya innovators kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na awareness ya mambo mengi. An informed person can make an informed decision. Na changamoto ninayoiona ni kwamba watu wengi hawana information ambayo inaweza kuwafanya wafanye maamuzi sahihi. Tukiwa tuna capacity building au kuwajengea watu uelewa kirahisi, itapelekea kwa kweli kuwa na jamii ambayo inakuwa inapelekeshwa. Na kwa mantikio tutakuwa na jamii ambayo itabaki nyuma sana. Kwa ajili ya kuendana na ukuaji wa teknolojia, kwa ajili ya kuendana na mabadiliko ya kisera ambayo wakati mwingine yanakuja, naamini kwamba tunatakiwa kuwajengea uelewa wananchi wetu, lakini pia kuwajengea uelewa wanahabari. Lakini pia tumeongelea haya hapa, lakini tujenge namna iliyo rafiki ya kufanya tafiti ambazo haziendi kujibu tunachotaka sisi, bali wanachotaka audience. Tukienda tumetengeneza mazingira ya kutaka kusikia tunachotamani kusikia, ndio chanzo cha media house au innovator yoyote kwenda na watafiti wake kupata majibu anayoyafikiria, na akiona mtu hajibu vile unamlazimisha aende mle ili upate majibu yako. Lakini ukienda uko open minded, inasaidia kujua hitaji la jamii ambao ndo consumers wako wa content, na kuhakikisha kwamba unawapa content ambayo ina make sense. Asante.
Okay, asante Maxence. So 3 things I have captured from your comment. The first one is the need to have some reformed policies and regulations or laws. And the second one is capacity building to journalists or to the public in general. And I think the third one is research. Yeah, so Wilson, if you have heard Maxence, though he was speaking Swahili, but somewhere was mixing. If you can have anything to comment on what he has said, or especially on the 3 aspects he has mentioned, please welcome. But again, Jawad and Musa, if you have anything to comment after Wilson, you can be you can comment.
Thank you very much, Dastan. Talking about public dialogue, again, we need to go back to agree that to have a public dialogue, we need to have this public first. We need to identify this public. We need to identify the public, identify its needs, and then be able to have a dialogue discussing the issues around the needs of this public. Until we have done this, we may struggle to have a meaningful or constructive dialogue. Then, after identifying this public, yes, I do agree with Maxence about training and capacity building. The problem, what I see in Uganda is that the rate at which journalists walk out of the newsroom to venture into other areas of communication or even to get out of communication altogether is very, very high. So it's very difficult to walk into a newsroom and find a journalist who has been on the job for 15 years and still in the newsroom. It's difficult. They move on to do other things. So you find there is that lack of institutional memory, journalists training others, mentoring young people to get into this profession. So it's possible to get to a station, to a media house, and find you hardly get anyone who can produce a good feature, for instance, can do good radio as we knew it, do good programs. So yeah, capacity building is necessary. But then we need to identify the reasons why these journalists are walking out of the newsroom. Is it possible to retain them, to keep them, to still have them stay in the newsroom so that they can tell these stories? And we need to do that. Then we need an open media environment. To me, we need a more open media environment where journalists will be able to tell these stories. To me, the environment we have now is not open enough. We need more space for them to operate and tell their stories. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I can comment, I have come to know that always you take us to the basics. In the beginning, you told us before we know what the public need or the people need, we need to know the people themselves or the audience. And now you come, you tell us we need to know the public before we go forward. So I think that is the point to begin with, to understand the public and then to explore some other avenues. Jawad and Musa, do you have any comment? Mna chochote cha kusema hapo? Ni mbinu gani tuzitumie na tufanyeje kuwa na mijadala huru, mijadala yenye kujenga, mijadala ambayo inahusisha wananchi na watu wote. Tukisema inclusive, manake inahusisha wadau wote wa kimaendeleo, wadau wote katika nchi. Ni nini tukifanye ili kuwa na mijadala mizuri yenye tija, yenye kuleta mabadiliko na maendeleo katika nchi? Tunafanya nini?
Asante sana Dastan, lakini pia nishukuru michango ya Wilson pamoja na Max. Lakini tuseme tu kwa watu ambao wako vijijini, tuna msemo wetu pia kama nothing for us without us. So kusema hivyo it means kwamba kama kuna mijadala inahusisha swala zima la afya, basi na sisi pia tutakuwemo. Kama sisi tunakwenda kujadiliwa, basi na sisi pia tuwemo. Kama inahusu ajira, basi na sisi pia tuwemo. Na kama inahusu kilimo au afya au maji, na sisi pia tuwemo. Mfano mzuri wa mijadala kama hiyo ni kama leo tuko hapa, I'm sure Dastan unamfahamu, unaweza kuwa unafahamu lakini huna mahusiano naye sana, mtu kama balozi, mwenyekiti wa kijiji cha kwako mwenyewe. Lakini kwa watu wa kijijini sisi, those are the powerful people. Lakini pia tushukuru uwepo wa masuala ya innovation ambao unaona sasa mpaka sasa hivi we can be able to contribute na kutoa michango yetu kwenye mijadala kama hii. Lakini mara ya kwanza kabla ya mambo kama Zoom, mambo kama video call yalikuwa yanakosekana. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa lazima msafirishe mtu kutoka kijijini kuja mjini kwa ajili ya kuja kuchangia kwenye mada fulani. Ndio kwa hapo sasa ugumu ulikuwepo, lakini kwa sasa hivi innovations zimekuwa nyingi kama hii tunatumia sasa hivi Zoom. Kwa kumbe we are able to integrate mtu yoyote ambaye anatoka kijijini, ambao wako vijijini kama sisi, na tukaweza pia kuchangia mada zetu vizuri.
Okay, asante sana na muda wetu umetutupa mkono. Sasa nimefunga nafunga, tumemaliza. Asanteni sana, asante Maxence. Thank you Wilson. Wilson, thank you. Asante Maxence.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dustin. Thank you very much, Wilson, as well as all the participants and the speakers. I hope you really enjoyed the session. Ilikuwa nzuri sana, tunashukuru. Mmeweza kutufunulia yale ambayo tulikuwa tunataka kuyaona na kuyaelewa katika masuala ya media. Tukiwa tunasubiria colleague wetu na moderator wetu Hana aweze kurudi kwa sababu anamaliza session nyingine. Ben, are you there? Ben from Uganda, are you there? Okay, as we're waiting for Hannah to join us, just give us some couple of minutes since she's finalizing. Kulikuwa kuna session nyingine inaendelea kwenye breakout session, but also our moderator kutoka Uganda atakuwa na join kwa ajili ya kuweza kuendelea na session ambazo zinafuata. Kiufupi ni kwamba baada ya hapa tutakuwa tuna lunch. We'll be having lunch in next few minutes. Okay, my colleague is here, so I'll give it back to Hannah so that she can take it from here. Thank you very much.
Hi, Ben. Hi, Edith. I'm sure we've all in our individual sessions had very informative sessions and people have been taking notes. I myself have been duly educated today. So guys, what are we having for lunch? Edith.
To be honest, I can't believe we're already talking about lunch because I'm still so full from breakfast. I think I want to skip lunch today.
Okay. What about you, Ben?
I can actually smell the food from where I'm sitting right now. It's interesting, but I'm actually having fruit. Can you kindly zoom in on the table right in front of you? So I'm sure you guys know that in Uganda we have the best fruit in the whole world, and so I'm having some banana and some apple and some grapes. Good. Yeah, so trying to be healthy. I need to look as slim and fit as Edith. So I'm trying to work on my figure.
Are those queen cakes or muffins that I see there with your fruits?
No, I think that's some apple and some scones. Yeah, so we have some apple and some scones. So yeah, we mix it up, some sugar and some fruit, so you can eat and indulge without feeling guilty. So that's what we're having for lunch.
Ben, I have not seen meat. For us, we eat meat on this side.
The meat is right behind me, and we have a lot of that. We have some pigs that have laid down their lives in memory. So we're going to honor their memory and honor their sacrifice in a little bit. So we have a little bit of everything for everybody, really. Whether you're vegetarian, which is weird, but yeah, we right? Take care of those too.
There are too many cows on this planet for people to be vegetarian.
I know.
That's a debate for another day. Maybe we'll have another festival.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing. We are the ones who are supposed to be responsible journalists, teaching people new and alternative ways of living, and you're advocating the mass murder of cows.
They're here for a reason, Edith.
Oh my goodness, I can't do this. Let's go for lunch, guys, in honor of the cows and the pigs.
Guys, when we come back, we're going to do a 3-minute DJ set with some music so that the food can digest. And then we're going to have a cartoon exhibition for 7 minutes. And then we're going to come back with Edith and Ben for an energizer across the regions today. So eat up, rest up, energize up, come back energized and full. Let's go.
Yeah, bon appetit. We'll see you after lunch.
Aya, chakula chema.
Yo, Sifa. Jerry Joe. Come here, boy. Get up. I love this music. Kanapenda Gucci na Fashion Nova. Fashion Nova. Bado kakiva kitenge kanapendeza. Kanapendeza. Toto stingo zake ni noma noma. Noma noma. Figa yake ndani ya dere na wapa homa. Inawapa homa. See my baby's a fashionista. Fashionista. And I love the way she bend over. Bend over. See my baby's a fashionista. Fashionista. Nikiwa nae game over. Game over. Oh, I love the way you break it and pose. Oh, baby, break it and pose. Oh, I love the way you break it and whine up. My baby, you fine. I love the way you break it and pose. Oh, baby, break it and pose. Oh, I love the way you break it and whine up. My baby, you fine. I feel like kama guitar. Jiwe ndio denge wa ndo kita. Ukibandua mina bandika. Oh, nana. Namando.
Hannah, unfortunately, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, now that we're back from lunch, let's get a little bit of music, a little bit of burudani from DJ Derry Joe. Then we'll be back. Take it away, DJ.
Otimbi na Timbilio.
Osali no lokote, otoki no kutute, na pete kaka bongo yo pe ba pesa ya. Yo pe ba pesa ya. Cleopatra Mutula.
Ase otele mino na kwe, osali no lokote, na motoki ya chibude, wataka ule wewe, yo pe ba pesa yo. Yo pe ba pesa yo.
Les pacificateurs jusqu'au bout, Vital Kameni. Miuma no gagati, Zoba no gagati. Miuma no gagati, Zoba no gagati. OLK, Initiative Plus. Toza Golia, Toza Gomela, Toyena programme. Lilie, Liliete, yo pe ba pezaya. Yo pe ba pezaya. Kilo Burunda, Jean-Paul Bichweka. Obandi bulo na dize, olembino na duze, talabaninga ba continue, na simatangwa sale yo pe bafuta. La haute gamme Elga Elegance, yo pe bafuta yo. Salomon Ben Salomon, Yuma no gagati, Zoba no gagati, Yuma no gagati, Zoba no gagati. Les MVP, Serge Ibaka.
Okay. Oya, Sukuma, we, Simba na washa moto. Sukuma, we, ambia walale watoto. Basa cheza shuka kayoko, sayoko, yani kambo na chamba doko. Moko moko. Wape, nasema wape. Sasa wape. Sometakasha wape. Komesha wape. Yono ya kwenye cha wape. Nongesha wape. Oya, mateka, mikono juu. Hebu shusha chini.
Kenyans have really eaten. They're full. They're ready to keep going. If it was a challenge, you guys would have won the afternoon round. That was still. Well done. Thank you, DJ Jerry Joe. Always with the vibe. Ben, are you there? Okay, seems Ben is still finishing his lunch, guys. So
I'm actually here. It doesn't take that long to eat a banana.
How would I know? Maybe your bananas are different in Uganda. By the way, speaking about food, Ben, during lunchtime today, I was lucky enough that my better half came to watch me moderate today, and I got a lecture on I got a lecture on I shouldn't oppress vegetarians. So guys, this is my apology. This is my apology. It's okay to be a vegetarian. It's actually a very progressive lifestyle. Good on you. Yeah.
We shall let you convince yourself, Hannah. It's okay. You keep saying that. Eventually, maybe you might believe it. Yeah. And can you tell that guy to stop? Can you tell that guy to stop making us look bad? Yeah. Now we're all going to be under pressure to go and start supporting our spouses and checking on them whenever they're at work and all of that. He's making us look bad.
Yes, he said, stop assuming everyone is a carnivore like you, Hannah. So guys, yes, I believe the apologies imefika kwa zinawafikia. Right now, we're going to watch a cartoon exhibition, guys. And I think this is going to be a really interesting one. So watch this.
What we're actually going to do, the exhibition is, I'm going to let Abbas come and do this. Yeah.
Okay.
So the camera is going to go around. Abbas is joining me. So Abbas, we saw a couple of these yesterday. We had an offline session with some of the amazing cartoons. Do you want to talk us through this as we have a camera go around and take us through what we're going to see?
Yes, thank you so much for having me here. Good afternoon, everybody.
We don't have a choice, do we?
You do, you can kick me out. So one of the most exciting things about this session, Ben, is that cartoonists are some of the most underrated talents in the media landscape. So as MCI, I think one of the things we've done in the past is really to always include cartoonists in our activities, including students of journalism who have like that sort of like artistic element. So if you can see over there, we have one of our fellows here is busy drawing at this festival, so probably will come up with something at the end of the day. So I don't want to...
El Shaddai can actually draw?
Yeah, El Shaddai can present, but he also can draw. Like one of the things, he was one of the award winners for best cartoonist in the inaugural every year Media Challenge Awards. So
wow, good on you, bro.
So let's see what's gonna come out. We'll be showing you what El Shaddai has at the end of the day.
I'm so jealous. I always think that cartoonists are wired a bit differently. I think they have some missing wires in the brain, because some of the stuff that they do, honestly, some of the stuff that they do, and I think I saw Ogon somewhere online.
Yes.
I mean, how do they think? Some of the stuff that they come up with is just absolutely mind-boggling.
I mean, they have a like superhuman power that we probably don't have, but you have what also they don't have, which is being able to moderate this session from morning up to evening.
Yeah,
back to back. So
I think they use more brain cells than we do.
It's win-win for you. So for this session, you're going to see works of different cartoonists from Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. From Uganda, Mr. Ras, Ogon, and then Spire. So I don't want to introduce their work, so I'm going to let the camera team walk you through with some music in the background, and then you can enjoy it. And then that's the tour.
Because I think, I don't know if we have Ogon online. Would have been good to try and get some thoughts from him, but we'll try and see if we can do that. But in the meantime,
Dr. Spire, though, will be joining us later. So.
It will be good, yeah. So in the meantime, we'll let the cameras do the talking and show you some of these amazing cartoons that we've been seeing here. Yeah. And of course, they do tell their own stories, so they don't need any narration or anything, right?
No need for narration, really. Enjoy, guys. Enjoy some music.
Hello everybody. I'm sorry I wouldn't.
Dangote babalao, Simba babalao, Chibu babalao, Mondi babalao, Zombi babalao, Magufuli babalao, Makonda babalao, Wasafi chamalao, Goma niko poko, leo ndani tokesha boko, watasambazia koko moko, moja baridi moja moto, mmechoka eti, mnataka lala, tungi limezidi, tuzime muziki, kwende samugile, sambamba, ako vipi na bamba, ino gile inatamba, basi chani kamusamba, wataweza kweli, kushindana nasi, hata wakiungana, matusi kututukana, Dangote babalao, Simba babalao, Chibu babalao, Mondi babalao, Zombi babalao, Magufuli babalao, Mwakiembe babalao, Wasafi jamalao. Ati selema, ati cha selema, Mwambini ngema, Nishimwa medema, Amefosibifu mseleleko, tumemkwepa, Amebaki masononeko, Kwanza kujagati, kisha kuwasha, cheza kama monkey, kunjo kidangi, tumewachapa, kidude, akishomoki, kidude, kimewanasa, kidude, wana tapa, kidude, chisika no guatana, 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 Dangote babalao, Simba babalao, Chibu babalao, Mondi babalao, Zombi babalao, Magufuli babalao, Majaliwa babalao, Wasafi jamalao. Zuka ukipanda na ile shati na vo acha uongo. Zuka ukipanda na ile shamba uoni shamba uoni shamba uoni
shamba. You make money, you go shopping. Your mama they hungry and you get money. Your wife no want see mommy. You can't tell your mama me stop money. You make money, forget your people. You don't even remember your family. God help those who help themselves, and you don't even want to help yourself. Ushamba, Bobo, Cotton, share my friend, it don't make sense. My lover, Oti Wallo, cash me got to pay Benz. Man, that's that why do I want to launch it back? Man, I lose God. My girl, yeah, oh yeah, bye. Also, come on, nice. So I go and look at Jack, but I'm on nice. On tell it I'm right. Anybody more, Joe, look at that price. My price.
Oni shamba, oni shamba. Kajana vumbi uso umefuba, anadai kapaka poda. She said, baby, can you pay my Uber? So funny, oni shamba. How do you still get money plenty? You avoid it to pay, even your lengthy. Maybe our mind is different. Oni shamba. I see you in the club, pop bottles. Sexy lady, them take photos. Time to leave, you don't get motor. Oni shamba. How do you let me pay the room fee? You came so late, AM3. Funny enough, you say I'm on my pin. Oni shamba. I said, baby, when you die, I'm alone. Send me money, I want to come, I'm home. After sending, she don't pick my phone. Oni shamba. Oni shamba. Oni shamba. Oni.
Some very interesting cartoons. It would just be interesting to hear, what these guys think, what goes on in their minds when they're drawing some of this stuff, because it's very fascinating.
You can get to ask El Shaddai later what he thinks when he's drawing.
Yeah.
But the good thing is we have Chris Ogon who sent in a video for us to show and probably, hopefully talks about, how he thinks. The other thing, though, which is very interesting, is that this exhibition will be here at the MCI Media Hub for the whole year. So if you are Kenyan, Tanzania, and you're in Kampala, you can come through and check it out. I hope we can also find a way of putting it on our website so that people can see the different works.
I think that would be absolutely amazing. So yeah, so let's hear from Chris Ogon, who is one of the best cartoonists I think anywhere in the world. Really, he couldn't make it, but he did send us a video. So let's watch that right now.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'm attending to some other things this side. But I will straight away go to the point, briefly talk about the selected cartoons. The cartoons that I submitted in. Usually I think when a cartoon is explained, it dilutes the message someone is trying to put across. So to my thinking, I would think I'm not supposed to explain everything, because almost all the cartoons that I did, that I handed in, self-explanatory, or they rather should be self-explanatory. So I don't think I will dwell much on explaining. After all, I had handed in the captions for the various cartoons. One titled Tumbi za COVID, which is about the negligence and people getting tired of the new normal, and because they were tied at home, and the whole myth that surrounded coronavirus and all. There's one about the one called Tracking the Virus, about the cases that were coming in their numbers, allegedly by the truck drivers from the neighboring countries. That one I think should also be self-explanatory. There is the third one, which is about curfew, the clock, which is in the shape of the coronavirus, basically to illustrate what was happening at the time. You all know the impunity by the forces.
So again, so that was Chris, and you can tell even the way he talks, you can see it's like there are gears in his head, just processing things. So Hannah, we're going to hand back to you. Just I should let you and Edith know that El Shaddai here seems to be drawing the three of us. He seems to have done Edith so far, but we won't show you what you look like until he's done. So we'll come back and show you how El Shaddai has depicted what you guys look like. So over to you for now.
Okay, that's very interesting. I hope there's a way to send that to us electronically. I'd be really, really interested to look at it for a long time and scrutinize this job. But I'm sure he's doing a very good job. We were supposed to have an energizer, but in the interest of time, I think we can skip that. And I'll introduce to you that the sessions that are coming up for the next hour. We will have one, breakout one, which will be
breakout one will be a listen and debate session. That the topic is what can media learn from the innovation, tech, or startups scene across East Africa, and this will be moderated by Sharon Nsule with speakers from throughout the region, including Jumanne Mtambalike, Sharon Kakai, Rahim Mgwaya, and Joseph Manirakiza. And that will be in the main room. For those of you who are joining us virtually, you don't have to go to the breakout session to attend that. But if you want to attend the next one, that will be in the breakout session. So that's where you will have the option to go to the other virtual room. And the topic there will also be a listen and debate, which is it's called Fake News, Misinformation, and Disinformation in an Evolving Digital World. It will be moderated by Edith Kimani. And the speakers include Anthony Kuria Wanjiru, Mary Kalundu, Dr. Ruth Owino, Dr. Erneo Nyakundi Nyamboga. And honestly, they both sound so interesting. So if you can't decide or you want to attend both, don't worry, they're both recorded. So you can catch the one you missed at a later date. But at this time, I will let you go into the various breakout rooms, and I'll see you back in an hour. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much for joining us in this session. It's one of the breakout sessions, and essentially what you're doing here is you're going to look at part of the research output from the Graduate School of Media and Communication. My name is Hesbon Hansen Ochieng-Owila. I am a research associate at the Graduate School of Media and Communication here at Aga Khan University. Before I introduce the speakers and the discussants, I think I just need to let you know that this is going to be a very interesting session. We want to look at fake news and dissemination. Disinformation, unfortunately, one of our speakers is not going to be there. That is Anthony Kuria. Something came up and I can't make it. But we have Mary Kulundu here with us. She's going to take us through her research project that is titled Fact-Checking in the Digital Era, a multi-case study of how newsrooms address disinformation during breaking news. Now, the most interesting thing about Mary Kulundu's study is not even the findings. It's a new phenomenon called crowdsourcing. And during crisis and breaking news, you realize that most established media houses depend on the people who are next to the crisis to be the first line of report. They actually inform most of these media houses where crises are taking place, where breaking news is happening. But before I do that, I think we've been having this festival since on Wednesday. Maybe before you introduce yourself, just tell us, how has it been for you, maybe?
Thank you very much, Hesbon. My name is Mary Kulundu. I'm a fact-checking reporter with
AFP, the French news agency. And I've been following up the festival, and it's been very interesting because you get to learn about new things. I remember the session about influencers, and yesterday's session, you get new insight on how research should be done and how to integrate theory into this research so that it has an impact in the media industry. So I think it's an important festival to have and great insights.
Cool, that is Mary Kulundu. Mary Kulundu is going to be our main speaker. She's a Kenyan fact checker and digital journalist. She's a graduate of the Graduate School of Media and Communication here at Aga Khan University. She ventured into the world of fact checking in 2018 when she pioneered the fact checking desk at the AFP Nairobi office. She has extensively researched on fact checking in the digital era, and she has focused more on African media and specifically the Kenyan media. Now, joining us to discuss what Mary will present, and this is a very interesting panel. I have a student who has been in my class. I have a colleague we've been students with, and then we have our professor who has taught the three of us here, joining us via Zoom. But let me go to Dr. Ruth Owino. Dr. Ruth Owino is a doctor in communication, currently working at the Kabarak University. She is a distinguished academician, researcher, trainer, and communication analyst with over 8 years' experience in different academic institutions and corporate organizations. She has previously been an examiner and a curriculum developer at Desa University, Egerton University, Laikipia, and right now at Kabarak University. Dr. Ruth Owino has published in highly regarded peer-reviewed journals, including journals published by Taylor and Francis, Humanities and Social Sciences. She specializes in media management, government communication, broadcast journalism, and strategic communication. Dr. Ruth Owino, welcome to this discussion. Tell us, the first 2 days, what has come out for you?
I think, what an introduction, but I think for me, I followed the Wednesday discussion, and I found it very interesting how we integrated the theory part and the practical part, watching a group of women coming to iron out gender issues and just representing our gender discussions on the role of women or in either our academia or also in our events of each and every day daily activities that we do. Then also, I think I found a very interesting discussion when we were discussing about the findings of one of our students, when he was talking about how the media plays its role in terms of, what was it about?
Solution.
So, yes, solution journalism, and just looking at how those issues were brought out and how they influence the policy makers. For me, was interesting coming from Sam Kamau and Koki. So there's a lot to learn, not just for entertainment, but I think there's a lot to learn in terms of research work, publication, and also influencing policies within the country.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth Owino. Finally, joining us via Zoom is Professor Eneo Nyakundi Nyamboga, my professor, of course. If you're not a professor in an academy, it's not that you're a student, so I am still a student. Now, Professor Nyakundi is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a journalism practitioner. Teaches media law and ethics. She holds a PhD degree in communications from Moi University, a master's degree in journalism and mass communication from University of Mysore, a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law, a bachelor's of law degree from the University of Nairobi, a bachelor's of arts degree in sociology, University of Nairobi. He is currently a lecturer at Moi University and the coordinator of programs in the Department of Publishing, Journalism and Communication Studies, and the head of the School of Information Sciences at the Nairobi campus of Moi University. Dr. Nyakundi is widely published, and I think he's one of the few scholars who has published on the media and the law in the post-2010 constitutional dispensation. Welcome, Dr. Nyakundi. I think he's joining us via Zoom, and we are going to get to hear more from him on what Mary is going to present. But Mary, before you even make your presentation, there's one thing that as I was reading your documents, I interacted with, and I want to believe that even the audience would want to understand. What is crowd crowdsourcing?
Basically, crowdsourcing is the practice of inviting the audience to help you gather information, especially via the internet. And this can either be formally or informally. By formally, it means that for instance, something has happened and it's information that one person is available at the same. You'll find media houses. If it's on Twitter, they'll write to the person who's posted it and ask, "Is this content yours? Can we use it? Can you give us consent to air it?" So that's formal, because they are engaging the citizen journalists formally. Informal, you'll find media houses picking images or videos that have been published online in regards to a news event that's happening, and they really do not engage the person to find out whether they can use the content that they've posted online. So that's informally. And informally is what mostly helps in propagating misinformation, because you do not know the person who's posting this information. You can't get details of the photos in terms of the metadata. For video, you can't get the metadata behind the video so that you can prove that this person is the owner of this particular visual that you want to use in your reportage.
Cool. So I realize that crowdsourcing is basically at the crowns of your study, because it becomes a big issue when there's a lot of information outside there, and the media has to inform people, and then these people who are part of the crowd become sources.
Yep.
And if they are not authoritative or they're not accurate and fair, then we start propagating that, this information. But let me not get into the details before we listen to you. Just take us through what you did and the major key findings.
Okay. Well, I'll just start with the title of my with the title of my study, which is Fact-Checking the Digital Era, a multi-case study of how newsrooms address misinformation and disinformation during breaking news situations. And my study was based in Kenya, because I focused on newsrooms that operate in Kenya, and I looked into 2 local news organizations and 1 international. And the reason why I did this is basically to do comparison. My study was based on the fact that media, the responsibility media has to the public is to provide truthful information. And this is anchored on the social responsibility theory, which urges the media, that the media has the responsibility of providing a comprehensive and truthful account of the day's event in a way that gives it meaning. So that was the anchorage of my study. And I also used a concept which is called ritualization and routinization, which you'll see how it comes into the findings and the discussions of the findings to help the media ensure that while crowdsourcing information online, they're able to authenticate whatever information that they get while they are producing news. So also the study is anchored on what Walter Lippmann describes as journalism is a discipline of verification. So if it's a discipline of verification, we cannot produce anything that we cannot air anything that has not been verified yet. And it's clear that with an evolving technology, traditional practices of ascertaining the truthfulness of news sources are now threatened by the rise of social media as a news source. Right now, journalists use social media to broadcast information, and this has been a problem because at times you do not know the person who's publishing this information on Twitter, may it be Facebook, and I focused on breaking news situations because during breaking news is when you'll find a lot of information circulating online. And also during breaking news is when you'll also find that media does not have their people everywhere at that particular time a news is breaking. A news event is breaking, so they will depend on the people on the ground to give them information, and also the fact that people now have smartphones. People snap photos anywhere, they take videos when anything is happening. So that way, there's a circulation of information, and with this, we've noticed world over that the fact that media is now crowdsourcing, you'll find that media falls prey to misinformation and disinformation. And we've seen this, research shows world over that during earthquake, the Haiti earthquake, there was during terrorist attacks, during hurricanes, media has been caught pants down, circulating images or even videos that they say that this is from this particular hurricane or this is from this particular terrorist attack. At times the images are old, at times the video that is being circulated has been manipulated. And it's just misinformation that they circulate to the public. So the research wanted to find out what mechanisms are media houses using to ensure that this does not happen. And if yes, you have mechanisms, are they being applied consistently, even during breaking news situations where there's time pressure, there is there's time pressure, your competition probably has something that you do not have. There is the workman force also is kind of squeezed. So how do you apply it consistently? And if you do you have the technical capacity of making sure that you're able to verify videos? Do you have the technical capacity? Is your newsroom well trained to do this? And what are some of the challenges that you face in terms of this? And an interesting thing I found from research is that perpetrators of misinformation and disinformation online at times do this intentionally to trap mainstream media, because once my video goes on, the video that I've created as a perpetrator of false information gets on mainstream media, it gives it credibility. And that's what perpetrators want, and that is what they seek. And at times they use it to get likes for their blogs, for their Twitter pages, to get more followers, because they are the only person who have a particular form of information. And international news organizations have been caught doing this. In what year was it? Can you go back? Okay. Yeah, in 2004, there's 3 San Francisco residents who created a video, and they of claiming that somebody from San Francisco had been beheaded in Iraq. And the video was pure manipulation, and you'll find news agencies picked it up and used it in their coverage, and it was all intentionally created to dupe the media. And that's a shame for the media, because one of the first categories is to verify information before it's broadcast. And also in Kenya, I think a few weeks back there was this video of the MP Kangata that they circulated it online, saying that he was in Sabina Joy, and I don't know, I think 3 or 4 media houses took it, aired it, and they just didn't do the first thing that's needed to be done, which is verification. So this, on this basis, I found it necessary to research and find out what's the capacity of our media houses when it comes to verifying and fact-checking information while they are crowdsourcing on social media, because it is pure shame for media houses to fall into such prey. So what method did I use? the study was adopted a qualitative approach. So basically, I use a qualitative approach for my study, and it was also a multi-case study design. Participants were journalists working in the digital and the TV. I also wanted to do a comparison of which one is more prone? Is it the digital people or the TV people? And I focused on the National Media Group, the Standard Group, and the BBC. The study selected 15 participants who were working as reporters, news editors, news producers, social media editors, online writers, and producers. And the research, I only got to interview 14 people. I wasn't able to get one person because one of the media houses, the editor also acts as the producer. So I only got to interview 14 people, and they were purposely selected for this particular study in depending on whether they've covered breaking news situations. So what were my findings for this particular research? First, I discovered that all the 3 newsrooms that I was looking at had some form of fact-checking and verification mechanism when sourcing the news online, and the mechanisms included use of verified social media accounts, that is using information of verified accounts as is. So you find that information that is published by State House will be used as is, or information published by DCI will be used as is in reportage, or at times they will use random accounts, then compare the information they get from random accounts with what verified accounts are saying. So that is use of verified social media accounts. Then there's also the analysis. I found out another mechanism that they use is analyzing the history of a social media account. So if an account has been perpetually posting correct information, journalists in this newsroom say that they tend to believe those particular accounts. So they will always rely on them to get particular information when they're doing reporting. So the history of a social media account influences whether they believe an account or they do not believe an account. Then also there are the traditional journalistic practices, which include sending the reporter to the ground, using trusted people on the ground to give you information and such. And also there's monitoring competition and other media outlets. So you will find SG monitoring what NMG is doing and saying, okay, we can work with it because probably they've verified, which is problematic also in a sense, because at times they've gotten it wrong. Also, there's the adherence of newsroom protocols and policies. So what are the protocols and policies that have been laid down that this journalist follows as before they publish a report? And the use of online verification tools was also one of the mechanisms that they used. Then the second finding was that there is a gap, because my second objective was to find out, yes, there are mechanisms, but are they applied consistently during breaking news situations? I found that there is a gap. And this gap is influenced by factors such as time pressure, media competition. We want the need to be fast with news, Then there is the vast amount of information that comes in during breaking news situations. So it becomes very complicated for understaffed newsrooms to be able to sift through this information and verify it at the same time and get it right. So that was another factor that contributed to the gap between, yes, we have mechanisms that we're using, but we cannot apply it completely. Fact-checking guidelines and verification guidelines are adhered to more strictly, I found out, in the TV department compared to the digital department. And this came out because in digital department, reporters have the publishing rights. So you're able to publish information in bits in the digital department, and at times even publish it on the website before the editor comes in to edit the work. So for this, but in the TV department, it's more strict. It has to go through the editor before anything is aired and all these things. So in digital department, I found it was a bit loose in following the hierarchy of approvals before anything is published. Then the research also observed that these guidelines are strictly observed in the international front compared to local organization under this particular study. This particular point is influenced by the fact that international fronts have invested in fact-checking desks. So you find like at the BBC, they have the fact-checking department, and also there's a lack of research desks in the local organization under study to help especially in breaking news situation where there's vast information coming in. Third, the research established that capacities of most newsrooms to fact check and verify the bulk of information sourced online during breaking news is wanting, and reasons because media outlets have not trained their journalists well, and this came out when during my study, as I realized that most people in the digital department are aware and they know about using technical tools in verification and in verification of this information, while the TV department, and this was across board, the TV department are less aware. So the study, in one of the recommendations, which I will come to, was the need to train all journalists to be at the same level in terms of using such tools. Then I also digital department more skilled compared to the TV department. Yes.
The fourth.
Okay. The fourth is the challenges that they face. And of course, this includes lack of proper staffing, information overload, insufficient verification tools, and a lack of personnel to delve into the tedious work of research and fact-checking.
Just before we get to the implications and maybe the recommendations that you're making,
okay,
because you're going to come back to that.
Yes.
Just from the findings, let me bring in Dr. Ruth Owino. Just from the findings, the fact that you have a very nuanced understanding of the media landscape. Mm-hmm. We've seen a number of breaking news stories in Kenya. Top of the two-seat attack. The few terror attacks that we've had and how it is reported. What exactly do you see in these findings that you would want to speak to and say that whatever comes out, this is a very substantive finding from Mary's study?
I think I just want to congratulate first Mary. It's a timely study. We are in a very awkward season because of COVID. So a lot of news have come to us, especially if you look at news of COVID, how it has come to us, a lot of issues of verification. Who should we trust as our source? Should we trust government? Should we go past government to look for other alternative sources, So the study is timely, and the season where we are in right now, it's not about to end anytime soon. So journalists will keep on struggling with some of these issues, and your findings hopefully should inform them on how to restructure the newsroom so that we are able to verify certain information before it goes out. But let me just come to your findings. Interesting findings. I mean, the difference between how social media news process goes through and how broadcast media looks at this information. I think broadcast media, the advantage they have is the structures are in place. They're already in place. Social media is new to us, especially in the newsroom. How do we handle? You find most TV stations have social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. And sometimes when they do live broadcasts on YouTube, you're almost worried, how will these things be edited when it's a live broadcast? And those issues come out, your findings bring them out, the danger of having live broadcast without having to verify certain information. Hezbon is mentioning things to do with breaking news in Westgate. Look at how Westgate was covered. Look at how Riverside was covered. Did we have to see certain scenes? Did we have to trust certain sources? When you hear Westgate people saying, I saw 5 people on the rooftop, I saw 10, and the journalist buys the story without having to verify, who do we run to verify this information? Do we trust the police? Do we trust the government? Do we trust alternative sources and the eyewitnesses in these particular stories? So your findings, I think, should be able to inform people who are running social media accounts on the importance of verification. And I'm well aware, without having to sound like we are naive, that every newsroom is running to be the first to break the news. And that's the danger. When you're running to break the news, yes, we would want you to be the first person to break the news, but let it be verified information. So sometimes it's as easy as making a call. I mean, we are famous for killing people on social media, for instance. Recently, we killed somebody on social media, you know, and it was as easy as making a call to the family. It's a public figure, official. Just make a call and ask, is this person still alive, you know? So I think the editors and journalists need to just take a little step in front and say, can we pick a phone call and call the police commissioner? Can we call the minister? Then all of us have been trained in journalism classes that you don't have to rely on one source for verification. You can get 3 or 5 sources. Then that will tell you who is who and who's telling the truth, that comparison. Of course, we are not telling our audience what it is. We are leaving them to interpret the information. But having alternative sources or multiple sources sometimes help us. I think that another interesting finding that you have is the capacity of the newsroom to verify information. You talk about local versus international media houses in terms of research capacity. How much does a newsroom have in terms of research capacity? I wonder how many newsrooms have research departments that specifically looks at these issues before a news story is gone to. And a good case is where a story comes in and it's supposed to be a developing story, but you see it one day, it disappears, then comes back after a month or 2 months. Sometimes it's a breaking news. How about following up through our research departments and finding more of the genesis of that story? So I know we struggle with capacity in terms of research in our newsroom today. We don't have enough resources. We don't have enough staff to verify some of these things, to do enough research for our journalists to be able to verify. But I think it's a call for newsroom to invest in research departments. Let's get what is needed before we send out this information. Then I think the other thing you brought out in terms of comparing international local media houses, look at how much staff a news anchor has around them or a journalist has around them. When they're walking out to go and cover a story, you're likely to find a journalist who's the camera person and still have to run around and interview people and still have to plan on how to verify this information. When you look at international media houses, this anchor is surrounded by 5 or 7 people around her or him who will be able to help them and say, this is what we have found in terms of fact checking, call so and find all these things. So we need to help our journalists in terms of capacity in human resource and equipment to be able to verify this information. We are struggling a bit in that area, and maybe also a call to Media Council of Kenya to come in terms of policy. One of your findings says, for instance, how much framework or how much in terms of policies do we have to verify this information? I give a good example of a friend of mine I follow on Facebook. That is Gabriel Oguda, and there's a guy called Evans Deans, I think something like that, Evans Media. He did a story of Raila Odinga in the last election, and he came out very strongly that somebody picked his photos and used it to one of the main newspapers without even giving an acknowledgement or credit to it, you know, and just saying this photo, we picked it from here. How about just giving the person credit? This is an upcoming photographer, you know. And so also integrity and honesty calls here for us as journalists, and say, this is not mine, but call the person and say, this is, would like to use your photo or your video. I've seen instances where journalists pick posts from Gabriel Oguda and use them, for instance, and say it's verified information. And sometimes it's somebody's personal opinion, you know. So those things are coming out from your study, and I'm glad you're bringing it out. I hope the newsroom is listening, the media is listening, and the Media Council also in terms of policies. What can we put in place? But let me just mention something lastly about influencers, you know. Why is the position of the influencers in fact-checking and sourcing of information? We have got to a place where influencers have become more of our gatekeepers in social media, you know. They decide what is going to trend and what is not trending. Look at Kenyans on Twitter. Who runs the show? It's not the journalists, it's the influencers who are running the show, you know. So when it comes to that, you find because they're running the show, they've become powerful, we've given them power. more than the fourth estate. You know, they're almost becoming the alternative kind of source. But how about training these influencers and asking them then, how about training in basic journalistic skills? Before you break stories, who should we verify from? How should your agenda be set so that you don't give wrong information and it goes viral in a second or 1 minute, somebody is trending, you know, and we haven't verified that information. So I think there's a place for influencers in your study in terms of finding out what is their role, because journalists are using them as sources. Yeah.
I think I like the fact that you're bringing in influencers into this conversation. Because if we go back to Mary's background, you're raising the issue of this, propagators of misinformation. More often than not, they're targeting the legacy media. Because they know the moment the legacy media picks, then there's some level of credibility that is attached to it. And you also mentioned the fact that one of the key things that these media houses are doing is they look out for what the other media houses are doing. So if media house A is carrying the story, they tend to believe that this story is credible, it's fact-checked. So if that influencer has decided to set a certain agenda, this takes one media house to pick that story, and then all the other media houses will be thinking, this is a very credible story. But let me bring in Dr. Nyakundi into this conversation. In looking at the findings and basically trying to contextualize the findings within that context of there's an influencer here who is targeting the legacy media to give him clout of sort and run with his story, you know, tracing it back to himself. And of course, most of these influencers are just trying to build clout and have numbers. So to what extent are we talking about a very shaky media dispensation in terms of that spiral effect from an influencer to just one media house and then it goes viral? And are there findings from Mary's study that tells you that media houses have the capacity to deal with that?
Thank you, Asban. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Daktari. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Asban. Good to see you. And thank you, the presenter, for your work. I must say it's a commendable work. You put a lot of effort into it. But just to respond to what Hesbon has asked me specifically, one of the things that probably I find interesting in this is that we have probably a level of journalism in this part of the world today where tips are rendered as stories. Because if you find something trending on social media, the expectation is that a professional journalist will treat that as a tip and go behind or investigate or do a lot more than just sharing it with his audience or his readership. But from your study, you seem to be saying that more often than not, if, for example, the Nation Media Group is running a story and someone who works for the Standard Media Group has become aware that that story is trending, then all they have to do is run it as well, believing that the sourcing is okay, the facts have been cross-checked. And for me, I think I find that very, very dangerous journalism. Because I will give you an example. The Nation ran a story a while back, and it was about a swap on prostitution along Koinange Street. In their story, they never identified those who were involved. But the Royal Media picked that story and ran with it, and to show that they had done a lot more, they now identified those who were involved. What happened when they were taken to court? When they were taken to court, of course, the Nation Media Group got away with it. But Royal Media was awarded damages. Sorry, Mwangi Kiunjuri, who was the plaintiff in that case, who had sued for defamation, was awarded 5 million shillings as against Royal Media, and not a penny against Nation Media Group. What does that tell you? That a serious media will not run with a story merely because it is running in the competition. They have to verify. They have to fact check. The same way I would expect that if you get something trending on social media, you don't run away with it. You treat it as a tip, go behind it, and then if you must run, it's because you are satisfied that it adds up. I really don't know whether that is what you experience.
Dr. Nyakundi, are you still there with us? Dr. Nyakundi? Okay, let me come back to you, Mary, and the issue that Dr. Nyakundi has raised. That tips are becoming stories in themselves. And I think the last thing he was saying is that what your study sort of experience, that there's no going deep, that if it's the DCI account, no one digs deep. It is already verified. The DCI has already said this guy has been arrested. You go with the story. These are the charges. Go with the story. So beyond just that measure of who is the owner of the account, is it verified? Does this account have a tradition of giving us factual, fair, and accurate information? Is there anything else that they do? And probably we'll also go back to Dr. Ruth Owino. Is there anything that they should do? So what did your finding say?
Okay. Thank you for that. Yes, one of the aspects I noticed during my research is the fact that this verified accounts, like you'll find the DCI account is, the information will be published as is. There won't be any further scrutiny of this particular information. And this is dangerous because just in 2020, I think there are 139 Twitter accounts, including Barack Obama's accounts, that were hacked, and you wouldn't know if it's the DCI giving this information. So one of the implications of the study was the need of collaboration of the particular mechanisms that they use to safeguard against misinformation and disinformation. So in as much as you're using information for this verified account, yes, the DCI is saying this, then call and ask, are you saying this? Is this your position? At least you're collaborating your sources. So as Ruth was saying, you're using multiple sources in creating your reportage. So that is necessary. So there's need for collaboration. And also another thing that probably Dr. Nyakundi has pointed out, remember my study is focused on breaking news situations. So breaking news situations when there is need to publish first and there's need to verify very quickly. So in probably a story like the one he has given as an example, it wasn't focused on this particular study, because my study is focused more on breaking news situations, and breaking news situations for lack of a better word, I can say in terms of crisis, like there's a terrorist attack, and we do not have sufficient information, and we need information to publish and to broadcast. So, and of course, social media is there for us to source for this information. Now, what do we do then to verify the information that is coming in on all streams?
Yeah, and I think that's why I want to bring in Dr. Owino. What do we do? What do we do more beyond just this is a verified account? And I want to believe that even calling the DCI may not be enough, because you might call the DCI and the DCI says that Hezbollah has been arrested, these are the charges. Mm-hmm. But the other thing would be, does the arrest of Hezbollah and those charges make of a story? Because that is one source. So where else do we go? And just to put it broadly, and this is beyond just the findings.
Yeah.
I think that the DCI, to use that illustration, has been accused of giving tips that the media has just picked. And as a country, we've ran with this idea that certain people are corrupt because they've been, plastered on different platforms by the DCI. And then we start questioning when the process now drags. And we ask ourselves, This thing was released to the public in a lot of form, you know. Why is it that nothing is happening? So is there more that needs to be done? Even if it is a verified account, does it mean that the media needs to pick it, or do they hold on and do something before they pick it as a story that is of interest to the public?
Yeah, it's just interesting when she mentions that it's more into the breaking news than the usual news that we see. And the tricky part about breaking news is that it's live broadcast a lot of the times, you know. How much when, for instance, we are at DCI office and somebody has been arrested, how many journalists from one newsroom are in that particular office to cover that story? And that's where we need to ask ourselves, verification vis-a-vis, I am the first to break the news. Because you could be having two people standing at DCI office to break that news. And when they're standing there, for them, the editor has sent them, break the news as fast as possible. But nobody reminds them that you need to verify that the DCI has said this. Can we call the person who's been accused? The accuser in this case, journalism says there are three sides of the story. So yes, DCI has said this. What is the accuser saying? And what's the fact on the ground, yeah? So you mentioned some of the interesting things that somebody can do. And I think Mary's study says you found out that the newsroom has mechanism, and it would be interesting to know what are these mechanisms they have, yeah? Google has alternative ways of verifying information, but I wish the newsroom could invest more on certain applications, for instance, that could give us an alternative to verify these informations. Then to our legal departments in the newsroom. What are their roles in this case? Yeah, Dr. Nyakundi mentions of a case where somebody had to pay 5 million for defamation, or you know, but where was the legal department in all this? Can the legal department sit in the editorial board, for instance, so that when these things are happening, there's a legal person there to say the implications of these stories, you know? We think about in terms of research, you mentioned about research. How about every news anchor or journalist who goes to the field goes with a researcher or somebody who has been designated for him, that this is what I'm finding out. Please quickly research for me on this area and send something for us, you know? So there are so many alternatives to this, but I think the newsroom needs to sit down, especially the editorial boards, think about what are the alternatives we can think of. What are there apps we can use? ICT is evolving. I'm not an ICT expert, but I know ICT could give us an option in terms of our applications. I'm thinking about legal departments, strengthening our legal departments. I'm thinking about training our journalists themselves, having refresher courses, you know. Crisis is a new thing, or for us in Kenya, it's a very new in covering news. We only got into it, especially during terrorism cases in Kenya. We never used to cover stories the way we cover now, you know. So when we first had our attack, we didn't even know how to cover terrorism in the first place, you know. So the more we had them, the more journalists realized this is a field that we could. And that's why I'm calling the Media Council again here, that the Media Council need to come in and give refresher courses, train our journalists in covering crisis communication, train how do we do live broadcast, you know, how do we cover terrorism, climate change, and all these things that are emerging. They're emerging issues and they're new to us. Look at how we covered COVID, for instance. I mean, our only source was the government, to be honest, yeah? We waited for the government to hold a press every 1 hour afternoon. And what the minister said, that was enough for the newsroom. But I mean, there were so many alternative sources. World Health Organization released information every day. How about telling us patient one? We were told the story about patient one. How about telling us what were the movements of patient one? Where did they come from? How did they get it? What is COVID, for instance? You know, so the internet is our friend, but sometimes we also don't use the internet the way we should use it. But I hope journalists will be able to also take advantage of the internet to verify certain information.
Dr. Nyakundi, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, I dropped off at some point, technology challenges. So just to weigh in on what Dr. Ruth is saying, especially in the context of breaking news, probably something that needs to be clear here, that even when you are dealing with breaking news, professional standards of processing information are not thrown outside the window merely because you are breaking news. The media, especially the leaders media, is not competing with social media. They're not in competition. Because if you compete, then you lose. You need to be different, and that requires that verification that we are talking about. And one of the things that you need to be alive to is that you don't have to find the truth or otherwise of everything that is said, especially when it comes out of privileged locations. For example, if a police officer, and in this case, I'm talking about as the top police officers, call you and tell you this is happening. You don't have to doubt that which they are saying, because as a journalist, all you are limited to are executive proceedings. And you enjoy privilege, even if you got it wrong. Because the person giving you that information is expected to know. And you are relying on that to report about what the person has said. If he said we have arrested so and so, you don't have to call someone else to find out is it true that they arrested so and so, because you are dealing with the privilege occasion, which is executive proceedings, and that is exactly where you find government officers operating from, especially when they are doing it in their capacity as such, not when they are politically. You are talking to a police officer who is talking to you in the sometimes the media houses even run pictures of people who police say they are the most wanted. You don't have to doubt that they're telling you they're most wanted. This is coming from them. To be different, if it was, for example, Dr. Ruth or Hezbon or I who just called you and told you, run this mugshot. This guy is most wanted. It is within their province to deal with most wanted. And if it is tell you that this is so and so is most wanted, you go with it. The same thing applies to what happens in parliament, what happens with the judiciary, what happens in the judiciary, especially when the courts are in session. So in a sense, what I'm saying is that let us run away from this excuse that I was breaking news. Therefore, that is why, I didn't care about verify. It doesn't work that way, because it is the same thing with broadcasts. What we call live, live coverage. And I think, of course, Dr. Ruth is suggesting that we need to look at the training and so on and so on. I agree. But these journalists that we're talking about have been trained by ourselves, especially those who are in the media, in the academy. What is it that we train them about? We train them about how to write news. We train them how to source news. And we train them about how to tell that somebody is pulling their leg. We train them to tell that this source should be trusted and should be taken seriously. This source should be treated with a lot of suspicion. That is the kind of training that we take them through. The Media Council is actually doing it even as we speak.
Yes.
It sponsors these courses all over, but the question then is, yes.
Yeah, I was very spot on there on the authoritative sources and the training that we give our journalists. Let me throw a question back to you, just one question. So when it is from an authoritative source, and it is within the province, for instance, of this source, to be dealing with that kind of information, in which case the journalist is covered if it is that source. The question is there something else that a journalist needs to do? Because there's a sense in which if that authoritative source has already put that information on a digital media platform, Twitter, Facebook, wherever, if the journalist is giving me that information, so why would I be interested in what the journalist is giving me if I can go to that authoritative source and just get the facts? So is there something else that the journalist needs to do to make that story a story that, an audience, a member of the public, would find useful?
Thank you, Hezbon, for that question. And my quick answer is, if the information is posted on, say, a Twitter page of this authoritative person, or is sent to a newsroom as a news release, the journalist should treat it as a tip of a story. Because if they just pick what has been posted elsewhere, then what is the purpose of journalistic practice? The journalist needs to give you a lot more. For example, if the journalist gets this press release or that post on Twitter, he needs to ask questions on behalf of the public. He needs to be more analytical. He needs to be more critical. He needs to go behind the story. He needs to also look for other people, give their views on what they think about that post, so that at the end of the day, you can see the purpose of that journalistic practice. Because if it is going to be like, okay, we are all in social media, I post this, you post that, and the journalist speaks it and then shares it as a newspaper report, or shares it as some in the news bulletin, then journalism is there. So a journalist must do a lot more going behind the story.
Thank you. I think
going behind what that authoritative source is saying. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a virtual audience.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. If there's any question from the audience who are joining us via Zoom, you can actually type on the chat box, or you can simply raise your hand and we'll give you the mic to give your comment or your question. But let me come back to Mary.
Just to weigh on that, I'll give an example of what happened, well, politics aside, on what happened to Donald Trump, because he was using his own platform to spread misinformation, which in one of the things, in one of the aspects I've suggested in areas for further studies is will fact-checking information posted online by newsmakers, because now newsmakers are posting information online, be a value addition to reportage. So if information is posted online, also as Nyakundi is saying, that we do not take the same information and regurgitate it, fact-checking that information will, I believe, will be a value addition to our reportage.
Yeah, I think Dr. Nyakundi is making a very, profound statement that it goes beyond fact-checking. But as a journalist, again, other than checking the facts, you're also a storyteller who needs to tell that story in the interest of the public. There's a question on the chat box here, Mary, for you. Is it possible for Mary, Miss Mary, to please send us the slides and link us to where we can find the research report? Yeah, I think that's possible. Any other question? I think I'll come back to our two discussants. And before I come back to you, Mary, given the findings that Mary has given us, Ruth, just two things that you'd say about where do we go from here? What should be the pathway going forward? And what should we be doing? Besides what you've already mentioned about training and giving journalists that capacity.
I think one, it goes back to what Mary says in terms of having a discussion with, she's opened a conversation. And I'm glad your thesis or your project now gives space for media stakeholders to come together, because this news verification it's not about to end today. It's with us now, given COVID and given the digital media is expanding each day. So I think one, this is a start of a discussion that will take a while, as we have been. So media stakeholders coming together to have a discussion. What are the things we can do? How do we help the media to be better in terms of verifying information? Then I think two, in terms of policy, I wonder what we can do either as media stakeholders or even policymakers to ensure that we would regulate or moderate influencers, the position of influencers in terms of giving us tips. And I know this will we are throwing the responsibility of the media to other people, or we are blaming other people for our weaknesses. But I think we need to also bring these influencers into our discussion to ask what can we do in terms of policies to regulate the amount of content that is in the digital space, so that we don't pick information from these influencers. Even then, they have a responsibility to verify this information. Then I think three, and this is why I bring in the place of ICT. I'm looking forward to our institutions of learning, our graduate students to come develop certain applications or certain softwares that could help us. Aga Khan has a media innovation center. How about Aga Khan putting a platform where give upcoming journalists to innovate or to bring new kind of softwares and applications that could help us verify this information. It would be interesting to see how the academia gels with the newsroom at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Owino. Yes, Aga Khan has a media innovation center, state of the art, one of its kind in East Africa, and we actually support innovations. We would be more than glad to support innovations in dealing with fact checking. Dr. Nyakundi, let me come to you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. So this is what I'm coming to you with. From here, and based on what Mary has presented as the key finding on the media houses that she studied, and they are fairly representative of the media houses in this country. What would you say are some of the pathways that we need to chart going forward? Pretty much a question of from here, where do we go, given these findings?
Thank you, Husband, for that. Thank you, Kulundu, for your findings. One of the things that I think, for me, maybe it's a conversation that we'll still have. Sorry about that. It is about this blame game. We seem to be saying, look, we'll be doing much better if we had this tool, that tool. We are not pointing out which tool we should have specifically and what exactly it's supposed to do. But we forget that we are the first tool. What are we doing to ourselves? And I think for me, that is very, very important. And one of the things perhaps, though I didn't seem to see it, that I would have expected Mary to look at, and of course that is something she could explain, something we refer to as pre-banking and debunking. From where you are when, as a journalist, and you're processing a story, how much effort do you put into it before you share? How many things do you verify? How many facts do you cross-check? How many other sources do you consult before you share? This is not going to change anytime soon. To remain professional, it means that you need to be this kind of person who, first of all, has to do your homework. You have to do your research. Even if it's something that has come out to you, you don't just swallow it. You need to do something. And I think probably for me, that would be most important. Saying, okay, I think we need this, we need that, we need more training, we need all this. But what exactly are you doing to yourself as this practitioner, as this communication professional who wants to share information? And I think probably for me, if I was to make a recommendation, one of the recommendations I would say would be let the journalist start with himself or herself in terms of how far the person can do in ensuring that the information that they find out there is verifiable, is something that can stand the test of time in whatever circumstances. It doesn't matter whether you're working for a local media house, it doesn't matter whether you're working for an international media house, because even when the tools are available to you, you need to use them. Half of the time, in your report, you brought it out clearly that even when the measures have been laid out clearly for the individual journalists, there's times when they don't even look at them. They don't even do them. And that reminds me, one of my ethics classes, I was asking, how many of us have looked at the code of conduct for the practice of journalism? And then people will say, yeah, we are, there is this booklet, we are aware it is there, and so on and so on. But they haven't looked at it. How many of us have, if you are religious, how many of us have looked at the Holy Book? It can be in your table, it can be in your car. But how many times do you look at it? How many times do you actually read and rely on what is there and apply? I think that is basically what, even from your report, I would really wish that those who are listening to us as practitioners, something that they need to challenge themselves. Before we that which we don't have, how are we using that which we have, including ourselves? How are we equipping ourselves as individuals? Are we going out there to acquire these skills ourselves? The shortcomings that we feel that we have? Are we doing anything? And most of these things are just where you're seated. We are doing this virtually. Why can't you also go virtually and see how much you can pick out there and use in your trade? And so for me, I think the other thing that I wanted to point out is that I am not very clear whether Mary was doing a comparative study. That for me, I think it didn't come out very clearly. But from what I picked, it almost sounded like you're doing a comparison between what happens in media houses that would pass for local. Sometimes I'm not sure how local they are. You still find a foreign presence in terms of ownership and so on. And then you're looking at the BBC. Probably a comparison of BBC would a better comparison of the BBC should have been with something like KBC, because you're looking at organizations that are basically funded by the public. Then perhaps the conclusions you draw would have held much water. And the two, I think Dr. Ruth has pointed out, what exactly are these applications that we don't seem to have today that we really need? Because from the reading, I don't even seem to see them anywhere. These tools that you are saying, either they are not there, the tool can be an application. Is it something that probably Hesbon and his team should be at the forefront coming up with? Or are you saying they are available in at the CNN? Are they available at the BBC? What exactly are these tools? I think if you can probably shed light on that, that would help us in terms of saying, yes, we have this tool. Can every other journalist in this part of the world pick it and run with it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nyakuni. I think this is a very interesting conversation. We can't actually just end this conversation. So we can continue with the discussion on our digital platform. Our time is up. A number of questions coming from the audience. One that is very critical that we'll go out with is, what is the place of an informed audience or an audience that is not informed in the web of fake news? A few suggestions are made here that the uninformed audience is a lot more susceptible to fake news compared to an audience that is informed. And I think that holds some truth in it. The issue of media literacy and all that among the audience members. But I think having said that, one take home that I've gotten from this is that, of course, media houses are doing a lot. The question is it enough? But the critical thing for the journalist, and I picked this from my good professor, Dr. Nyakuni, is that the journalist is the first tool. If there's going to be any tool to mitigate fake news and disinformation, it has to begin with what the journalist can do himself as a tool. Thank you very much, and have a great afternoon. We still have other sessions coming on, and I think I will take you back to Ben in Uganda. Ben, are you there?
Right here.
Thank you, Ben. Back to you.
Thank you guys so much. That was awesome. And as we begin to think about wrapping up our day, it's just a shame. The thought that we've come to the end of yet another day is almost painful, I guess, to say. But what are we supposed to do? Let's take a look at what's going to be happening. If there are any thoughts, of course, in the chat, if we can go to the chat and just pick up some of the things there. And then we begin our lean back session. This is where we get to sort of take a look at what's been happening. I'm going to stand so I can read some of the things happening in the chat. This is coming in from Odomaro Mubanjizi. He's asking, is the general public well informed about benefits and challenges of social media? Institutions such as Aga Khan can help develop some programs for the general public on the benefits and risks of social media. And we must admit that social media is relatively new, and both its products and consumers are learning its dynamics and complexities. And this is coming in from Goret Kajumba, who says, my request is that most media houses value adverts more than news because of money. Why can't you engage media owners, directors, marketing managers to always balance the boat on everything on air being important to the audience? So those are some of the comments that are coming through from the chat so far.
Every girl deserves to feel like a star, and I know you are. I know you are.
Can you hear me?
I know you are. I know you are when I met you.
Sorry, I think there was a small issue with the sound here. So as we go to our last session for today, which is going to be facilitated by Faraj over in Tanzania, we're going to be talking about the perspective in the media industry and the role of women in the past, present, and the future. Faraj, I don't know, are you there? Are you with us?
Hi, Ben. I thought I would come and keep you company. You're seeming a bit lonely there.
Extremely lonely. I seem to have been abandoned. So I was wondering what's happening, right? How's it going in Nairobi?
It's going fantastic. We're simply waiting for Hannah and the Tanzanian team because they had a breakout room session, which I believe they are done with. Yeah, I see Faraji. He seems ready for the next session. So in that case, we may proceed. Faraji, unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Yeah, Faraj, you left. I know how it feels to be abandoned on a date now. It is. This is what you guys go through. I apologize on behalf of everyone if that's how painful it is. Yeah.
Okay, so Faraji, it appears, is still trying to sort out his technical issues. But as you were saying earlier, the session that we're expecting right now is on the perspective of media industry and the role of women in the past, present, and future. I think that's a really important part of this conversation. It's not just about women occupying the space currently, it's what our occupation in the previous days and in the future says about what we're doing today. Really looking forward to that. Interestingly, it's Faraji, who's a gentleman, who's going to be leading the discussion. So I can't wait to see how it goes.
I know, right? No pressure for him, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely none.
No, it was actually very intriguing. It is. I was watching the Nobel Prize Award winners for this year, and it was very interesting to see Maria Ressa win. That was really exciting because I remember following her as a young guy back in the day, watching her do her thing, and for her to have now been acknowledged and the sort of ground that she's broken for women and the things that she's been doing is absolutely incredible.
I have to agree with you on that, Ben. I have to agree with you. So what do you think we should do? Get the DJ to play some tunes until Tanzania is ready? Or at least Faraji is ready?
Yeah, I think that's not a very bad idea.
Okay, well then, I'll hand over to a man here pretending to be DJ Jerry Joe. Please be aware he is not DJ Jerry Joe, but I don't know. He's a what do you call somebody who's pretending to be somebody else? He's masquerading. He's a masquerade. So
An
DJ
imposter,
Masquerade.
right? This game masquerader, right? Hit play,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. 1 second. Faraji, are you ready? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm ready. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, fantastic. No need for the masquerade then until much later. In that case.
Sorry, DJ imposter. Next time, maybe. Yeah.
In that case, Faraji, take it away.
Okay, so thank you very much, Edith from Kenya, as well as from Uganda. I hope you can hear me very well.
Yeah, we can hear you, but your microphone is scratching a little bit. Could you please try again?
What?
Faraj, I didn't hear that. Could you please repeat that?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And now we can hear you.
Amazing. So thank you very much. Welcome once again to our event today. And as we can all see here, back in Dar es Salaam, we're having the speakers for our session, which the session that we're having right now is the role of, perspective of media. The session that we're having today is industry in the past. As you can see, we're having here our speakers and okay, thank you. I'll just hold it. So as you can see in front of us here, we're having our speakers from Tanzania, and we're going to have one of the speaker online. We're having one speaker that is going to be online. Her name is Mena Ali, as well as we have Tulalana with us. We have Mama Rose Haji. We have also another speaker is Mama Eda Sanga, as well as Gea Habibu. So as we begin our session, I would like to give this chance, first of all, for our speakers to introduce themselves. Also, the session will be done in 2 languages, to be both Swahili and English. And that means for those who are speaking Swahili, I'll be translating so that our friends from Uganda can be able to understand. So as we start, I would like to give this chance to Lalana to introduce herself. You're welcome.
Nianze na wakubwa niwapatie nafasi wajitambulishe.
Oh yeah,
I think
actually
culturally that is the best way. Naomba tuanze na mama yetu hapa.
Asante. Naitwa Rose Haji Mwalimu, ni mmoja kati ya waandishi wa habari wa zamani ambao sasa hivi tumepumzika. Nimepumzika kwa maana kwamba nimeretire, lakini sijachoka sana. Bado naweza nikatoa mchango katika kujaribu kuwasaidia vijana ili wao nao wawe kama sisi tulivyokuwa na dadangu Eda Sanga. Kwa hiyo nafurahi sana kuwa hapa, na shukuru kwa kweli kwa kutambuliwa na kuja kutoa mchango wangu katika event hii. Asante sana.
Karibu sana mama, karibu sana Mama Rose Haji. Samahani sana nilikosea, nikaanza na wadogo badala wakubwa, lakini wanafuata product tulivyokaa. Nadhani tuweze kuendelea. Naomba nimpe nafasi mama Eda Sanga aweze kujitambulisha pia. Karibu mama.
Asante sana Faraji. Rose Haji ni mdogo wangu. Mimi naitwa Eda Sanga, ni mtangazaji wa siku nyingi sana toka enzi za RTD, Radio Tanzania Dar es Salaam. Lakini pia nimeshiriki kufundisha vijana wengi sana nilivyokuwa School of Journalism and Mass Com kwa muda wa miaka 5. Pale kuna media outlets 3, kuna gazeti The Hill Observer, kuna radio Mlimani na TV Mlimani. Majority wengi wamekwenda TBC. Kwa hiyo ninafurahi sana kwamba nimesaidia, lakini pia ni mwanzilishi mmoja wa waasisi wa chama mashuhuri sana hapa Tanzania, chama cha waandishi wa habari wanawake Tanzania, TAMWA.
Thank you very much, Mama Eda Sanga. So as you've all heard, she's one of the founders of the Media Foundation for Women in Tanzania. So yeah, we'll go to our next speaker. Karibu sana dada Gea kwa ajili ya kutambulisha.
Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Gea Habib, ni mtangazaji. Natokea Clouds Media Group, lakini pia ni mwandishi wa habari kwa miaka mingi sasa. Na nimefurahi sana leo kupata mwaliko wa kuja hapa kwa ajili ya kuzungumza mambo mbalimbali kuhusiana na masuala mazima ya media. Asante sana Faraji na timu nzima ambao mmeandaa leo hii kitu.
Shukrani sana. Naomba turudi kwa dada dangu Tulalana kwa ajili ya kufanya introduction. Wakati hapo pia tutakuwa we'll be having one of the presenters on the line. She'll be joining us online right now. She was supposed to be here, but she got an emergency, but she said she'll be here with us. So karibu Tulalana wakati tukijiandaa kujoin online Mena Ali. Karibu.
Okay. Asante, naitwa Tulalana Bohela, ni mwanzilishi wa kampuni ambayo inaitwa Ona Stories. Pamoja na hayo mimi pia ni mwandishi wa habari, nimekuwa mwandishi wa habari kwa miaka 10. nikifanya na BBC Swahili pamoja na BBC Africa English. And nimefurahi sana kufika hapa. My name is Tulana Bohela. I'm the co-founder of Honor Stories. I also have a background in journalism. I've been working in journalism for about 10 years, working with BBC Swahili as well as BBC Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tulalana. I'm just looking if Mina should be with us right here. Mina, are you on the line?
Hello. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Mina Ali, ni mtangazaji kutoka South FM na wakilisha sana vijana, kwa ni mtangazaji wa vipindi vya vijana mara nyingi, lakini vile vile ni mwandishi wa habari kwa mujibu wa taaluma ambayo nimesomea na background yangu, ambapo nimefanya kazi na mashirika tofauti ikiwemo East Africa Television, BBC Media Action na sasa hivi Cloud. My name is Mina Ali. I'm a presenter from Tanzania. I mostly present on youth program and different youth programs, entertainment programs, but I'm also a journalist and I've worked with different organizations and companies. Before I have had the chance to work with East Africa Television, which is where I started my career. I then managed to work with BBC Media Action for the youth program, and I now currently work with Clouds FM Television in Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Mina. Getting back to actually at the airport right now, but she managed to join us. Thank you very much for having your time and joining us with us on this session. So to go straight to the topic, lengo la topic yetu leo, mnaweza mkashangaa speakers wote ni jinsia ya kike. Lengo ni kutokana na topic yenyewe ambayo tunajadiliana, but at the same time we want to meet and connect legends as well as the upcoming journalists in the industry to be able to discuss different issues, kujadiliana, kujua ni nini ambacho kinafanyika within the media industry, but at the same time we want to make sure that we reconnect and have time to discuss with them. So moja ya vitu ambavyo tunategemea at the end of this session is to have time to discuss with them, to have a conversation with them if there's anything that you want to learn, and have a discussion regarding how you can help yourself to develop within the media industry. So kwa kwanza naomba nitakuwa naweka maswali mezani na tutaweza kujibu kutokana na uzoefu wetu, lakini pia naweza nikasema kwamba tuna maveteran, Mama Rose Haji pamoja na Mama Eda Sanga, alafu tunaweza kusema wazoefu kwa muda mrefu pia tuna dada Gea Habibu, lakini katika wale machipukizi ambao wanafanya vizuri tuna dada Tulalana pamoja na Mina Ali. So nikianza na swali la kwanza ambalo ningependa kuuliza ni kwamba, does the media serve the needs of the audience and the listeners? Media ina serve mahitaji ya wale wanaofuatilia au kuisikiliza. Labda tuanze na Mama Eda Sanga, sio kwa upande wako unafikiria vipi kutokana na uzoefu ulionao toka kipindi hiko mpaka sasa hivi?
Asante. Asante. Nina wasiwasi kwamba hatukidhi sana mahitaji, matakwa, matarajio na matamanio ya wananchi wetu. Na hii inasababishwa kwamba pengine hatuna uhakika kwamba hivi tunamfanyia kazi nani. Wakati mwingine labda tunafikiria tunafanya kazi kwa ajili ya wanasiasa au wafanya biashara au wakati mwingine hata foreigners, lakini tunatakiwa kujua kwamba mabosi wetu kwa kweli ni wananchi. Maendeleo ya nchi ndiyo ambayo naweza nikasema yanatufanya sisi tuwepo, na uhalali wetu kwa kweli ni wananchi kupata habari na taarifa ambazo ni sahihi, ambazo ni za uhakika, ambazo tumeufanyia utafiti, habari zinazowahusu na habari ambazo zinawapa uwezo wa kufanya maamuzi katika uelewa na kufanya maamuzi na choices pia katika hali ya uelewa. Kwa hiyo ukiangalia, mimi nikisoma, nikiangalia, nikisikiliza, hasa kwenye redio huko kuna mambo ni hatari. Ninaona kama vile tunapeka zaidi interest zetu sisi kama watangazaji, hatujali sana ni nini ambacho tunatakiwa kufanya kwa ajili ya wananchi. Kwa hiyo kwa namna hiyo mimi ninaweza nikasema kwa kweli hatuwafanyii haki sana wananchi kwa kuwapelekea zile habari ambazo zinawafanya waweze kufanya maamuzi na kufanya choices katika hali ya uelewa.
Okay, just to make it quick for our colleagues from Uganda. So our mom says that actually we're not really giving what the society needs. We're just saving ourselves or the businesses that we're having. So before we move forward, since she's the veteran and she knows what has been happening for many years in the media industry, I want to take this chance to welcome Mina to give your perspective on the same question, because you are the upcoming journalist who is doing really good in the society right now. You're welcome. Yes, okay.
Thanks, Faraji. Honestly, first of all, I would really like to appreciate this huge opportunity to be sit down here and speaking with people like Mama Eda Sanga and na hao ambao mimi naona ni legends, and I'm getting this opportunity. So thank you. My opinion haitapingana sana na anachokisema Mama Eda. Ninaona kabisa, I strongly feel that somehow the media in my country, you know, we've just lately we've been roaming around all places and not. I do see news, and I'm like, okay, this does not look like it was proper, you know, research, or it does not look like it has the right research. It doesn't look newsworthy. And I think it's true that somehow we might not be giving our listeners what they have the right to hear. So nakubaliana na hilo. Japo nahisi, I also believe that we have gone into a very different era so fast. Before it was just radio and television, but now we're getting into, you know, social media is also a form of media. And before you had to watch TV or hear the radio to get news, but now sometimes you see that even traditional media is taking news or information from social media. I think utandawazi, I don't know how to say it, came to us a little bit too quick or fast, and we just haven't. One of the reasons we're failing at some point is we haven't learned we don't really know how to adjust with it yet. And so there are many citizen journalists right now, and so there's basically many citizen journalists right now. There's many sources of news, and it's just it's getting hard to filter and to do the right thing. That's what I think.
Thank you very much, Mina, for your comment. Nikirudi kwa upande wetu huku, naomba nitoe nafasi hii kwa swali linalofuata, lakini tuliunganishe pamoja na hili la kwanza. Nitaaddress swali moja kwa moja kwa dada Gea pamoja na Tulalana. Kwa opinioni zenu, kwa sababu Tulalana tunajua ni co-founder wa Ona Stories, lakini pia dada Gea ndio anafanya kazi Clouds pamoja na Ona Gea TV. So kumekuwa kukitokea new merging of new ways of sharing information. YouTube channels, kuna blogs, kuna different medias ambazo zimetokea sasa hivi. Mama pamoja na Mena amesema kwamba hatufikishi taarifa inavyotakiwa au wanavyohitaji audience wetu. Je, nyie kama watu ambao mna own your own businesses kwenye media, tunataka tujue, kwa sababu mpaka mmeanzisha kuna sababu ambayo imewafanya muanzishe hizo media zenu. Je, ni kipi watuma muanzishe hizo media, na mnaonaje ni jinsi gani tunaweza tukawafikia audience, tukawafikia taarifa inavyotakiwa, kwa sababu nyie ndio wenye media zenu na nyie ndio mnafanya maamuzi. And what is your opinion? Please, you're welcome. Karibu Dage.
Asante Faraji. Mimi kwa upande wangu sitaki kupingana sana na Mama Eda, kwa sababu yeye ni mkongwe afu anasikiliza zaidi, anajua vitu vingi zaidi. Lakini kwa mimi binafsi, mpaka niko na media yangu au ninachokifanya, kwa sababu mimi zaidi na deal na jamii, yani habari zangu pia zinaenda kwa wananchi, yani na wafuata wao zaidi. Na mara nyingi tumekuwa tukitoa elimu mbalimbali kuhusiana na vitu vingi tu katika jamii yetu, ikiwepo masuala ya ukatili, malezi. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa upande wangu naona kama naisaidia jamii kutokana na ninachokifanya, kwa sababu kwenye radio kunafanyika vitu vingi, na ndio maana mpaka nimefungua Gea TV, kwa sababu pia hata ukiangalia mimi ninachokifanya ni vitu ambavyo vinagusa jamii moja kwa moja, na kama mtu anakuwa anafuatilia, anasikiliza, pia anakuwa anajifunza ambavyo vina vitu ambavyo vipo mle ndani ninavyovileta. Na kama nilivyosema sana kuhusiana na masuala ya ukatili na mambo mengine yanayohusu kwenye jamii yetu, lakini mtu anaweza kujifunza. Mimi naona nafanya kwa ajili ya jamii yangu na wananchi, mimi binafsi.
Thank you very much. So, Gea Habibu from Gea TV as well, she's saying that from her perspective, she's actually doing what the society needs. And since she's the CEO of her own media, she's saying that she's doing exactly what the society needs, which she said that it's not against what Mama Eda Sanga said, but this is what she believes that she's doing. So getting back to Lalana, what is your perspective of the same concept?
I think that on one side, from the way we are working as Honor Stories, we're working on the other side as the people who are the content producers, right? Kama alivyosema Amina Ali, kumekuwa na utandawazi kwa haraka sana, right? And so kuna adjustment ambayo lazima ifanyike, ambayo ilitokana kutokana na hicho audience lazima wa adapt, na pamoja na wale ambao wana create the content also wa adapt. Kulikuwa hamna darasa. There's no official darasa rasmi ambapo mnaenda kujifunza this is how to put content on social media kwa mfano, au this is how to create a good podcast kwa mfano. Kila mtu anajifunza kivyake. Yeah. And so essentially what we're doing as Honor Stories ni kwamba kupitia talent network yetu ambayo tunasajili watu, if you're a content creator, we're trying to professionalize kwamba okay, if you're coming into the industry, these are the steps in which you have to be able to follow to create integral content with integrity, right? And so tunapitia machangamoto nyingi sana, sababu watu wanakuja na quote unquote ujuaji mwingi, because with YouTube, the school of, kama alivyosema Brian early in the day, there's a university of YouTube. Mtu amepitia YouTube yake, anajua kupiga picha, anajua kupiga video, anajua kuongea vizuri, anaona kwamba yani that's all I need. Kumbe kuna ethics ambazo lazima zitumike, right? Kuna namna hata kama ni client, so tusiongee to media, just as a client, kama unampelekea client wako kazi yako, kuna namna ambavyo lazima ujipresent. Utakuta mtu unakutana naye hata anakubishia hadi yani kwenye invoice. Sasa invoice kwa ajili gani? You're like, kumbe hajui process, right? Amejifunza kupitia YouTube, lakini hizi zingine za the needs in the marketplace hazijui, right? Kwa hiyo kwa upande wetu kama Honor Stories, that's mchanga wetu ndio huo, kwamba vijana wanakuja, if you're interested, we run free workshops za kujua okay, this is how you can professionalize. Lakini apart from that, this is how you can learn other skills. Sababu mtu amejifunza photography, ndo kisa ameng'ang'ania hapo. Kumbe kuna photography na writing, unaweza kucombine, and all with audio you can do that. So I think kwa upande wetu sisi ndo mchango wetu katika kupata suluhisho katika jambo hili.
Thank you very much to Lalana. I think that was self-explanatory. So moving forward, I want to address this question to Mama Rose Haj. So you're a veteran, and we believe that from the past until now, to become a veteran, there's a lot that you have done. So the main question is that, tunataka tujue, what is the role of media in the past versus now currently? And tunataka tujue kwa perspective yako, what did the medias did in the past, ni nini walikifanya katika kufikisha taarifa, na ni kuna utofauti gani na sasa hivi? Karibu.
Asante Faraji. Ikumbukwe kwamba muda unatofautiana. Muda wetu sisi sio muda wenzetu kina Gea. Sisi tunaitwa posta office au sanduku la posta, wenzetu ma.com.
Okay.
Kwa hiyo huwa tunaonekana sisi kama vile ni watu ambao vichwa vyetu bado vimevia, na kwa sababu tunazeeka tunaendelea kuvia. Wanasahau kwamba hivi ni vichwa vina thamani kubwa, vina madini, vina potential, sijui kwa Kiswahili nini, ambayo inaweza ikasaidia kuboost hali ya sasa ilivyo. Miaka ile sisi tunafanya kazi, tulikuwa na media outlets chache sana. Tulikuwa na Radio Tanzania ambayo sasa hivi ni TBC, tulikuwa na Daily News, Sunday News, tulikuwa na Shihata ambayo ilikuwa ni news agency, tulikuwa na Uhuru Mzalendo, tulikuwa na Mfanyakazi gazeti na mengine ambayo nafikiri siyakumbuki. Kwa hiyo utaona ile scope ilikuwa ni ndogo sana. Lakini vile vile miaka yetu sisi tulikuwa ni watu ambao tulikuwa tunafuatia sana maadili. Maadili ya kazi, commitment, dedication, tunafuata procedures. Yani tulikuwa organized. Tulikuwa na miongozo ambayo ilikuwa inatupa uwezo wa kufanya kazi vizuri. Na miongozo hiyo tulikuwa tunahakikisha tunaifuata. Nitatoa mfano mdogo tu. Sasa hivi tunazungumzia masuala ya muziki ambayo haina maadili. Enzi zile Radio Tanzania tulikuwa na kamati, dada Ida unakumbuka. Tulikuwa na kamati ambayo ilikuwa inapitia muziki ya dansi na ngoma ili kuhakikisha kwamba zinakidhi maudhui ya Kitanzania. Unlike sasa hivi, mtu anaingia studio, anarekodi, inakwenda hewani. Siku 2-3 imefungiwa nyimbo. Sasa tunakwenda mbele, tunarudi nyuma. Tunaona kwamba bado maadili yamemomonyoka katika tasnia. Halafu tulikuwa na miongozo katika kutayarisha vipindi na taarifa zetu za habari. Tulikuwa na house styles. Zile house styles ndio zilitujenga na kutulinda sisi tusipatikane na madhila ambayo vyombo vya habari vingi sasa hivi vinapatikana. Yaani vinajikuta viko katika madhila kama hayo. Tulikuwa tunafanya kazi kwa miongozo mizuri. Tulikuwa tunafanya kazi tulikuwa tunapeana space ya constructive criticism. We could accommodate each other. Mimi nikienda kusoma habari, zile dakika 30 za kusoma habari, nachukua practice pale. Kama kuna neno gumu, nitamuuliza news editor wangu, hili neno linatamkwa vipi? Au hapa mimi na flow vipi? Unaona? Na lazima nikubali, kwa sababu sitaki kuonekana imbecile on air. Na kumbuka kwamba enzi zetu sisi, ukisoma taarifa ya habari, ukiharibu, baada ya hapo unajua lazima utakuwa summoned. Sasa na ukiwa summoned ni mawili, upate barua ya onyo au uondolewe kwenye kusoma habari. Kwa hiyo hakuna mtu alikuwa anapenda kuharibu credibility yake kwa makosa ya kipuuzi. Lakini sasa wenzetu wa siku hizi ni tofauti. Hawataki kuwa nurtured. Wako mbio. Ukitaka kumsaidia na anajua kila kitu, unampotezea wakati. Unaona? Sasa tunafikia mahali ndio tunasema tunaenda hugli-gubli. Unasoma taarifa ya habari, unasema Houston. Houston, baada ya kusema Houston. Unasoma taarifa ya habari, imeandikwa USA River, wewe unasema USA River. Sasa kwa kweli on air, katika broadcasting, you look ridiculous. Na inaondoa ile credibility ya broadcasting.
Samani mama, hapo hapo kwa sababu kuna kitu umekizungumzia nadhani ni muhimu sana, na kizazi cha .com.livo unakuta kila neno linabadilishwa linafanyaje. Kwa muono wako wewe, kwa sababu tukiangalia media zilizopo sasa hivi zinazokuwa ni nyingi sana, na ukiangalia kila siku zinakuja media mpya, ukilinganisha zamani na sasa hivi Tanzania, East Africa pamoja na duniani, ni media zipi ambazo tunaweza kutumia kama mfano mzuri kusema kwamba hizi media at least zinaonyesha njia? Kwa sababu umetolea mifano mizuri sana, usomaji wa habari, sijui utoaji wa muziki na vitu kama hivyo.
Nianze tu kwa kusema kwamba zamani Clouds FM ilikuwa inavutia sana, lakini mwishoni hapa Clouds FM ndio ikaonekana inaharibu. Samahani gani? Inaharibu kwa namna gani?
Okay.
Kiswahili kimeharibika sana siku hizi kwa sababu ya kuiga Clouds FM au Clouds Media.
Kwa East Africa tukaangalia media hivi.
Kwa East Africa tunaweza tukasema tunayo Mwananchi si East Africa. Ni East Africa.
Okay.
Hiyo ni nzuri. Tuna Miladi Ayo. He's my best. Tuna
media yote ambayo kutoka Kenya labda pia unaweza kuizungumzia Uganda?
Huwa sifuatili sana kusema ule ukweli, lakini huwa naipenda Citizen.
Okay.
Citizen ninapenda, huwa naiangalia, wanafuatilia sana. Uganda siwezi kusema uongo.
Okay.
Lakini kwa hapa kwetu kwa kweli tunazo, pamoja na changamoto zote hizo, lakini tunazo media ambazo tunaweza tukasema zinafanya vizuri. Nimesema huyo Miladi, nimesema Mwananchi. TBC sisemi kwa sababu ndio niko kwa nafanya kazi, lakini sasa hivi iko kwenye transition. Inakwenda kwenye maendeleo zaidi, inajisaisha.
Okay.
Wanasemaje, wana improve ile approach ya news behind stories. Dada tumefanya sana Radio Tanzania. Kwa hiyo kuna Jamii Forum, critical for bad practices. Tuna nani gani nyingine? Ziko 2-3 ambazo zinajitahidi kwa kweli.
Basi kufanya hivyo nitakurudia mama, ili niweze kukupa, kwa sababu kuna pande ambayo najua tutakuja kuigusa zaidi na media zinaweza zikaja zaidi.
Asante.
Mimi nasijui kama bado upo online, kwa sababu najua una safari. Kwa nataka nihakiki kwanza kama bado uko online na sisi. Sijui uko hapo? Nina Ali bado uko online.
Nipo Faraji. Nasikiliza na nacheka na enjoy sana. Maoni ya mama hapo.
Naomba nirudi kwako kwa sababu wewe ni moja ya kizazi cha .com ambacho mama ameshakizungumzia hapo. Tunaomba tusikie kwa upande wako, kwa sababu maveterani wao wanasema kwamba perspective yake umesikia alivyozungumza, how they speak about it. So what is your perspective on the past versus current and the role of media and its success?
Najua Faraji, nimemsikiliza mama, nisingependa kumpinga, lakini nimefurahi kwa sababu amezungumza kwa angle ambayo nadhani sijawahi kuiwaza. Pengine nimewahi, lakini sio kwa vizuri kama alivyoiweka yeye. Na maoni yangu ni kwamba yes, hiyo ni past, hivyo ndivyo ambavyo vilikuwa, na hisi kuna umuhimu wa ku-revise baadhi ya vitu ambavyo kwenye past ndio vilikuwa vitu vilikuwa vikifanya. Kwa mfano mama anavyozungumzia lugha ya Clouds. Sikusema kuitetea Clouds hapo kwa sababu ndio nafanya kazi huko, hapana. Lakini kama alivyozungumzia lugha ya Clouds, ukitazama unagundua Clouds ni station ambayo ni ya vijana, na hata enzi za zamani vijana wa mtaani walikuwa wanazungumza lugha ya kidogo tofauti na ile lugha ambayo inaweza ikapatikana kwenye taarifa ya habari au kwenye dictionary. Na hivyo ikawa kwa Clouds nadhani ni kwamba walitaka sasa kama vijana ambao wanawakilisha, na ndio maana kukawa kunatungwa maneno mapya, kukawa kuna tengenezwa hiyo lugha ambayo yeye mama anaisikia. Lakini vile vile kwenye upande wa maadili, nahisi mimi kwa sababu inabidi tukubali kwamba maisha yanaendelea na maadili hubadilika pia kadri maisha yanavyoendelea. Kwa mfano kwenye familia za ninapotoka mimi, zamani mtoto wa kike ilikuwa kuvaa jeans ilikuwa ni swala la ajabu sana. Kwa nini anavaa jeans? Lakini sasa hivi familia hizo naona kabisa wasichana anaweza kuvaa jeans na blouse yake ndefu as long as amejistiri, hakuna neno. Kwa hiyo inabidi tutambue kwamba maadili hubadilika, na kwa sababu maadili hubadilika ni muhimu kurevise na kujua lipi sasa ni maadili sawa na yapi si maadili sawa kwa sasa, kwa generation ya sasa. Lakini vile vile kati ya media ambazo zinafanya vizuri kibiashara ni media ambazo zinaangalia vijana, na hawa huwa wanakuja na content za aina tofauti, maudhui yanakuwa tofauti. So kuna kama hayo maudhui ya kipindi ninachofanya mimi, mambo vipi bwana, mjambo ni aje, akati mama angesema hapo habari za mchana. Umeona? Kwa hiyo sisi kama vijana tuna represent kwa namna yetu. Sasa labda tungeeleweka pia na turuhusiwe. Na kwa upande wangu pia nyingine nahisi adui hasa ambaye singependa kumuita adui, lakini nirudi mwanzoni. Kwamba mimi ninayemuona adui lakini at the same time scary ni mitandao ya kijamii. Mimi ndo naona hivyo, kwa sababu as much as media kama Cloud inaweza ikawa na vipindi vya vijana, lakini ikija kwenye taarifa habari unaweza ukasikia imenyoka. Lakini kuna media nyingi sasa hivi ambazo nyingine haziko registered, nyingine zipo registered. Nyingine ni mimi Minaali naamka naamua nafungua Minaali TV and that is it. So mimi hawa ndo naona ni maadui, lakini vile vile naona ni mastering. Ni mastering kwa sababu wanafuatiliwa sana sasa hivi. Uweza tunapenda au ni watu wanafuatiliwa na watu wanasource content kutoka kwao. Lakini ni maadui kwa sababu kama alivyosema Tulanana mwanzoni, hatuna uhakika wala hatujawahi kuona wakisomea jinsi ya kutumia mitandao, na wanafanya kazi ile ambayo sisi tulioenda chuo tunaifanya, wao wanaifanya mitandaoni. So who is giving them enough knowledge kuripoti kwa kuhakikisha balance story, kuandika kwa kuhakikisha hiyo story ni newsworthy kwa kutumia maneno yenye staha? Who is doing that job? So mimi kwangu hiyo ndo naiona challenge, na social media imetupa access ambayo ni nzuri na access ambayo ni mbaya. Access nzuri ni kwamba everybody has access to everybody right now. In other words, sasa hivi kupitia mtandao, hata zamani celebrity tulikuwa tunaona kama mama zangu hapo, tulikuwa tukiwaona, tunawasikia tu kwenye redio na kuona kwenye television, hatuwezi kuwapata kirahisi. Lakini sasa hivi wako comment moja away, one comment away. Mimi naweza nikatoka Singida sasa hivi nikamwandikia comment mbaya Mama Eda kwenye ukurasa wake wa Instagram na ikambesa. Zamani sikuwa na hiyo access. So social media imetupa access ambayo ni good access, but at the same time too much access. Now we don't know the right way to treat it. Lakini kwa mimi ningevipongeza ama ningesema kuna afadhali kwenye media ambazo ziko registered kuliko media za social media ambazo bado hatuna uhakika tunajifunzaje kuishi nazo na kuwa citizen journalist wazuri. That is my opinion.
Mimi hapo kabla hatujatoka kwako, ili tukirudi moja kwa moja, naomba nitatoa dakika mbili kutokana na muda unatutupa kidogo. Kiangalia moja ya mchango ambao umesaidia katika masuala ya media kuendelea ni mchango wa wanawake katika masuala ya media. Tuna waandishi wakubwa sana kama kina mama walivyokuwa hapa walotufanya mpaka media ikafika leo. Kwa nilikuwa nataka niulize, je, kwa upande wako wewe, ndakupa dakika 1.5 kwa sababu ndio umetoka sasa hivi. Kwa upande wako wewe unadhania ni mchango gani wanawake walionao katika masuala ya media? Lakini pia unaonaje, je, tuna waandishi, yani nikitoka kwa in terms of idadi, tuna idadi nzuri ya waandishi wa kike, au nadhani bado kuna role ambayo tunatakiwa to play kwa ajili ya kupata idadi kubwa ya waandishi wa kike, kwa sababu inasemekana kwamba ni wachache?
Idadi ya waandishi wa kike sioni kama ni kubwa kwa kweli, lakini naiona ikigrow, kwa sababu mimi nina documentary yangu inaitwa Minaali Up Close, na nimekuwa nikizunguka vyuo vikuu vya Tanzania. Naona vyuo vya Tanzania vya uandishi wa habari, naona wasichana kibao ambao wana talent, kwa hiyo wako huko. whether wanafika ambapo wanatakiwa, that is what we're not sure. Lakini kuhusiana na mchango kwa sasa hivi upo tofauti na zamani. Samahani ni kueleze kidogo, wakati naanza media career hakukuwa na, kutoka kwenye familia na ukoo wangu hakukuwahi kuwa na mwanamke ambaye anafanya hiyo kazi. Na hiyo kazi kwetu ilionekana ya kihuni, kwamba unakwenda ukaa mbele ya television unafanya nini, ni kazi ya kihuni. Lakini ilifika stage mpaka ikakubalika, na sasa hivi mpaka nikatizamwa kwamba ni labda role model kwa wasichana wadogo sasa hivi ambao wanataka hii kazi. Unaona kwenye perception ya watu kuhusiana na kazi ya media kwa mtoto wa kike kidogo inabadilika, sababu ya positive role models kama hao kina Mama Eda, wao tumewaona, ndo tukasababishwa na sisi hata wazazi tuachie kidogo, hata kama walikuwa wanaona ni kazi ya kimuni. Kwa unaona kuna wanawake ambao wameplay big roles kwenye media. Lakini vile vile ukija sasa hivi kwenye media industry, ukija East Africa Television utakuta Regina Mengi ndio anashikilia pale. Ukija ITV utakuta ni mwanamke. Ukija pia Clouds FM sasa hivi kuna Sheba Kusada. Kwa hiyo kwa Tanzania wanawake ambao wakilead media kubwa sasa hivi. Kwa hiyo naona tunaendelea pazuri, lakini nahisi bado kuna kitu kinahitaji kufanyika, tuwe wengi zaidi. Na bado kuna kitu kinahitaji kufanyika, wanawake kuwepo kwenye media au kuongoza bado haimaanishi kwamba wanafanya program za kutosha za kuwapa power wanawake zaidi. So natamani pia tuwe na program kutosha kwa ajili ya hilo.
Shukrani Mena, nitarudi kwako kwa ajili ya kutuambia ni nini kifanyike, maana yake umesema kuna kitu kinatakiwa kifanyike. Kwa naomba unitunzie kwa ajili ya kufikia, nitakurudia kwa ajili ya kujua ni kitu. Naomba niende moja kwa moja kwa Mama Eda Sanga, swali hilo kwa sababu wewe ni veterani. Tunaomba tujue ni mchango upi wanawake katika masuala ya media, lakini unadhani ni nini kifanyike kwa sasa hivi?
Kwa kweli cha msingi ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa wengi katika tasnia hii, kwa sababu ya power yake. Media ina power, inahabarisha na entertain, lakini pia inafanya nini, inashawishi, ina ushawishi mkubwa sana. Kwa hiyo kama tunapata wanawake wengi zaidi katika nafasi za position of decision making, itasaidia sana, kwa sababu wakati mwingine tunakuwa na issues ambazo tunaziona sisi ni muhimu kwa ajili ya liberate our minds, yani minds za wanawake, lakini utakuta wanaume wanaona kama ile haipendezi sana. Na nitatoa example kidogo. Wakati tulikuwa tunaanza TAMWA sasa, tuliona kulikuwa na tatizo kubwa sana la mimba za utotoni. Kwa hiyo tukafanya kipindi hicho, hakikuwa na shida. Lakini tumetoka zetu Nairobi 1985, ulifanyika mkutano mkubwa sana pale. Tuliporudi, sababu tuliwasikia wenzetu kwenye nchi zilizoendelea wanazungumzia juu ya women battering, unyanyasaji wa kijinsia, tukasema vitu gani hivi kwetu kweli vipo au sio? Maana sio kwetu kulikuwa na matatizo mengine, kutafuta kuni, kutafuta maji and what have you. Lakini habari ya women battering, women sijui unyanyasaji wa kijinsia kitu gani? Kwa hiyo tukafanya research, tukakuta kweli kulikuwa na tatizo, lakini tatizo ambalo halikuwa linatokeza sana kwa sababu ya unyeti wake. Anyway, kwa ujasiri mkubwa sana tukatengeneza kipindi. Tukasema twende na kipindi tuone kwanza, tunaonjesha wananchi, je, watakali? Lakini huwezi kuamini, tulipompelekea bosi wetu kwamba tumefanya utafiti, tumehoji watu, sasa hiki ni kipindi, tunaona kwamba kuna unyanyasaji wa kijinsia katika majumba yetu. Bosi akasema, over my dead body. Haiwezekani haya mambo mmekwenda kuyatafuta kwa watu huko, vitu vinafanyika within 4 walls, eti nyinyi mnataka mvitoe nje yake. Haiwezekani. Kwenye utamaduni wa Kitanzania hatukubali mambo kama haya. Kwa hiyo hilo likatupa mwelekeo kwamba kumbe tunapokuwa hatuna decision making powers, tunakosa kupeleka vitu ambavyo sisi wenyewe tunakubaliana kwamba ni vya msingi, tunatakiwa tuvipeleke kwa wananchi ili tuweze kudiscuss. Kwa sababu ilikuwa ni swala tu la kupeleka, tuone kama kweli lipo, na kama lipo tuone discussion. kwa sababu hii ni jamii, sisi ni jamii. Kadri tunavyo discuss hivi vitu ndivyo tunavyokuja kupata na solution. Kwa hiyo mimi naona kuna umuhimu sana sasa, na kama alivyosema Mina, ni kweli kwenye vyuo vya waandishi wa habari sasa hivi ladies ni wengi kweli kweli, lakini what is happening, wanasema kwamba kazi hii ya uandishi wa habari ni kazi ngumu, which is true. Actually, ukiwa mwandishi proper, unayejua kazi yako, haitofautiani kabisa na yule daktari ambaye yuko 24 hours on call. 24 hours on call. Sababu wakati wote kuna habari inayotokea na you have to be there. Na kwa kweli ndio maana tunasema hii tasnia sio kama kazi yoyote nyingine. Tasnia hii ni ya kujitolea. Kwa hiyo wale ambao kweli mna interest na kuwa waandishi wa habari, mnataka kuwa watangazaji, worth your salt, kwa kweli ni lazima mjue, lazima kuwe na commitment, na ile passion ni lazima iwepo. If you don't have the passion, hii kazi huwezi kuifanya. Kwa hiyo more women, mimi ningeshauri tuwemo, ili tupeleke hizi news kwa lens za kike kadri tutakavyopeleka, kwa sababu kuna matatizo mengi sana sasa hivi ambayo yanahusu wanawake lakini pia jamii. Na niongeze tu hapa kwamba tufike mahali whereas huko nyuma tumepiga kelele sana, tumehamasisha sana the girl child ili aweze kupata haki zake, we need now to also talk about the boy child. Huyu boy child sasa ameanza kuwa neglected, anaonekana kama vile hayupo, hatumjali, na kwamba awepo asiwepo it doesn't matter. Na hiki ndicho kinachokuja kufanya matatizo tunayoyakuta hii leo, kwamba unaolewa nadhani mmenielewa, sina haja ya kuongea zaidi ya hayo. Naomba na wenzangu waweze kuongea.
Naomba nimkabidhi mic Dadagia hapa, kwa sababu mama amesema kitu kizuri sana kwamba the most important thing ni kwamba we have to provide more opportunities. Kwa tutoe chance kwa watoto wa kike. Kwa hiyo nadhani nilikuwa na conversation na Tulalana before, akawa ananiambia kwamba una uhakika gani kwamba idadi ni ndogo? Je, tuna data? Nashukuru wenye kuzungumza wamezungumza kwamba ni wengi sana. Thanks Mina, thanks mama Ida Sang. So naomba wewe ni CEO wa GEA. Kwanza nianze na swali la kichokozi. Una wafanyakazi wangapi wa kike ukilinganisha na wa kiume? Ili tuone, je, wewe kama wa kike, je, unatoa nafasi kwa hao ambao tunasema ni wengi? Alafu baada ya hapo toa mchango wako kuhusiana na jinsi gani tuwasaidie watu wa kike na wenyewe katika tasnia kwa wingi kama inavyoonekana kwa upande wa kiume. Karibu.
Asante. Kwanza mimi mtu wangu ambaye labda ndo ana run YouTube yangu ni binti. Ni msichana ambaye ndo nafanya naye, ndo ana shoot, ndo ana post vitu vyangu kwenye YouTube. Ni binti. Naye mmoja tu kwa sasa. Lakini naweza nikasema kuhusiana na wanawake kuwa wengi kwenye media kuwa wachache, sijui, labda nataka nilinganisha na pale kwetu, naona kama tuko sawa. Sijajua kwenye media nyingine, lakini kama alivyosema pia mimi kwamba wasichana wako wengi sana kwenye vyuo vya uandishi wa habari, wanataka kujifunza kwenye haya mambo, lakini huwa sijui wanakwamia wapi. Wanasoma ndio, wanamaliza, sijui kitu gani ambacho huwa kinawakwamisha kuendelea na hichi na mambo haya ya habari. Labda kama alivyosema mama hapa kwamba kazi hii ya uandishi wa habari ina tofauti na kazi ya udaktari. Ni kazi ya kujitolea, ni kazi ya kumaliza muda wako haswa kufanya kuitumikia jamii. Sasa uweze jua labda mwingine anataka tu ngoja nikasome uandishi wa habari, afu anaingia akiona yale mambo magumu anakuwa anaishia katikati. Lakini kweli kwenye vyuo wapo wengi, na hata wakati mwingine kwenye field, mfano pale sisi kwetu wagoga tunapokea wanafunzi kwa ajili ya kuja kujifunza. Unaona mabinti wanakuja halafu baadaye huwaoni. Labda nafikiri wanakutana na changamoto. Kama kweli mtu hajajiandaa kutaka kufanya hiyo kazi kweli akajitoa kama mama alivyosema, kweli inakuwa ngumu. Manake kiukweli sio lele mama kazi ya uandishi wa habari. Kweli kabisa.
Shukrani sana Dadagia. Kwanza tumefurahi kuona kwamba wanaokimbiza nani yako ni wa kike peke yake, na tuna imani kwamba utatoa nafasi zaidi. Nirudi kwako Mama Rose. Sasa kama veterani, na imani kwamba kuna mikono mingi sana imepita kwako. kwa ajili ya kufika hapo walipo kwa watoto wa kike. Nirudishe hilo swali pia kwamba ni jinsi gani tunaweza tukawasaidia watoto wa kike wakaweza kuonekana katika media, kwa sababu tumeshagundua kwamba ni wengi, tumegundua kwamba wengi wanaogopa kwenda kwenye hiyo kazi kwa sababu ya ugumu wake. Je, ungeshauri nini au ifanyike vipi? Karibu.
Asante sana Faraji. Swali ni nzuri, gumu, si lepesi sana. Kitu cha kwanza kabisa, kwanza nirudi kwa dadangu Eda hapa. Amesema sasa hivi tubadilishe ile approach. Badala ya kuwa women, gender specific, kwamba tunashughulikia masuala ya wanawake peke yake, lazima sasa tuwe na another approach ya men or boy engaged. Tukianzia hapo tutakuwa na mwanzo mzuri ili kuweza kujaribu kubadilisha ile mindset ambayo babu zetu amekuwa nazo, baba zetu, waume zetu, na hatimaye hata watoto wetu sasa hivi bado wanakuwa katika mfumo dume huo. Kwa hiyo kama tutaanzia hapo, nafikiri tutafika mahali tutasema sasa we are going to the right direction. Hilo la kwanza. Lakini la pili, nafikiri ni muhimu kwa watoto wa kike wenyewe kuwa empowered zaidi. Kuwa empowered zaidi hasa kwa kujitambua. Wajitambue wao ni kina nani, wana majukumu gani katika jamii, nini matarajio ya jamii kutoka kwao. Je, wana uwezo huo? Je, wanaweza pia na wao kuwanacha wengine ili wote to sail on the same boat? Sasa ukichukulia hii, hayo yote ni mambo ya mindset changing. Hayo ni mambo ya mindset changing. Lakini sasa tunarudi kwenye professionalism vile vile. Dada Eda amezungumzia mambo ya dedication, commitment. Kama huna commitment, hutakuwa na dedication, hutaweza kufanya kazi yako vizuri. Na lazima uwe ethical. Ukisema mambo ya ethics, pengine mimi Ali hakunielewa vizuri. Nilivyozungumzia mambo ya ethical, nilikuwa nazungumzia professional ethics. Professional ethics inaanzia at a personal level, halafu inakwenda kwenye institutional level. Sasa hivi vyote viwili ukiweza kuvi-adhere, you'll become someone credible. Sawa. Kwa hiyo ukiwa na ethics both inward and outside, unaweza ukafulfill ile azma yako uliokuwa nayo. Unaweza ukabadilisha mindset, sio kwako wewe peke yako tu, hata katika jamii. Kwa sababu wewe kama mwanamke, kama broadcaster, kama journalist, kama blogger, kazi yako kubwa ni ku-educate. Na you educate for transformation. Sio kwamba una-educate ili mtu akipita tu gender, jinsia tunalidia usawa. No. Tunataka positive transformation. Watu wabadilike, mindset zibadilike, watambue kwamba tunapozungumzia masuala ya jinsia, hatuzungumzii masuala ya competition kati ya mwanamke na mwanamume. Tunazungumzia masuala ambayo ni mtambuka. Jinsia iko kwenye afya, jinsia iko kwenye elimu, jinsia iko kwenye media, jinsia iko kwenye, it's everywhere, and it's a developmental issue. Kwa hiyo sidhani kwamba mtu yeyote progressive anaweza shut down hili swala la jinsia. Kwa hiyo ni wajibu wetu sisi kama wanawake, kama wasichana kuipeleka mbele hii agenda ya jinsia. Alafu vile vile mambo ya training. Tunazungumzia vyombo vya habari ambavyo bado havijafikia ile 50-50 parity. Pamoja na jitihada zote ambazo serikali, NGOs, international organizations zinapigia kelele. Hii ni kwa sababu mindset ya media owners wenyewe bado hawaielewi kwa undani swala la jinsia ni nini. Kwa hiyo wao pia wenyewe wanatakiwa kuwa empowered, wanatakiwa pia kufundishwa jinsia ni nini, matarajio yake ni nini, na kwa nini tunahitaji parity katika media houses.
Shukran sana mama. Kabla sijaenda kwa Tulanana na kumaliza, naomba niweze kusoma, kuna comments chache ambazo zimetolewa kwenye chat hapo tukiwa tunaendelea kuzungumza, ambazo niliweza kuzicapture haraka. Kuna comment ambayo inasema kwamba not exclude males voices for this will give a false impression that women's issue can only be addressed by women. There are some passionate and genuine male feminists. There are female feminists as well. So hizo ni baadhi ya comments ambazo zinaendelea, but kuna comment imetolewa na Margaret saying that I think Ugandans should also bring Luganda on board. We have to diversify culture. So I think we'll provide that opportunity in the next sessions if possible. But yeah, Swahili today is taking over. That's why this is happening as well. So yeah, Odamaro said, great local languages should not be marginalized in favor of English. That way, the media content reaches a wider audience, majority of whom are women, and the girl's child, most of whom have limited access to university education. To this, add Runyakitara, Rukinga, Runyankore, Rutoro, Runyoro. This is spoken by a large section of Uganda population. Thank you, people from Uganda. We have heard you, and I guess this will be taken care of. So I'll give also one question to the audience and one question from Kenya, Uganda, as well as online, so that while we are closing, our speakers can go straight and then answer those questions as we close. I'll get back to you, Tulanana, while we're having this question. So very quick, if there's any question online, please allow it. And if there's a question from Uganda, Ben, you can help me to get that question, as well as in Kenya, Edith can help me to get the question while I'm taking the first question in Tanzania. Karibu, audiences, if there's any question. Yes, Karibu. Okay, so kabla tujaendelea naomba tuliandike swali. Mama Eda Sanga na Mama Rosie, ni nini mnakifikiria as media in the future, right? So the question was, what do we look for? Specifically, this question is for Mama Eda Sanga as well as Rosaji. What is their perspective of media in the future? Or where do they see the media going in the future? Do we have any question from Uganda? Do we have any question from Uganda, or should we switch to Luganda so that we can have a question as well? So if we don't have question from Uganda, do we have any question from Kenya? Kenyans, any question?
No questions from Kenya, Faraji.
Thank you very much, Edith. Also, let me see here on the chat if I have any question. Please, can you help me to allow to see the comments from online if we have any question. So it looks like we don't have any question online apart from the comments that were given. There's only just one person who said this is great thoughts. I kind of look forward to the day we will have an all-females panel, not because of the topic, has to be done with women, but just because. Okay, I thought that was just a comment from someone online. So as we're closing, before I give to Mama Rosie and Mama Eda, I'll give 1 minute to Mina to give your recommendation, your comment as you close, and what could be a takeaway home from your side. Let's go. Mina, you're welcome. You just have 1 minute. I think you're muted.
Now I'm muted. Yeah, can you please repeat the question? I didn't hear you. So.
What should the participants take from you from this? What is your take home?
My take home is what I think people should take home is first of all, everybody has spoken so much that we can take from, and but also I think as Mama Eda said, we just have to put more women in the media, because our stories will only be best presented if they're presented by us, and so we need to have more female journalists. We need to have more female in every place in order to make sure that media represents women and is built by women in the future. And so I feel like together is the way. So if we're going to stick together, if we're going to put more women out there in the industry, then maybe we have a way into building a better future for women in the media. I'm sorry, I can't say much because I'm boarding, but I'm happy I managed to join this conversation, Faraj.
Thank you very much, Mina, and we wish you a nice travel. We'll be closing on our side, but you're allowed to close on your side as well. Have a safe flight. Back to you, Tulalana, so that we can have your closing. So you can give comment from what happened, and then also from the question that has been asked.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that when we talk about women in media, often the picture in the head is the presenter. And I would like to just challenge young women and women even who are in the field to learn more technical skills, to challenge themselves to learn technical skills. You know, when's the last time you met a studio technician that was female? When's the last time you met an editor that's female? There's genderized roles in media, and we should just be breaking that and encouraging people to be more multi-skilled. Nawaambia sana vijana wangu or people who come through that said you need to be like an iPhone. Yani iPhone shoot picture, itaweza kurekodi, inaweza kurekodi sauti, inaweza kuchukua video, yani uwe you can take notes. You need to be like that phone. Don't just have that one skill kwamba ni mtangazaji mzuri, wewe ni mtangazaji mzuri lakini the technical skills you don't know how to do it, right? So challenge yourself to know how a camera works and to do it if need be. The other question was in the future. I think it's just the more we delve into the digital realm, it'll be more democratized. There'll be more spaces for women to be able to take over and make their content. But then that's again it's up to them to, as Edna said, that it's commitment. It's commitment from you, kwamba if I'm going to do this, then I have to do it all the way. But again, we need to have the support systems from our families to be able to do that. Mimi nakumbuka babangu, mimi nilikuwa naanza kazi East Africa, tuna edit kipindi mpaka saa 5 usiku, anakuja ananisubiri nje, babangu mwenzeo mlezi, because he knew that I was dedicated kwamba mimi siwezi kunani mwingine. I was lucky that way, but wengi they're not lucky kwamba mpaka saa 3 unafanya nini kazini, umeelewa? Wakati ingekuwa mtoto wa kiume, there would be no question asked kwamba ni editor anafanya editing mpaka saa 3 usiku. So we need to have the support systems to be able to support our women, our young girls who are coming up in the media as well.
Thank you very much. Again, you have 1 minute so that we can finalize the session as well. Please take it. Ni nini unawaachia wale ambao wameshiriki katika hii session pamoja na yale maswali ambayo yamekuwa raised hapa kwa?
Kwanza kutoa support kwa watoto wa kike, kama hivyo ambavyo mmesema kwa wachache kwenye media, kutoa support kwa watoto wa kike kuweza kwa wengi zaidi kwenye mambo hayo ya media. Najua kuna watangazaji wapo baadhi tunasema wa kike, lakini kuna vitu vingine ambavyo hawawezi kufanya, lakini wakinajua wakiwezeshwa wanaweza, kama hivi masuala ya kushoot, mambo ya kuedit kama alivyokuwa anasema hapo tulalala na nini, kuelekezwa tu ili tuwe wengi, na kama alivyosema mara kwanza Mama Eda kwamba wanawake tuna ushawishi. Kwa hiyo tukiwa wengi kwenye media, na kama unavyojua media inaburudisha, inafundisha, kwa hiyo wanaweza wakatoa elimu zaidi katika jamii na mambo yakawa mazuri tukiwa wanawake wengi.
Shukran sana Dada Gea, thank you very much. Now I'll go direct to Mama Eda Sanga and then Mama Rose so that we can close. We answer the question na tunatoa comment yetu kwa ajili ya kufunga na tuweze kumaliza. Karibu.
Asante sana Faraji. Future iko very bright kwenye masuala haya ya media ninavyoona. I'm living on borrowed time. I won't be there, but I want to believe kwamba these young Tanzanian girls and boys ambao wako vyuo, ambao wana interest na hii kazi, kama watachukua yale yote ambayo tumezungumza leo, nidhamu ya kazi hii, ethics zake, namna ambavyo media zinafanya kazi na role yao pale, mimi naamini wanaweza kufanya ile future ikawa ni nzuri sana. Wanayo access ya technology, mabinti ninawaomba, kwa sababu nimezungumza na mtu ambaye yuko chuo kikuu akasema 47% ya mabinti ambao wako chuo kikuu wana access ya technology. Lakini what issues do they go for? What do they search? Kwa hiyo kama watajitambua alivyokuwa anasema Rose awali kwamba wao ni nani, wanataka nini. Technology ni kifaa kizuri sana cha kupata a lot of information ambayo inakuempower. Kama tutaendelea mabinti kutumia technology the way we are doing now, sasa tutakuwa disempowered na itakuwa very 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 unfortunate, kwa sababu hiki kitu sisi wenzenu hatukuwa nacho, lakini still tumekwenda vizuri na tungependa na nyinyi mwende vizuri. Lakini pia muangalie tafiti mbalimbali ambazo zimefanyika sehemu mbalimbali, tafiti nzuri sana. Mnahitaji kuzichambua, mnahitaji kuzianalyze ili ziweze kufanya kazi. Kwa hiyo msiogope kutafuta tu kazi zile laini, mkaacha zile ambazo zina manufaa zaidi kwa nchi yetu. Kuna swala pia wenzetu walizungumza hapa wakati nimekuja, swala la leadership. We have a problem, a leadership. Tuangalie ni kina nani ambao tunawaweka katika leadership, na sisi watu wa media tuangalie ni role gani tunaweza kuplay kuhakikisha kwamba tunaandaa leaders ambao wataichukua hii nchi to the next level, na wawe ni wale ambao kweli wanafaa, sio kwa sababu ni ndugu zetu au marafiki zetu au tumesoma nao au ni majirani zetu, lakini wale wenye qualities ambao wanaweza kukalia nafasi za uongozi na wakatuongoza, including wale ambao wako kwenye media. La mwisho, pamoja na kwamba halipendezi sana, lakini mimi kama mtu mzima kwa kweli lazima niongee. Jamani, katika media kama ambavyo sehemu nyingine, lakini kwenye media zaidi, hawa mabinti ambao wanapenda hii kazi, wale ambao ni leaders kule, my editors and what have you, hebu wapeni fursa wajifunze bila kuingiza masuala ya ngono. Bila kuingiza masuala ya ngono. Ngono katika media ni very bad news. Najua sio kwa Tanzania tu, ni globally, lakini ningependa Tanzania iwe na mabinti ambao wanafanya kazi kwenye news bila kupata matatizo ya ngono.
Shukrani sana mama. Shukrani sana Mama Eda. Naomba nichukue nafasi hii hapa pia kumpa dakika moja Mama Rose kwa ajili ya kufunga na kujibu hilo swali. Karibu.
Wazungu huwa wanasema she stole my cows. Sijui kwa sababu wote katika maisha yetu tumekuwa tunafanya kazi pamoja sana. Kwa hiyo hata fikra zetu mara nyingi zinakuwa pamoja. Kwa hiyo singependa kurudia alichosema baadhi ya mambo, lakini nachotaka tu kusema kwamba vijana wasiwe threatened na progression ya teknolojia. Teknolojia sasa hivi ndio wanasemaje kwa Kiswahili cha sasa, ndio mambo ya mjini. Mambo ya habari ya mjini. Kwa hiyo wasiogope, and I can see a brighter future, na watumie ile fursa kujiempower na kujiendeleza, kwa sababu siku hizi teknolojia ni ajira. Kwa hiyo wajitahidi na wao wajaribu kukopa na teknolojia vizuri, ili na wao wafaidike kupata chochote kwa ajili ya kuendeleza familia zao. Hilo la kwanza. Nikirudi kwenye what to take home, dada keshazungumzia kuhusu mambo ya leadership, na mimi ninachotaka tu kukazia hapa ni kwamba women leaders in newsrooms wapewe nafasi ya kuleta hayo mabadiliko, kwa sababu wao ndio wanajua matatizo yaliyoko katika vyombo vya habari. Na rushwa ya ngono ni tatizo ambalo kwa sasa linaongoza, lakini kwa bahati mbaya katika African perspectives huwa halipewi uzito wake. Kwa sababu mara nyingi wanaambiwa wanawake wenyewe ndio wako submissive. Wanawake wenyewe hawataki kujishughulisha, wanataka easy come. Kwa hiyo tunaomba hiyo dhana ife. Na kama nilivyosema mwanzo, watoto wa kike wajitambue. Jamani, watoto wa kike wana akili. Hii software alionayo ni sawa na software alionayo mwanamume. Kwa hiyo upeo wa kufikiri na kujituma ni sawa. Tunachotofautiana ni hardware. Hardware ni kwamba mimi mwanamke, wewe mwanamume, lakini kiakili software zetu zote zinafanya kazi vizuri, na wengine wanafanya vizuri. Jamani, mlijua tungepata president mwanamke Tanzania? Software yake imefanya kazi na inafanya kazi. Kwa hiyo tuchukue hiyo kama mfano wa kuigwa kwa wasichana wote kwenye media na kwenye sekta zingine. Nakushukuru sana, asante.
Shukran sana Mama Rosie Haji. Thank you very much to our speakers. Without wasting much of the time, I want to say thank you very much, starting by Mama Eda Sanga. And then I want to also take this chance to thank you, Mama Rose Haji, for being with us. Thank you very much, Gea Habibu. Thank you very much to Lanana, as well as Mena. As we are closing this topic, I want to say that the biggest message I want to leave it to you there is that let's give more opportunities to women. Let's give more opportunities to female to have an opportunity to bring out what they have and also contribute to the media industry, as we all know that they're there to shape and help us to take this industry forward. Without wasting much of the time, I see my colleague Ben and Edith, they're already here. And actually my colleague Hannah is here as well. So I'll take it back to Hannah so that they can take it forward. Tunashukuru sana na tunaweza kujiunga na wenzetu. Karibu sana.
Asanteni, it certainly has been quite a day. Wouldn't you say so, Edith and Ben?
Absolutely. It was really exciting for me to listen to a session in Swahili. I can tell you that a few of those words definitely went by my head, but it was nice to exercise that muscle a little bit. It's not usual for us here in Kenya to have such technical conversations in Kiswahili, so it was nice.
Yes, yes. And I think for future, we should have a translator and maybe even someone who can do the sign language so that we're more inclusive. But we have, comments from you, Ben. What did you enjoy about today? Before we move on.
I mean, look, for the last session, if Edith is struggling with some words, how do you think it's going over there? So yeah, no, absolutely. I think the big lesson for us here is that we do need to pick up on our learning for Swahili if we're going to be able to work together. And I know it's something that everyone has been saying here at the Hub, that we really need to try and put some effort into learning this wonderful language of ours. But otherwise, the rest of the day has been good so far. It's been a bit hotter in Kampala than it was yesterday, so it's been a bit humid and hot. But we've enjoyed today so far, and again, it's just shocking. It feels like just this morning that we were doing our very first Niaja morning show on Wednesday, and here we are. It's Friday already. Can you imagine?
Time does fly, but we need you guys who are joining us online and those of us who are present in the Hub. Msichoke, please don't get tired. Tomorrow's another day. Join us for one more day as we celebrate this East African Festival of Media and Storytelling. Edith, if you can give us some of the, if you can just over here we call it dokezi, for what's in store tomorrow.
Oh, right. So tomorrow being the final day, I have two things that I think we could all really relate to and look forward to. The first one is a session that we have very late in the evening, or towards the end of the day, how to write ethically about Africa. This is always something that I grapple with, particularly when you're writing for a global audience. How do you explain something without dumbing down an issue completely or completely redacting someone into a singular thing? And of course, we have a musical extravaganza. I understand we're going to go back in time in East African music. Tutaskiza kina Daudi Kabaka, Mbili Abel. We'll also be listening to Kina Chameleon. Anybody who's ever been anyone in the music sector will be played tomorrow by DJ Imposter over here.
Wow, that is so interesting. I mean, it's not an East African festival without some music, as you have seen each and every single day. But before we wrap up, I would like to thank our organizers once more. Thank you to Deutsche Welle Academy, Aga Khan University, KFW, and also to our partners, MIC in Kenya, MCI in Uganda, and Innovate Hub here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. But before I wrap up, I would just like to tell you that there's going to be a kind of intermission for the next 2 hours. Over here on this side, we're going to move to an awards show in 2 hours. So tune in again at 6. There's going to be an awards show for about 2 hours. And yeah, we're going to have some fun on that side because our day today, it has to end in style.
Well, it's Furahi Day, as we say here. And I think it's only fair for me to say that the imposter DJ, his name is DJ Miz, and he has been left here by Jerry Joe, who is mizzing. So maybe we can wrap the day with some tunes from him. What do you think, Hannah?
I like
Before you wrap up, guys, we did have El Shaddai do a cartoon of you guys, and I'm just wondering if you can. Yeah, so I want to show you guys what El Shaddai drew. I think he nailed Edith's hair. Not too sure about my eyes, but yeah, let's see if we can get a camera shot. There you go. So this is what El Shaddai drew.
Can we zoom
us.
in a bit?
Yeah, I think we can try and zoom in a little bit. He gave Hannah quite the sizable hips, actually. So that's Edith and your long hair. And then that's me on the side sitting down with really bad legs. He got that right. He got that absolutely right. And then Hannah at the bottom with her wonderful, beautiful eyes. So yeah, that's yeah, you make of that what you want to.
Oh wow, Wow. You see, I knew I would want to see this for a longer time. See what I said in the beginning? I said, I hope there's a way that they can send this to us because, man, this is really a work of art. I mean, everybody has a different interpretation of what they see. And I think that's quite beautiful. Applause to the artist. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely, El Shaddai. Also, I should point out, Hannah, interestingly, he does seem to think that Hannah talks a lot more than Edith and I, because you get a lot more words in your side. So, but yeah, we'll take a picture of this and make sure it gets sent over to you. As we let Edith introduce us to the DJ Imposter. That should be a really cool name.
But before we do that, please, guys, don't forget, there's an awards show in 2 hours. Tune back in and have some fun with us. Otherwise, asanteni sana, karibuni tena kesho. Looking forward to seeing you. See you in a short while. Edith, take it away to the DJ.
I mean, DJ Miz, there's nothing left to say. El Shaddai has destroyed me. Have a good evening, guys.
Tunapita kama moshi na kabla tuzame mtaani, kuna kushinda na kufeli. Inabidi ujijue tofauti ya mwalimu na mwanafunzi ni ujuzi na ujuaji. Oh, it's unbelievable that we make it this far. Undeniable, see the promised land from afar, and it's so beautiful. No, they can't touch the fire. When you know it's not in vain, steady dripping through the pain. Oh, man. Steady rocking on the midnight train. Steady rocking on the midnight train. Oh, Lord. Steady rocking on the midnight train. Kitu safi and the chain. Mali safi and the chain. Kitu safi and the chain. Kwa champezi nimewacha kuwa siri, ndio maana na bacheni na machingri na squeeze, hata ukikanda sasesi shikiki. Na daily niko busy na mabig fish wa chichi, macheku senyiwa di kalamu ziandiki, mawenki bao kuzibeba ni kisi, na kaka nisa empty hakuna sisi. Baadaye niko rienya ma drinks na mayens, banaye niko ding dona nikibleki ten. Sai siko right say abidi nime left, chupori venye siko brother nikana imeweza na kakienda basi enda na imeweza na ukibebwa basi bebwa nayo. Kitu safi and the chain. Mali safi and the chain. Kitu safi and the chain. Mali safi and the chain. Mina machapas kuna pa mashauri na everybody just clap your hands. Umepata gari hiki ya kundia 4x4, zile vitu unafanya home sitaziongea, ihudione manze no longer sikibi kiango kialoto usitende kutangaza. It's not a sikibi, nishindwa kunyamaza. I think I'm addicted, sasa nacheza defense, every word is my weakness, nimeshindwa kukuachilia. I think I'm addicted, sasa nacheza defense, every word is my weakness, nimeshindwa kukuachilia wewe. Waka waka style of waka waka style of waka wicked style of I don't need no waka waka style. Play with my emotion, don't you dare. Don't look into my eyes and say you love me. That's a got devotion and love deeper than the ocean. You lift me up. fight. Still attracted to my bad ways. Fanya nini na desire. You say no love, no touching, people judging. Do we care when you're down? I lift you up. Lift you up when you're down. I lift you up. Kakipanda chuma kama fundi wa pwani. Nikashai kwenye mwanga hatari gizani. Ukishika temi nika prakata boom. Katoto kadogo nika prakata boom. Mtoto akiweza ni prakata boom.
Nataka daktari Omari kutoka Tanzania anipe dawa za kiume. Leo kuna mazimina nyemelea. Kuna vile na mdaejo. Nataka kumsampo ganeli utasikia la ndani ya lo. Akinipa la ndani ya lo. Nitake nikataiti kadogo. Vile nilitoa Kenya mo. Ililia kakifuniko ya spido.
Ukishika temi nika prakata wait up nigga. Kaisi tukukata maji. It's a promen nigga. Wait up nigga. Kaisi tukukata maji. This is an emergency. Someone call on the very good. I'm running in Tennessee. Yeah. Baby, I'm mad over you. Kila kukicha sibadiliki. Ulinichenga ukafunga na bao. Nasoma kama gazeti kwa juu getu. Bali papa wanataka date. Ni wape namba, they'll never date again. Your love again, yeah. Chupa nimeshika kila time. Machungu moyoni nikingoja. Niliapa kila time. I'll fight for your love like a soldier. Come in, nigga. Wait up, come in, nigga. Naisi tukupata maji. I said, come in, nigga. Wait up, come in, nigga. Naisi tukupata maji.
Susanna, hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Now kuona pale hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kamini yeye. None of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your mouth, shaking what you don't forget, yeah. On your worst behavior, Susanna Manuel. Hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Manuel. Hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Forever texting you, even Kikamba would be the line without you. Could be no other, no. Come on now and say, oh, I hope you understand. You're the best that I have. If I had your number, I'd be forever calling you. I hope you answer, girl. We speak the Luo when we do. I put it better than the left. I put it better than the left. And if love had a face, it would be yours. If love had a face, it would be yours.
way, it would be all. I hate it the best. I hate it, got it do. I hate it the best. I hate it, got it do. I hate it the best. I hate it, got it do. I hate it the best. I hate
It's a Friday night, itaweza waambie kuna party tonight, no time sasa wakimbie. Chelewa mwana si wako, na uchunge usije hepa na wako, mchele usije tiliwa kwako. Baby, ikibamba sana piga kelele wewe, na kama ni noma sana piga kelele wewe. Boomerang dance on the dance floor, fine girls dance on the dance floor, Hennessy pour on the dance floor. Cause leo ni kutesa, tesa, form ni kutesa. Cause leo ni kutesa, tesa, form ni kutesa. Baada ya kazi nimeingiza dose na pressure. Kwenye burudani nilipiga show, nilitesa. Big up day, fine girl in a pretty little skirt, young man in an African shirt. Wave your hand and do the odi dance and shake your bump like you know what you are. All of the drinks for me, mifuko imejaa leo, imejaa pesa. And if you look at me, luku, vile natesa. Na ikibamba sana wapi nduru wewe. Na kama ni noma sana piga kelele. Leo ni kutesa. Leo ni kutesa. Nikiwindi mbebe, ipinde kama nyoka. Pinda mugongo ni bebe, usije nikadodoka.
Jali na pita samahani sister, macho kama unanita mekorea shisha, mwaga mapicha ya sambaye insta, yani kesho kukicha jana kama vita. Suruali pale, viatu kule, slale kamkao tule, joto kufunze kozi ambazo huwezi kupewa shule, joto kutunze baby huwezi fanya kazi ya bure. Ukiona king agiza tutaletewa, ukiwa queen kwenye yoto tapepewa, niongeze nishanogewa. Napenda kuyumba kishalewa.
Asema baby ya pocket, hata mabubu wanatoaga sauti. Baby ya pocket, hata jamani sugu ninapigaga saluti. Neka ratibu kama unasinzia, yumba. Akiwa karibu unakumbatia, yumba. Neka ratibu kama unasinzia, yumba. Anase, yumba. Aliye karibu unakamatia, yumba. Anase, yumba.
Oh baby, niruhusu tufanane. Ukiamini baby, nikipona na maana na haja. Baby, nakuaga kitoto nanga. Nikipita kwa mawazo, oh baby, katina kutunuku miambia, kwa kitomi nikande, kwa moto baridi vigande, kama rumba nikande, tuwe wote. I'll come baby, sumari kwa nyuru nidonge, oh Monday to Sunday, I love you.
Sukabedi kwa kochi kitanda na chumia yokote. Kiona kwa juu chini mesamia yokote.
Sungura nipe karoti manake sijazoea. Nakunja kote na pandisha mori na tetemete.
Sana ulizonitumia zimenifikia. Nipo salama tausijali. Nalisho na tano biriani angamia enzi twadalika na pokidale
nimekusahau, nakumbuka tulako jina kidogo angalau, bewa mizizi soko kata shina, mzi wakapanda dau, mjini haba pesa fitina, imeukanibara visenti haba mfuko mechina, na ndo uwezo wangu nikuishia, ningekupa nini tena, kula yangu kukapasia, kumeza ukatema, sina gari, ningekupa nini tena, kumeza ukatema. Not again, 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 not again. Najua kukikuta ntajuta kama nikikuta unanitania, mana moyo wangu nimekupa uweke. Mimi mfungwa tena mjinga, nimejileta gerezani tena, sikuwaza nitakuwa mateka. Najua ulinizungusha sana, ujaliwa ni mambo ya ujana, kukupenda wewe sijuti. Maneno yalisemwa mengi sana, na wakati nilikata tamaa, kukupenda wewe sichoki. Moyo mashine, ila majibu ya upendo ulishakosa. Acha waseme nimekupendea nini. Moyo mashine, ila majibu ya upendo ulishakosa. Acha waseme nimekupendea nini. Anatoka 254 Masa kwa janja Ananiko sharo. She must be there, she be there. Whoa, whoa. Gotta go to blow.
Pasua na misamba bila kuyumba, tingisha hiyo dudha, yeah. Said if you didn't know, now you gon' know. Who the bad girl with a killer man flow. Takuja vunja mamigongo, na fosi kiki kati ya mnabando. Shtua jati one time, shaku one time, soko one time, galelelo one time. Shtua jati one time, shaku one time, soko one time, galelelo one time. Ate banjukat, nasema tena banjukat, bila kujali banjukat, sahau shida banjukat. Ate banjukat, nasema tena banjukat, bila kujali banjukat, sahau shida banjukat. Yeah. Squeezy mambo yamekuwa ya kipo, mnatafuta pens badala kusaka do. Watoto wa kiume kuwa mama milo, tunasaka milaana kabla kudanja mnatafuta mabebe ili mradi tu wa bebe. Mnasoga za kisede, mmekalia tu mama kedede. Said if you didn't know, now you gon' know. Who the bad girl with a killer man flow. Nakuja vunja mamigongo, na fosi kiki kati ya mnabando. Shtua jati one time, shaku one time, soko one time, galelelo one time. Shtua jati one time, shaku one time, soko one time, galelelo one time.
Let's bring out contestant number 2.
oh. Feel on me like I go like, feel on me like, yeah, oh. Can't go over, feeling all over, oh. Feel on me like I go like, feel on me like I go like, yeah, oh. Feel on me like I go like, I'm singing about you on the mic, no rehearsal. Putting my neck on the line, Balek what the end, it's like a commando. Say you're bad, girl, let me see more. To my place, my grip, you can do more. Shani kwa tu mami no with this show. Iko, lafuna ku release, kama single. Now they wondering how I like you and you like me. We some massive shout till I see will murder them. Feel on me like I go like, feel on me like I go like, yeah, oh. Feel on me like I go like, feel on me like I go like, yeah, oh. Can't go over, you need a feeling all over, yeah. Feel on me like I go like, feel on me like I go like, yeah. If you had my love and I gave you all the passwords, the keys to all my heart, would you write for me or what? Yeah, cool down, patience. Go party till late now. Chase man, massa waste man. I'm clear my face now. You say that you like my voice. Today we might make noise and we can chase the chase. I say rock my choice. I'm not your friend, gonna pin an eye boy. Feel on me like, feel on me like, go like me. Light away, don't run away. Songs like light away. Bomba midnight beat. Boy, you are moving and making. Boy, you must have in the mood. Boy, you are massaging. Boy, you got one angry windy. And if somebody just broke your heart, maybe I will mend your heart. Every come of your one nickel, tell you I did this somewhere. And it could take you some time to understand that when we break up, we become tight. That is not to me. Yeah. By the way, don't run away. 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 All night when I'm thinking about you, please be bold, don't leave me lonely. Could I you open this book of love, just keep on reading and understanding? Could I you balance the body, she been sinking, we are capsizing. Patakutabalinga water, we have a bocha singing in a water. Them got no answer, original with your wizard, but on your answer. And if somebody just broke your heart, maybe I'll make your heart. By the way, don't run away. 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 Original family. I am all you Hakatago, Karabo Kanjana Kose, Umutago, Sirikanuru Kurane, Agataka Kurukundo, Agataka Kurukina, Agataka Baby Rango, Sirikanuru Kundo Sante, Misagatako, Jumisa Akarabo Kiroga, Gahola no Mubabu, Muratuje. Wino surare unera kanyamuneza wino kushushane ndakutaka ngutoneshe akadago karabo kanje nakuze umutago dirikano rukundo rande agataka kurukundo agataka kurukundo agataka baby rango dirikano rukundo Congo, highway, my baby, Congo, highway, my baby. Baby, would you listen to me? You love you, baby, no, Timina. I'm now, I'm in here. To the Papa Japila of Palsania. Mubiti, Arukunda, much like a bala to Randa. Zako, Zako, Motima. Baby, you say, when me now. Baby, Wacha ni washo yeah. Kwa Yesu nira namwita Papa Godo niliokoka wakacheka ho wakanipa wiki sasa ni nilizaliwa huruma na place nimefika ni neema na huruma sani huduma kwa Yesu kuna na katika na chuchuma nilizaliwa huruma na place nimefika ni neema na huruma sani huduma kwa Yesu kuna na katika na chuchuma kumbe kwa Yesu ni raha kumbe kwa Yesu ni raha kumbe hakuna hangover ila bila gharama labda turuke kesha au kulala salama Yesu asifiwe hadi Dar es Salaam hapa tu ni baraka hatutaki laana usini wachanga ndio tunataka raha ndio tusiharibu matarajio juraza shetani ni mashaka ndio usini wachanga ndio tunataka raha ndio tusiharibu matarajio juraza shetani ni mashaka ndio huruma na bless nimefika ni neema na huruma sani huduma kwa Yesu kuna raha na katika na tutuma
but I don't want to lose control. I've been feeling like I want to try again. From the moment that you looked my way, and I think it will be until it's dead. So baby, don't. So let's make tonight, let's see.
You need pay my hand, you come to be sharada.
I'll make tonight, for me.
You need pay my hand, you come to be sharada.
Talib, are you here? Talib.
Hey, Nico.
Yeah, this is the account.
The innovators.
Yes. Okay,
There is like point. So you get your data and then you start the question. Okay. So they say like they enroll like 200 students from the beginning. And at the end, set students are the only ones who the first standard 4, I mean 7. What is happening? You see how you question data, but you get this from open source. You see, maybe you get from report. That's why like we have this always reports they are publishing data like South is what. So you may find like they have interview people what they think and they get this research and they publish it. So the good part is when a good data journalist, when it came to that data and question, then she or he get the story thing. So that is like no, for now you cannot publish any data because you need the permission and all that. But that's come because a good data analyst or a good data journalist question the data until she gets what she wants. So that is a good part of data. But you can get the data, like I said, from open data source, like the government, as I said, the organizations and the official reports. Like someone said that the official report, like this is the report where this and this happened and all that, it's not like, and then you can question now, why this is happening? Okay, the reason behind, like you say, like they don't have enough teachers, they don't have enough they do like other manual doing what they come to learn. So that is what I'm trying to say, like you can get data and question it from open source.
Okay. I think that's a very interesting point, because there are some stories or statistics that they're enough on their own. You know, you don't even need to see, oh, how was it before, how was it now? Yeah. Like recently, I think in the western region of Tanzania, there has been a story of over 2,000 child marriages, you know, in just one region, and it started. Yeah. And then that leads to you wanting to then do more research, like what is happening there? Yeah. You know, what is the sex education like in the school? Is there sex education in the school? And yeah, I think that's a very interesting approach to data journalism. And if we can bring in our speaker in Uganda, can you hear us over there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Can you give us maybe some examples of materials that could be used as a data journalistic approach that you guys mainly use in Uganda?
Come again, I have not heard the question very clearly.
Okay, can you give us some examples of materials that could be used as a data in a data journalism story? Maybe some specific examples from Uganda.
Yes, thank you. For me, I find ourselves working in a very, very difficult terrain, especially in terms of accessing data. The institutions in Uganda that could be having data or that have data, like the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, that's the chief government agency in charge of producing data. You find them, their data is not updated, they are hiding their data. Other government institutions, they don't want to give you data. Even when they have it, others don't know how to correct it. They don't know how relevant that data is. For instance, we had this attitude from the Electoral Commission when we had the presidential election in January. So after comparing the election data, they said, no, we cannot give you an Excel sheet of the data. They had this attitude of saying that, what if you go and start changing numbers from the Excel sheet that I have given you? But I told them, still you have your Excel sheet and you can challenge man, say, this is our authentic data, and you have changed that. So what they did was to put out PDF documents. The results were on PDF. And PDF is the hardest type of a document to turn into a readable data, converting it from Excel. So those are the challenges that we have to first appreciate, that people don't want to give us data in accessible form. But with those results, is that what we did is that we were a small group, and one of us knew how to use a tool called Power BI. And he used it in 6 hours to convert more than 3,000 pages of election data from PDF to Excel. So when you talk about the data sources, you have to be aware of the challenges. People with data, they don't want to give it to you. Even when they give it to you, they want to give it to you in the most accessible form. So apart from that, you have also to look at the other opportunities that we have. There is a lot of data online that we can use to tell extremely good stories. If you know how to program, if you know how to scrape Twitter, imagine the amount of data that you can scrape from Twitter on Kenyan election. People are always talking about Kenyan election now. It's the big topic on Twitter. Come to Uganda. There are always lots of things trending online. So a person with skills scrape Twitter, you can collect a large amount of data. Imagine in 1 hour or in a day or in 2 days, creating a database of 1 million tweets, 500,000 tweets, and imagine what you can do with that data. Second is YouTube is becoming a very popular channel, and people are using it for propaganda, people are using it for marketing, and talking all sorts of things. A person with skills to scrape YouTube, you tell a story, you scrape YouTube and tell a story that no any other person can tell. So those are the opportunities, but the challenges at the best level where we are now is we need to find data that is already available, data that we can put in Excel sheets and analyze and turn that into a story, or that data that gives you a story pointers and say, the story could be here because this is what the data tells me.
Thank you. Thank you, Blanche. I think that it's a shared problem in East Africa, trying to get data from sources that may not be willing to give it to you. I think last year we had a problem during the pandemic when people wanted to share statistics, but then there was just an order from above that you can only publish what the Ministry of Health publishes. So even all media houses just stopped seeking data on statistics, and we kind of waited, and everyone was doing secondhand jobs. But in the interest of time, I think we'll start taking questions. If there's a question from Uganda to either Zahara or Paris or Blanche, Karibuni. And please also send in your questions online to our virtual audience. If you're listening, we're very keen to hear from you as well. Any questions to our speakers?
Yes, we have a question from Uganda. Thank you so much. A speaker from she was asking a question about
Uganda, are there any questions on that side?
some tools that we could use for. If she can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Who is your question directed to?
My question is directed from the speaker here in Uganda.
Sorry, can you speak a bit louder, please?
Yes, I'm saying my question is from the speaker from Uganda this side. And my question is, can you give us some of those amazing tools that we can use to collect data for telling our stories? Thank you.
Yes, are there any other questions? I think we can have 3 from the audience there, and then 1 from our virtual audience.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my question will go to our partners in Uganda, and I want to ask you to give us some incredible sources where we can get data in Uganda. Thank you.
How big is the challenge of data integrity?
Okay.
How big is the challenge of data integrity?
Okay. There's a question from the audience tuning in, and I think this will go to you, Zara. How big is the audience in
integrity?
In integrity.
How big is the challenge?
How big is the challenge
of data integrity?
Of data integrity. No, sorry, I meant Paris. I'm sorry, I meant this. If you could answer that one for us, Paris. But I think we'll start with Nanshe Musimbuzi from Uganda.
Okay, thank you. I will start by answering the last question on where are the incredible sources of data. Frankly, to tell you, they don't exist in our terrain, the terrain that we are in Africa and East Africa. You see, if you go to a country like America, you find millions and millions of data sets where you can start. And about many subjects from where you can start and get story pointers. If, for instance, here, the Ministry of Health cannot give you the data on COVID, where else can you get it? The data from COVID, you can get it from the dashboard of Johns Hopkins University. They have the biggest data set on COVID across the world. There is in our world in data. It's a hub at Oxford University. They also have good data. But as I said, the challenge with our institutions here, those who are in charge of giving us data, either they don't have it or they don't want to give it us because, for instance, I tried with the Ministry of Health to ask them, can you give us the Excel sheet for the data that you have? They refused. And I was triggered by a story that had been published by the Daily Monitor, which said that the district called Otuke had not had a single case of COVID. I think it was around April this year. So I said, what's this? How can this happen? So how do you get that story without knowing how many people had been tested on Otuke district? So when I went to the Ministry of Health, they at first were promising that they would give data, then they started taking that around, the person in charge of data needs socialization from one office needs socialization from another office until you reach the peak. I say, okay, I gave up with them. So, and imagine COVID data, there is nothing high about COVID data, but people don't want to put it out there. There's this thing that the Ministry of Health posts on its Twitter is not data, because you want data that you can interpret and turn into a story. If the Ministry of Health tells you that we tweet every day our test results, so go on our Twitter and get that. Imagine for you starting from last year up to now, can you turn that data into a story? The answer is no. So why can't they give you the Excel sheet, which I hope they have, and you use that Excel sheet because you can interpret it quickly and try to get story pointer. So if a person tells you I have put out such kind of data on my social media account, tell them that's not the data, that's not the data. So frankly, once again, we don't have good data sources. So that means access data, we must be having the skills that, for instance, you can go and scrape the Ministry of Health Twitter handle and turn that information that is there into an Excel sheet. That itself is a big pain. The second question was about the tools that we can use to do our story. First, you need to start with the best tools. Excel, Google Sheets. Those are very, very incredible tools. You can put data in Excel, interpret it, turn it into a graph or a visualization. If you can do that as a startup, that's really very, very excellent. After that, there are so many online tools that for mainly data visualization, not data analysis, unfortunately. So once you start understanding those tools, and they are in hundreds, if not thousands, and they are free of charge. After that, perhaps you could hire programming because they are solutions or challenges that we have with that. The programming languages gives you the freedom that Excel cannot give you. And they also do, they are better data visualization. So if you are a startup, it should be a step-by-step process. And it's understanding how to use Excel, from Excel, start trying to use online tools that you can use for data visualization. After that, start trying out programming languages. Actually, they are not hard, they are very easy.
Thank you so much.
I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. If we could have let's answer the last question.
Thank you, Helen. I think the question is on the challenge of data integrity. I think the thing with the data integrity challenges, you'll always run into them. And I think part of the problem why this happens is when you have design flaws, say, in the system. If there's a design flaw with the way a certain database is created, you're definitely going to encounter challenges. And with data
I think we lost Paris for a second. Are you still there, Paris? Okay. Maybe you can help us to answer that question, Zach.
Paris, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry?
Can she unmute herself?
Oh, she's muted. Paris, you're muted. Hello, Paris, can you hear us? I think you're muted. If you could unmute your mic, you were halfway through to answering the question, and then we lost you for a bit. Yes, there's a bit of a network issue today. So if I can just have the question repeated from the audience, from the virtual audience. So that Zara can answer it, the question from the virtual audience. No, the same one.
How big is the challenge of data integrity?
How big is the challenge of data integrity?
Okay. I don't know if I get the question right, but I'll try to answer. So the big challenge for data integrity is that All right. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Challenge for that is that if you if you are trying to find data, you should be aware of the right places where you can get data. And I've noticed some like you should know like who published the data and what does the data say, and when does it was published, and where does a person get his or information or data, and why did someone publish it at the first place, like what does he want to tell us, and how did he or she got his or her data. So these are the important questions to ask yourself when you get any data. Like you should be very curious to know like who published the data and what does it mean? Like, yeah, what was the method of getting the data, and when was it published, and where was the data was where was someone take his or her data.
So that's what you can look out for.
Yeah.
So who and the what, why, when.
Yeah.
But is that an issue? Is it very prevalent that there are many places that have incorrect data? Is it a challenge to find the right data?
Yes, it is a challenge because at some point you may find data which are not authentic. Yeah, so you should be very curious. And one thing is good for someone who wants to publish or data or to use data. You should take the updated one, the latest one. So if you got that data from 2015, while you have to get data for 2021, use the data of 2021. Because when you try to write a story, you can use the data which was 2015. But you may find what was addressed on that data has already been solved. So you can read to confusion. So we advise people to use the latest data when you present it. But I want to add on something. Code for Africa, we have this academy.africa. It's a data literacy platform. When you enroll it, you can learn about data journalism, tools to use, everything which we tried to communicate with the other speakers. You can get it through academy.africa. So when you have time, like want to learn something about data journalism, and you get the full course, and at the end you get the certificate. So we have a lot of courses in academy.africa, and also another tool is Open Africa. Yeah, Open Africa. Also, you can request the data you want. So you can register yourself there and say like, I'm from Uganda, I want this data. Please call for Africa. Okay, please Open Africa, help me to get one. So you can get that. That is my two takeaway from you guys. Yes, back to you, Hannah.
Okay, thank you guys. This has been the session on data journalism and how we can use data to create new ways of storytelling. I do hope that you were taking notes. We've had some professional speakers on the panel. We've had Zara Tunda from Tanzania. We've had Paris Gachahi from Kenya. And we've had Blanche Mbuzi from Uganda. Thank you so much for joining. Stay with us. We still have more in store for you on day 3 of the East African Festival. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going on a 10-minute break and then we'll be right back.
Sasa hapa ni session inaenda hivi au hapa
Sawa. Siwezi kufikia chini. Lazima itapita kama hata asikibize na so safe switch. Asante. Okay, you beautiful people. Hapa. What's my
the tools to developing a loyal audience. Before we begin, I would just like to know if I can be heard in Uganda. Can you guys hear us? Okay, I can hear us. Asanteni, what about Uganda?
I go back to you.
Hello, can you hear us? MCI Hub. Okay. Thank you so much. So let's get it started. Guys, if you're struggling with developing proper audiences, this is the session for you. The experts are from different backgrounds and will share with you different ways and tools that you can use to develop and grow a loyal audience. Don't forget to prepare questions and situations you've faced in your work areas for clarifications during the session. Especially to the virtual audience, just write in your questions and we will get to them by the end of the session. But with us today, we have three speakers. There's Leonard Mubali from BBC Africa, Saleh Chikuluweno, and we have Danze Edwin from Next Media Uganda. But I'm pretty sure you guys would want to introduce yourselves. So if we can start with you, Danze, if you can give us a brief introduction of what you do and where you do it, like your experience in media, and then we'll move on to the team here in TZ before we carry on. Karibu Danze. How do you reply?
Yeah, my name is Danze Edwin. I am digital marketing head at Next Services. I do content production. I curate content. That's what I'm specializing at the moment. I do radio, TV, and a bit of producing of recorded shows, not the live shows. I've been doing digital marketing for about 8 years, and been trained. I've had BBC there. I've been trained by the BBC, been trained by the DW and the VOA. So hopefully I have some good knowledge to share with you guys.
Thank you. Okay, so next time I'll remember to say wasizotia, but I don't know how you reply, so maybe you can tell me that at the end of the session. But that's Danze from Next Media Uganda, radio personality. If we can move on to this lady over here.
Okay, my name is Jiku Lueno. I'm a journalist, and I've been a news anchor for over 15 years until I decided to branch out to other areas of communications. I've worked in communications capacity in different organizations. I've worked in the World Bank as a learning specialist, and then I've worked with the Embassy of Switzerland as a communications person. I've worked with different organizations. What I realize is that journalism is very versatile. You can apply it in so many other ways. Right now, I'm a strategic partnerships and advocacy manager for an Irish NGO called Children in Crossfire. Part of my remit includes communications in general, but also manage social media. At the same time, I'm mentoring a group of journalists who are located all over the country to write stories, authentic stories from the ground to community radios and other community media, online as well as national media. So in a nutshell, that's what I do.
Thank you, Chiku. Very happy to be having with us on the session. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Hannah. I'm Leonard Mubali, working with BBC Swahili as a presenter, producer, but also I've been mentoring the new recruit within BBC because we need to train them and cope with our house style. But before I work with several national media, Sahara Media Group, the Restart TV, Radio Free Africa, Radio Kwizera, and also my background, I'm a teacher by profession, so that's so.
Yes, karibuni sana. These are our speakers for today, and I guess we should just dive into the session. So I think our first question would be directed to you, Danze, in Uganda. So how do we develop an audience, if we can just start with that? When developing an audience, what kind of tools and techniques do you use to select and create your audience?
Thank you very much. To develop an audience would require you to understand your audience, and there are a couple of things that you must think about. One, the why. Why are you developing this particular content for this audience? Who are these audience people? What things define them? What key insights which will make these audiences? And I think these audiences are no longer just human beings; they become AI as well. I had a session earlier on about artificial intelligence and augmented reality. So because I do digital marketing specifically, creating your audience requires you first find out what your audience wants. I think that's the most important thing to any kind of audience, because me, the content creator, or me, the brand, or me, the TV station that is supposed to convey information to an end user must understand what they want. Otherwise, they will not give me the time or the ear to consume it. So
Okay, so I guess the first key thing is to understand what the audience wants, as he said, because then you know what kind of content to tailor for them, I guess. But are there any other tools and techniques that you can use to develop audiences?
Yeah, I think in addition to understanding your audience, you need to know what you're trying to achieve. Because depending on organization, depend on entity or yourself, there has to be a goal at the end of the day. So knowing that will guide you to, in addition with breaking down the demographic that you're going to reach out to. You need to understand their age, you need to understand their interest, you need to understand their location, and that will guide you in the selection of the type of media to reach out to them. Okay, once you understand all that, you can decide if you are going to say, it's a community in a rural area in Tanzania. You want that audience. So once you know them, you know which media is actually accessible to them. If it's radio, then you will reach out to them through that, and then you have to understand the timings that are actually conducive for them to actually reaching that, to listening to your content. So basically, understanding that the media and the audience are the main key ingredients, apart from the message itself and what you're trying to achieve, what call to action you want to put out to them, etc.
Because that will really set in the structure and foundation of how you develop your content in order to keep your audience. So are there any additional techniques?
Yeah, as my colleague have said, first of all, the process of audience development is the process of, let's say, grabbing their attention to what you are producing. So it is a very, very important process in order to take in board for those who are new. You know, there are three things. One is to preserve or retain the audience you have. Second one is to find a new audience. So you need to be binded. So it is very important to make sure that what you are, the output of what you are doing is correlating with their needs or interest. So you need to identify the targeted audience of your station. For example, let's say you're preparing something for youth, you need to prepare according as per their interest, and to see something which can, let's say, trigger their intention and then fall and be part. But engaging them, there is to make sure that they feel that that program or output is owned by them. Like, let's say, phone-in session, live, or by social media, whatever. So all those are the ways on how you can engage them and then move with them. Rather than if you don't find their interest, you will find that you are producing the program for your own and not for your audience. Yes.
Yeah, and I think that also leads us to the technique of consistency. You have to, I mean, if you have already established a set number of people that you reach out to and who are regularly getting your content, I think it's also important to not forget why they're reading that and to not to move, because you remember some people, once they get big, I think they call it selling out, and then they get what they were doing in the beginning, and then they just do what sells at that point.
That's a very important point, because you need to build a community and engage them, throughout your process of, sending out that message, getting feedback from them. As my colleague has said, if it's radio, phone in. If it's social media, read their comments, read and engage with them. So build that community so that they be part of it. Yeah. Okay.
So I guess that leads us to the next question, which I'll ask you, Danze. How have you managed to maintain the same kind of audience since you started working in the media industry? Can you hear us? Should I repeat the question?
We lost him.
Yeah, I think we lost MCI for a bit. So maybe we can start answering it on this end. In your experience with BBC Swahili, how have you managed to maintain the same kind of audience since you started working in the media industry? Because I believe you've been here for a few decades in Tanzania. So how have you managed to maintain the audience and not lose followers?
Yeah, it's cooking food, you always need to let's say to make a simple research. You cannot cook ugali every day, so we have been struggling to make sure that we make a simple research of what they are doing. They want us to do for them. For example, if we are preparing the program for the youth in our shows, we find that on planning, ideation, in order to satisfy the audience, you start to be very careful to the all stages, to the process of ideation, developing ideas. Does it ideas valuable to them? Are they eager to hear anything according to your selected ideas? So need to be. We have been doing that, doing a simple research, and even doing a simple research to know our loyal audience. We find that maybe if it is hard topic like politics, we know that some of the professors, doctors, and other people will be following.
Okay,
so you need to prepare so that you keep the trust for your audience. They need to trust you for what you have offered for them. So it's what we have been doing. Also, we have been engaging them. Let's say reading their messages, like so and so. We can see we are together with you. You have written 1, 2, 3. They feel prestige. They feel part of the program, rather than on your own, and then you forget that there are people who are following.
True.
Yeah. So that is what we have been doing to make sure we move with them in a strong binding, rather than leaving them behind.
Okay, so there's a definite system to track the feedback so that you make sure you're on track and that you feel engaged.
Exactly. Even training our let's say program that will be having an exclusive interview in our show today. Please come on, something like that. So we have been trading also our content. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Chiku, in your field?
Okay.
How have you managed to maintain your audience?
Okay, because I've been moving around a lot, so let me just stick to what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Right now, our area of focus is early childhood development. So definitely the first audience would be a parent. And then there are other people, say teachers, healthcare workers, etc. So what we do is we tailor those messages to be better received by them. So we would categorize our audiences and make sure that throughout a month we would have something that's in health, something that's in education, something is purely parenting, what a parent is expected to do with a child at home when they get back from school and all that. So that way, at least you are giving something to that person's of interest. Okay, as long as you develop that interest and they see the benefit and the value in it, are engaged and they try to participate. From time to time, they ask questions. We try to respond, and even encourage them to talk to a neighbor, talk to your colleague, and this. If there's any other question, please reach out to us. So definitely, once you build that that closeness, it's easier to keep that audience with you in a long run, and definitely. Along the way, you may lose some, but you'll also gain some. Yeah, it's a process.
I like what you said about tailoring your content to the specific age group of audience. Because I mean, if you're aiming to reach a parent, you're not going to have the same kind of content as you would be reaching a teenager.
Yes.
So you make sure it's just specific to them and reaching them in the area of life. I think that's really interesting. Danze, can you hear us now? We lost you there for a bit. Danze Edward, While we're waiting for MCI, let me just remind you who are joining us from parts of the world in East Africa virtually. Please do send in your questions because there will be a question answer session at the end for our speakers. So just write in your comments and your questions so that the speakers can answer them at the end of the session. Danze, can you hear us? MCI, can you hear us? Okay, good. You're back now. My question was, how have you managed to maintain the same kind of audience since you started working in the media industry? Specifically in radio, because you said you're a radio personality in Uganda. So what kind of strategies do you use? Sorry, Danze, your audio is quite low. If you could raise it a bit for us.
About now.
Oh, yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, we're having technical difficulties. We're not managing our audience that side very well.
It's okay. I think it's a common issue today, unfortunately.
Okay. So like I was saying, for radio in particular, since it's about engaging virtually, though I do audio-visual radio, so they have to see me as well. I think about my visual etiquette as well. But the most important thing that I would say about one, retaining the audience that I would have on radio is to make sure what I am talking about benefits them. It won't matter if I came up with an amazing topic about sexual reproductive health, for example, but the particular audience that I have isn't interested in that. It will mean I'm just speaking to myself. So the reason, one of the techniques I use, what we use at Next Radio, is to make sure that we did the research prior. We asked them what they wanted, meaning I'm going to go on my social media handles. I'll post a poll, people will vote, select the topic we should talk about, or they will select a guest that we should bring to studio. And also, sometimes we will use trends, for example, what has been trending this week, what has been the topic of conversation that week, and we will go by that. So that way I'm guaranteed that when I'm on air, I'm going to get a call in, or I'm going to have engagement throughout the time that we're speaking. Now that's just radio. When the other umbrella that I put on, or the other quote that I put on, which is digital marketing, is when we are having, say, the 9 p.m. news, and we know that our audience may not have an issue to dictate the kind of stories we cover that night, which would be different from radio. We ensure that we at least broadcast or showcase their social media feedback onto the screen. But beyond that, audience development is really about engaging and retaining your audience. We ensure that the anchors, who they probably switch on to look at, read out these messages that they are putting on social media. That way they feel a lot more connected to the product or to the broadcast, and eventually we're able to engage and retain them.
Thank you, Danze. That's really insightful. I mean, it's really important to ask people what they want, because otherwise, I mean, it's quite difficult to kind of, it will be kind of like hit and a miss situation. You know, you don't know how it will be received, but if you already know what they want, I think your half of the work is already done for you. And I think now that brings us to the key question of the session. What are the challenges that you face as you...
The key question, I wanted to add something from my colleague, that there are three things which are very important while being in the process or whatever, producing some or preparing something for your audience. First of all, you implement what you have in plan, that is number one, but keep on tracking to see how does it go. You know, when you track is where you can even see the areas of improvement according to the needs of your targeted audience. And then finally adjust. You adjust how, for example, if it is a radio program, you can even revamp the program. You revamp the program, because if we produce something and there's no one who is following, you better change, or even find you utilize the time, the air time, to create another program with the target, clear and specific targeted audience.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And Danze touched on that as well with the digital audience, that they read back the feedback comments so that they really feel, not only do they feel that the audience connects, and they also get that chance to kind of track, like you're saying, so that they it's kind of like a roadmap to see if you're still on track on what you're trying to achieve. So I think for the interest of time, we're going to take the questions from the audience. We're going to take a few questions here, if there are any in our audience on this side, and then we're going to take some questions from Uganda, one question from each hub, and then one from our virtual audience. So is there a question here for any of the panelists?
So I had 2 questions.
Yes.
And one was...
one, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll repeat it so our followers can.
So, given the
mic is there, so you just step this so that they can hear.
Oh, I have to stand.
Maybe you can just, yeah.
So my question was, currently, who is driving the agenda in the media? Is it print media still driving the agenda? Is it social media driving the agenda? Or what exactly have you seen as a trend in driving the agenda that ends up being the topic that people are talking about at the end of the day?
Thank you. If we can have the question from the Ugandan audience as I check our virtual comments.
About the target audience. I mean, there is a little bit of mixture. I don't know whether it's me who doesn't understand target audience. Sometimes when people talk of target audience, we often take target audience in age bracket, which age, and also we rarely talk about the region. So in my audience selection or maintaining my audience, should I put in that element of putting in a region also and the age bracket into the target audience?
I think I'm trying to read the comments here for the. The audio was a bit low. Is it possible for you to repeat your question, sir?
Should I repeat the question on this behalf? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Who is your question directed?
Sorry, this question was about whether we should always include the region, the age, the gender, and generally what he was asking was, in terms of targeted audiences, what actually dictates your audience? Is it all those things, gender, age, or there are particular things that are bigger drivers compared to the other?
Okay. If I can just ask the team on this side to help me to read the comments.
So far it looks like there's no question on this side.
Okay, I thought it was my device. There is no question from audience, so I guess all our panelists can kind of answer. If we can start with you.
Okay, so the first question was, who's driving the agenda?
Yes.
Is it in the digital media or in print media? Okay, so I think it depends on what you mean driving the agenda. First of all, once you know your audiences and you segment them properly, you will know which voice is coming stronger. Okay, so in the social media, most of the time, it is very urban-centered messaging because they are the ones who have access to that, mobile phones and social media and internet, etc. So their voices can be very loud from the social media. But then if you are very urban-centered, your voices will be coming from call-in the radio programs. So it really depends on where they are, the audiences, and what type of media they have access to. Okay, so in the rural area, most they will be talking about, we need water, we need electricity, and that agenda will be coming very strongly from those areas. But in the social media, you would see they'll be talking mostly about politics, about global issues. Okay, so because they have access, they easily can access instantly information that's coming from the US, from everywhere. Okay, so they can pick it up and package it and generate discussions, and it would go viral, as they say, and it will be an agenda, and it will be picked in the radio and in the newspapers like that. But in the communities, it would be mainly from the radio, from their meetings, and maybe there was a journalist there doing, developmental reporting, then it will come out. Okay, and then it may be picked again in the social media. So they are kind of interdependent, but it really, really is driven by what access media you have.
Okay.
Yeah, to add on that, you asked who are in the agenda. I think the agenda is audience-centered. When you are thinking about agenda, whether it is, say, you are in the newsroom and then you are planning for the agenda of the day, one thing to consider is what is trending connected to the audience. So to me, if you ask me, the community power, the community interest, desire, is the important center, where if you are a media and you want real, because audience or community are your beneficiaries of anything you are doing. You need to target them. That are they going to be comfortable? Are they going to be satisfied with what I'm producing? So when you are setting agenda, if you really want to set the agenda which will be touching the community, which will be, let's say, connect you, your organization, and the community, you need to consider what is trending in the community, what is trending, what is the talk of the town, So audience are the main. Your agenda should be audience-centered kind of agenda. Failure to do so, it will be your own agenda, and then you can even see the feedback. If you are engaging them, you can see, evaluate and monitor the agenda which has been set to them, which has been, let's say, set as the point of production of the day. You will see. If they are less concerned with the agenda, you find that they cannot respond.
Danze, if you could answer the last question for us really briefly.
Sorry, just want to add something to that. I don't think it would be easy to say because more integrated media strategy allows you to reach out to your audience as well. Social media will give you an advantage. Print will give you an advantage with the older segment in the economy. Then you'll have radio that's going to give you nationwide coverage, and then billboards that are more active now, digital billboards, where you can scan QR codes and all those things. So more integrated format of reaching your audience is always best, but everybody say it, your audience dictates. At the end of the day, you just have to integrate. Now, for the question that you was asked here about demography, age, and all those things, there is no one unique strategy for audience development. They always change. For instance, if I'm a carbonated soft drink company and I wanted to use a radio station to announce this new drink, I'm going to ask themselves, is it a colored drink? Is it a ET drink? Is it pushing for fun and enjoyment? Meaning it's going to be a younger age group. I'm going to have to design my communication for the younger people. But it doesn't mean that the parents, the people with the actual money to buy this drink for this audience, won't get their kind of strategy. Meaning I am going to have to also design something for their parents who give them the money to buy. So meaning I am going to probably use print media or TV
to put this in conversation. You just have to utilize these insights. Where are they located? Is it a campaign for elections? Focus more on rural regions, meaning you're going to use radio, you're going to talk to the elders in the villages since they influence the younger voters. So nothing supersedes the other. You just have to maximize the strength of each insight in that population breakdown.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the virtual audience joining us. This has been a session on how to develop and maintain your audience. And we've had Leonard Mubali from BBC Africa, we have had Edwin from Next Media Uganda, and we've had Chiku Luwino, who has a background in journalism, but now she's branched off and she's at Children in Crossfire. So thank you so much for tuning in. It has certainly been a very informative session. Do join us as we convene again right before the lunch break. Stay with us. Hello, MCI, can you hear us? I think they dispersed.
You don't have technical issue, but they're coming back.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can just keep on having the conversation with the ones online in here, and then.
Okay. The people online want to skia save. Okay. Okay, thank you for staying with us. Apparently we had 20 extra minutes and I was not aware. So if you're following online, do keep sending in your comments and your questions for our panelists. I believe Uganda will be joining us as well soon. I think we'll carry on from the last question, which I think only Danze got to answer, which was, what are the key strategies? Are there any hacks to get to developing an audience? How do you do it? The how to? Maybe we can start with you, Chiku.
Okay, so first of all, you need to understand that the audience, actually people, and people are different. So the easiest way you can do you know, you need to cluster them. Once you understand where they are, you need to cluster them, you know, in terms of disaggregating them, in terms of age, in terms of interest, in terms of location and all that. And then you need to make yourself known. Okay, so there are different ways. You know, you can communicate when you want to send information for behavior change. You can communicate when you want to sell something. You can communicate just for information. So you need to know what you're trying to do and then make yourself known and reach to the people where they are. So for example, let me give you an example of social media. In social media, first of all, you need to open that account, and then you need to start, you know, creating content that will resonate to that group of people, and then you need to, you know, reach out to like-minded organizations. You know, you need to tag them. You need to, you know, engage with those kind of groups, etc. And you know, the beauty of social media is that algorithm, you know, that's the jargon in there, will help you, because once you are communicating a certain message, like-minded messages will come. And those minded messages would come with the people who are interested in that kind of message. So you piggyback on it, okay? Others would take a shortcut of, you know, doing sponsorship. Although sponsorship are good and they'll give you, you know, a lot of following in a short time, but they may not be sustainable because, again, the mechanism of the algorithm can also take them away. So I think the best way, my best hack was to get it organically. Okay, you understand, put it in your mind that you're dealing with people, what are their interests, where to reach them, and you start delivering content and going to the channels where they normally go. And they come organically, they come interested, and they want to engage. So you take it from there.
Thank you. I think as we still wait for Uganda, can I give you the floor? Maybe you can keep on answering the same. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think Chiku has said here, you need to do something, let's say, which is as per their. Because as I've said before, those are consumers.
Excuse
those are the main consumers of what you are doing. For example, you are in online business, you open the website, there is no updating it. So when they go around and see the plain website, today plain website, tomorrow again, is the place where they can even quit from following your website, whatever. So you need to be in touch with them daily. Look, checking their interest, doing something as per their interest, then creativity, innovation, but also as an organization, you need to have, let's say, a shared commitment, shared vision with other staff, because let's say you are owning a radio station, for example, your staff should know that we are doing everything for the betterment of the audience. So is where now you will find the teamwork, creativity from every corner, creativity from the producer, presenter, every corner, intending to make sure that you retain the audiences you have and even getting new audiences, and even planning for the future audiences too. Yeah.
Okay. But what about the individual who is not part of a strategy to get more followers, and they want to develop their own audience as well? They're a content creator, but they want to know those strategies. Is it different if you're as an individual and as a part of a media house? Are the strategies different?
You want to start?
Okay. I think the only difference is that a company is coming with more resources. Okay, resources in terms of more people, more a lot of other things that are backing their ability to actually do different things online. So as an individual, you need to learn from what other people like you are doing. That is the easiest way of getting in there and doing things. Look for people who are doing what you're doing and check out their website and study them and start copying. Okay? Don't take the, it's not about plagiarism or anything like that. It is about taking the structure. For example, I don't know what example I should take. For example, I am a content creator for children's books. I'll follow bookshops. I'll follow kindergarten websites and all that, and see the kind of content they put out there, and see the kind of audiences they have and engagement, and try to learn and customize it to your audience now, because now you're building your own. It has to come with your own touch. You can learn from others, but create your own. Okay, the easiest way for somebody who's coming in, without resources, is just themselves to start building. So if they have a little money, they can try a little bit of sponsoring, of some of their content, but they should come with very authentic stories that resonate with the audience, but very, very authentic. Okay, storytelling is very, very powerful. All humans like to hear stories. So learn from others, create your own content, and take it from there.
I think that's a really interesting point that you just raised. As we were talking about it yesterday as well. In Uganda, are you back? Yes, we can hear you.
Hopefully you can hear me too.
Yes, we can hear you guys from MIC. So to explain to the Ugandan audience, we had 20 extra minutes that I was not aware of. So I ended early, my apologies, but we're still here with the speakers. So I would encourage the people that are on the different hubs to keep sending in their questions. And yes, I also have a few questions here that we didn't get to, and I think we have about 12 minutes left. So maybe I can ask you the next one, which is, what are the challenges that you face as you develop audiences as well as the tools you are using? Danze.
The number one challenge is the birth of social media. It became a big problem in itself. It's a very huge opportunity. Locally here, we have about 12 million active social media users in Uganda, but they are scattered all over various social media platforms. So it's hard for you sometimes to know where your biggest impact is going to be, because most times the data will be either inaccurate or will be an assumption by the two of them. I will just roll with it. But some of the biggest challenges we get is inconsistencies in data. That's number one. Two, our ND also doesn't know how to share their information. For example, if you're using a food delivery app or a cab hailing application on your phone, I can easily tell where you stay, how often you move to particular places, what kind of restaurants you go to. So it's easy for me to get that information and tailor a conversation around, let's say, lifestyle or night lifestyle in Uganda. That would be easy. But the bigger part of the population, I would call it, is in that dark zone, whereby they probably only use feature phones. These are the capability phones, like we call them here, or they don't have patterns or habits that they continuously partake on. So it's also hard for us to utilize that data. Now, why is social media a challenge in itself? Is because the conversations change too fast, too frequently, too often. Recently on Twitter, there's been a red flag thing going on. You'll go to Facebook and find out they're naming and shaming someone. You'll read print and find out that agrotech is in right now when you read newspapers. And then on TV, they're fixated on the politics here and there. So it's very hard for us to get effective data from social media in that way. But remember, it's still an opportunity. That's one of the biggest challenges I would put across. Secondly, we face a challenge of the radio presenters and TV hosts. We are always produced. Our directors will dictate what we must talk about that particular day. If the newsroom story that they has been an arrest of, let's say, an opposition politician, we are more often not going to have to run with that content. But you may find the audience could be less bothered about that particular story. So that becomes a challenge as well.
Thank you, Danze. If I could ask you the same question, what are the challenges that you face as you develop audiences, as well as the tools that you're using?
Oh, there is a challenge of audiences' misconception, because when we are trying to prepare something for them, there is a guidelines, professionalism, ethics, whatever. They don't consider that. What they need is to offer or to offer them what they want. But you are not offering them what they want. You should cross-check the ethical issues and other ego issues. As you have seen now in the social media, they are just posting any kind of the picture, whatever, but for academician or the one who is professional cannot do it. So that is a conflict of interest sometimes. And also the challenge is about the content, that the content we are offering sometimes, there is conflict of interest from every corner, for example, politicians, whatever. So you cannot satisfy. While you are struggling to satisfy your audience, also you should remember that there is other legal issues following. So the challenges. And the third one is about the facilities. You know, we are living in a new era. Things have changed, utilized. So there is a use of facilities for many even stations, whatever. They don't have, let's say, required facilities according to the time which we are living now. So to me, those are some of the challenges, though they are many.
Yes. If I could ask you the last question, which I hope that Danze, you can also answer. What would you advise the upcoming media personnel on developing your audiences?
Thank you. First of all, there's this concept. It's supposed to have been there for a long time, but there's a new concept that's called dignified storytelling. Okay, it comes with integrity. It comes with respect for the subjects that you're developing your story around. It comes with, building positivity and dignified, storytelling. Respecting that individual, that they would want a positive side of themselves to be portrayed. Okay, so once you stick to these values, definitely people will be drawn to your stories, because it's very easy to want to sell a story and exaggerate things here and there. And in the process, you are losing the respect, you are losing the value of that person, and that's not good. So stick to the stories that if somebody was telling that story about you, you'd be comfortable. So stick to those, and the other points, as you've heard, of course, they'll be helpful, but that is a very key one.
Yeah. And I think that also applies to the earlier question that I asked about if you're not in the kind of media house context and you're just a content creator as an individual,
I think that advice also applies that you should have your own editorial values and keep your stories with that level of integrity that, you know, you can sleep at night knowing that you did the right thing and you told the story in the right way, and the person still has dignity left at the end of the day, the one that you're talking about. And Danze, if you could close for us with your take on upcoming media personnel, what would you advise them on the subject of developing your audience?
Before I do that, I'll just add to what she just said. In the era of misinformation and malinformation, all this sensationalized content, which is selling a lot these days, I believe what you said is absolutely right. And the US president was spreading fake news on Twitter. They eventually banned him. So the consequences are quite they don't affect just you who is in the studio pushing out this information. But then from my don't sit at the back of the car and go with the trend. Create conversations too. It's better if you're in studio or you're on air and you're talking about a topic that you're passionate about. I love gaming, I love movies, and most times when I'm having this conversation in my WhatsApp groups or on air, or when I'm featuring on a TV show somewhere, the conversation is much more natural and it flows well. So be at the forefront of the engagement, engage with your audience. Don't ignore a simple thank you for the show today that you had. It's very important to that person. You end up reeling them in, they become more loyal to you. You're nurturing, you're watering your garden. So whenever you think about doing something on air or in making this a professional career for yourselves, ensure that you care so much about your audience that they feel love towards you, as opposed to a role that I have to tune in and listen to this person for 2 hours. Let them feel like they've only listened to you for about 15 minutes and want more and more of you. So yeah, that's what I would share with the people.
Thank you, Daze. And I think that brings it back to the point that you were saying in the beginning of the session, that at the end of the day, it really comes back to skill. You know, it's about how you structure your story and how the creativity you put into it. And yeah, I think that goes into the of incorporating it into your story, about caring about your audience, that you keep in mind as you're creating the story and you're adding the creativity, that you're kind of safeguarding the bearer of the story, or it's not the audience, it's the story, the story, and the characters in your story, so to speak. And I think that's our time, guys. Thank you for staying with us. Hopefully this time we're actually ending the session. Yeah, let's reconvene back on the main room before we go for lunch. Thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your input. It really has been a very informative session. Thank you, Danze Edwin and Chikuluwino and Leonard Bubali. Karibuni. My name is Hannah Mbago. This has been developing tools tools in developing the audience in media. Stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Do I take this mic?
No, kuna ambayo iko prepared kwa sababu ni break tu utatumia ya hapa.
Yeah.
Hello, Ben. Ben, are you here? Ben, are you here? Do we have anyone from Kenya? Do we have anyone from Kenya?
I look this way, right.
Okay, if Ben, you're here, I just wanted to inform you that we have some of our speakers who are not here yet because they had set their time to be at exactly 2. So we have Rahim and our moderator as well. So as we're waiting for the other speakers to join, we'll give this chance to Rahim to introduce himself as well as our moderator to engage with the speaker who is in Uganda. So just give us around 5 to 10 minutes. Our speakers will be here and then we can proceed with them as well. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome to our next session, which is very interesting for the afternoon as we continue in our series of events in the East Festival. As Faraji mentioned, we're waiting for the rest of the speakers to come, but we're going to just introduce the session. And yes, Karibu Jumanne. We have really like I was introduced. So yes, thank you. We have our next other speaker here already. We're waiting for one more speaker, and we have our other speaker from Uganda, Ms. Sharon Kakai. Thank you for having us this afternoon. So we'll start right away by introducing the session, and then I'll also give room to our speakers to give a brief intro about themselves. Yeah, the session today we have what can media learn from the innovation, tech, and the startup scene. So we all know what media innovation is. I'm sure it's a very confusing term. It's a common word, but same time confusing. So we're here to learn from the experts themselves of the tech and innovation ecosystem, who have done a number of projects, programs in the innovation ecosystem. They're familiar with the sector and they're going to tell us what it is exactly, what can media learn, the storytellers, the content creators, the journalists, what are they, what should they look out for in the innovation so that they can improve the media industry. So to start with, I'm going to allow my first speaker to introduce himself, Mr. Jumanne. Karibu.
My name is Jumanne Tambarike. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sahara Ventures, and I work in Tanzania, in the innovation ecosystem in Tanzania.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Rahim.
My name is Rahim, and I'm a filmmaker, like full-time filmmaker, and I'm a private-based filmmaker here in Tanzania.
Thank you, Rahim. Next, Ms. Sharon, please introduce yourself and let us know what you do and where you come from.
Thank you for having us here. My name is Sharon Kakai. I work at the Innovation Village as the marketing and communications lead. For those of you that don't know, I'll just give a brief background about the Innovation Village. It's a launchpad for Uganda's upcoming entrepreneurs who are innovating around our most pressing challenges using technology. We work hard to convene the ecosystem and try to see that everybody through the value chain contributes to the growth of the startup sector, and that's who the village is. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, so I think we can dive into the discussion, but I don't know if we can still wait for the next speaker or we should continue. Okay, we can proceed. We've been given the green light. So thank you. We're here to discuss media innovation. What can media learn from the tech innovation and the startup scene? But first, one may be wondering, what is innovation to begin with? Innovation is implementation of new practices and new methods of doing things, improving goods and services. But I would like to first know from our speaker, Mr. Jumanne Tambalike, to tell us what exactly is innovation and the innovation ecosystem at large. What is it for your understanding?
The context of media or
General context.
okay, great. Yeah, so there's some academic definition of innovation, and I won't dwell into that. But basically, innovation is, it boils down to four things. What is that you're trying to do, and how you do it. What if you try to do it a bit different, meaning that how can you come up with something a bit different so that you can either improve efficiency or output of what you do. What wows, meaning out of that, what you are doing, what stand out, which will distinguish you from other people who are following the same approach or same procedure. And also what works. The thing you're working on, this new invention or alternative solution or practice, does it work? Does it respond to the problem you're trying to solve or the solution you're trying to create? So innovation of itself is how you do something, how you do it a bit different, how do you add value, but also how do you solve a problem based on what approach or solution you've come up with.
Thank you, Mr. Jumanne. Yes, we've all heard from Jumanne.
Yeah, just also to add on, I remember the second question was the innovation ecosystem.
Yeah.
So basically, the innovation ecosystem is a system of systems that actually works together, and they're built from different pillars of the innovation ecosystem. It can be the innovators themselves as individuals, but also how innovators work with support organizations. These can be innovation hubs, and by innovation hubs, it can be incubators, accelerators, co-creation spaces, media labs, but also you have academic and research institutions which are pushing for knowledge and technology transfer, as well as research and commercialization. But also you can have innovation regulators, people are coming up with policies and regulation around innovation. But also you can have innovators supporting organizations. So all those different pillars that are working together in innovation ecosystem while leveraging resources and value among each other, that ecosystems are creating is what we are calling innovation ecosystem.
Thank you, Mr. Jumanne. That's a very well-rounded definition of innovation and innovation ecosystem, which will lead us into our discussion. So we all know that media involves a number of things. There are content creators, there are journalists, storytellers, and innovation, as Mr. Jumanne explained it, it's a new way of doing things, new methods. So what can media learn? We have our experienced panelists here today. I know Mr. Jumanne personally, he has worked on a number of projects. He's been there in the innovation ecosystem from the very beginning at inception in Tanzania. And he has also developed some of the innovation hubs that were grooming their startups with their ideas. So we're going to explain basically how can media learn from the innovation ecosystem. First, we know that media, there are a lot of techniques that can be used from innovation. So from your experience, your background, and different projects that you have done, I would like to start this discussion with Ms. Sharon. Based on the topic that we have today, what can media learn from innovation, the tech and startup scene? What should media learn from that? Do you have ways or methods that media should be looking out for, the techniques, innovation techniques that they should implement so that they can improve their ways of doing things in the media industry?
Yeah, I do. Thanks for asking that question. It's actually something that we go out debating, especially during our content meetings. I think one of the things we've done so well at the Village is create a platform within the content, that curation for content. And through the curation of that content, one thing we've learned is that we normally jump the process. Most times we've noticed media is quick to highlight, but really the process, we believe that's where the story is. And that kind of that kind of roadmap is what leads you to connect with people based to capture the process, where they started, how they started, so that by the time you're elevating, their wins, their successes, there is something that connects with the public. And again, just to respond to one of our colleagues, he said that the innovation should be able to speak to, our social needs, and we totally agree. And that's what makes innovation interesting. So I think something that media should be able to learn and pick from this at least is that the process is really important. Just, highlighting the end of the tunnel or the success that more than what they would have seen through the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, as Sharon explained, it's the process that matters in developing new practices, learning from the innovation. So I would also like to take this question back to Mr. Rahim. I understand you've been in the innovation ecosystem. You also currently a filmmaker. So you have already interconnected these two things. So explain to us from your way of doing things or what you've been doing, what are the things that media should do to learn from innovation?
So I'll start by first describing the procedure of how it turned out to be. I am a filmmaker now. Innovation as innovation has got a big impact to different fields, education, health, we all have seen it. It's a gradual process where with time, it just tends to bring solutions that at some point indulges changes in the community. So same as in the filmmaking, I was in the tech sector, and with time, I mean, there was not a lot of these technological disruptions that we see right now, like the existence of these drones, the existence of high-end smartphones, which could record, like anything, anywhere. You know what I mean? Eh? So with time, we see that the more the tech gradually changes, the more the accessibility becomes easier to the youth, the community around. So for me, I was once a techie, and Jumanne can tell about this one. I used to be in the tech industry back in the days, but now I see how much disruptions that the technologies that were once innovations have actually changed the industry. A good example is the use of drones. Like back in the days when the drones were still at a very basic level, like there was a lot of talk, what could drones be able to do? Some would say they will change the way we do deliveries. Some would say drones could disrupt the health sector and deliver medicines and across platforms. But then drones came and found their own space in the media. Right now, you don't need to hire a private plane to have aerial shots. All you need to do is to hire a high-end camera or by hand camera drone that can be able to give you a very good shot. You know what I mean? So just to bring it down, with media, I think technology and media can be allies that can never be separated, because with time, we need to have accessibility to tools, resources that can make it easier for people to report, people to create content, people to share whatever, lifestyle and everything that surrounds us.
Thank you, Mr. Rahim. Yes, I think what Mr. Jumanne mentioned earlier, as he was explaining about innovation, I would also like him to give us a bit of depth on that area. What does media imply when it comes to innovation? Like those two things, how do they merge?
Yeah, so I would like to build up on what Rahim was saying. So most of what we are seeing in terms of disruption in the media sector is caused by digital transformation and the emerging of new type of media, which is creating also opportunities, but also challenges for existing media. The way it operates between the so-called traditional media system, which was very centralized. A person who has a radio or a person who has a TV, a person who owns a newspaper, they control everything. They decide what to publish, when to publish, who to publish to. Is something that technology and innovation has come to change. Right now, you don't need a radio to create your own show. You can create a podcast. And if you have a good traction and good followership, you can be able to make money and come up with your own business model. Right now, you don't need to publish a newspaper. If you're a good writer, you can establish your own blog. And if people like your content, you can be able to trend. Right now, you don't need to go and beg any media house, TV media house to have a show. You can establish your own show on YouTube. And if you have good followership, then you can be able to actually capitalize on that. So digital transformation has pushed for new innovation in the media sector. And these new transformation, these new innovation are playing a very crucial role, a very disruptive role. So I'll say that is the first thing. But another thing that we are seeing right now, for those traditional media houses, and which they used to serve a diverse group of people, people of my father's age, I call them BBC, born before computers. They're really struggling because now they have to engage with a new type of audience, which is a very different type of audience. They consume different kind of content. If you discuss with some of the people, you come to realize some of the content that most of these young guys are consuming. To some people, it's kind of inappropriate. They're only listening to music and having a lot of fun, but it's a kind of content they consume. And if you want to carry a message, or if you want to push a certain knowledge or information, you have to design and structure your media in such a way they can be able also to consume it. So these are some of the innovations that are happening. Content innovation is happening, production innovation is happening, publication innovation is happening, content delivery innovation is happening. So everything is changing in the media sector because of digital transformation and technology, which is also because of competition is pushing media houses to become more innovative. And while back in the days, media houses will be competing with fellow media houses. Media houses right now, they're not even competing with media houses. They are competing with techies who can create their own blogs. They are competing with the likes of Millard Ayo, who can publish content at any time. It doesn't need to establish a radio or something like that. So those are some of the innovation that we are seeing through digital transformation that are pushing the traditional conservative media houses to think on a different way where they can continue to stay relevant in the market.
Yes, that's quite knowledgeable. Thank you, Mr. Jumanne. And we have our final speaker for today who has just joined us, Mr. Joseph Manirakiza. I'm going to give him a few minutes to introduce himself. He'll tell us what he does and why he's here today. Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon, and apologies for being late. Very unprofessional, but it happens. Right. I'm Joseph Manirakiza, has been introduced, and I work for the UNDP currently, managing a new innovation program called Funguo. Before this, I was managing HDIF, the Human Development Innovation Fund, that has just closed its doors. So that's me. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. So also, Mr. Joseph, I'm glad to have worked with him in several innovation projects. So I believe he has a lot to share with us today. Yes, as you're still with the mic, the topic for today is what can media learn from the innovation, tech, and startup scene? And as Jumanne was explaining, from his point of view, like different ideas or different implementation ideas that media can take from innovation. I would like to move the question to you, Mr. Joseph. You have worked in several projects. Previously, you have funded different innovation projects. You have worked with different startups who have had different ideas, even in media, I believe. So tell us from your view, what do you think media is inclined to do when it comes to innovation? What are the practices that are very good to look out for so they can be able to become more innovative?
Yeah, thanks. I hope I won't be repeating myself or what Juman has just said, but I think he's just mentioned that given the current level of digitalization and tech revolution, if I can call it that way, I think the media houses have been forced to kind of follow suit. I mean, some of them have actually closed shops because they couldn't compete. I think we have some examples in Tanzania at the moment. But for those who have managed to kind of survive, or who are kind of surviving, I think there are a few things that we can pick from them that I think they have probably learned from the techies and innovators. And I think they have been forced to change their vision. I think the way the media used to be managed and the way we used to look at to them waiting for the next day to get a newspaper, it has completely changed right now. He's talked about the delivery methods. I think right now, I don't remember when it was the last time I bought a newspaper because I have an app that can actually be able to get a newspaper on my phone. And if you discuss with some of these innovators who are kind of coming up with these delivery channels, a few media houses have actually hesitated to actually join them, and they have paid the prices. So I think they can learn that in this particular era of technology transformation, there are some of the things you can resist at your own peril. The second part is about who they use to take as news sources. I haven't worked in the media, but I have friends who work in there. I understand that every morning they kind of gather and brainstorm on what should actually be published and what shouldn't. Right now, I think that could be archaic as we talk, because sources of news are different, are various. But at least there are some of them who are kind of sharp enough, who are always active in these other platforms like Clubhouse to actually hear what people are actually discussing, what makes the news out there. And I think that's a coping mechanism. And those who are not following suit, definitely sooner or later might actually see that they're actually playing a very losing game. The other part, I think, for some of the media that we probably have been successful in coping with this kind of development are those who have got transformational leaderships, like leaders who actually can foresee what's happening tomorrow, probably what people would like to hear, not what we think people want to hear, but clearly what people want to hear. I think you can compare that with an innovator who is going to be successful in the market. Much as they would like to follow their passion, but you always have to ask yourself, what does the consumer need? What will the user say if they look at my product? So I think the same case applies for media houses as well, that they have to always not think about themselves, but also engage the consumers to understand what is the trend right now, what do they read, what they want to hear, and how do they want to be engaged. So I think that's very clear right now that you are going to, if you ask so many young people at the moment, you're going to ask to find out that there are so many radio channels that they no longer tune into, because probably they haven't been able to change to actually speak their language to kind of feed them with the content they want to consume. So there are so many ways that I think media houses can learn from innovators if they really want to survive in this kind of current era. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Back to Ms. Sharon in Uganda. I would like to know, are there any media innovators in your innovation ecosystem, and what have they done so far in the innovation ecosystem that other media houses or just storytellers, journalists can learn from? And how does it look like? What is the industry like in the innovation ecosystem for the media? And what practices are being implemented at the moment that as we speak? Ms. Sharon, are you there?
Thank you. Yes, we do. One thing Hello?
You're still breaking. We can't hear you well. Maybe it's the network. Okay, as we get back to you, we can, as you're setting up the technical difficulties you're experiencing, back to Rahim. Yes, so you mentioned you've worked in the innovation ecosystem and now you're a filmmaker, you make films. So you have moved from innovation to media. What for you in the transition, and what differences have you seen so far? And how are you implementing the innovation practices that you have learned previously into the media as you're making the films and everything that you do?
All right. First, I'll start by describing the scenario here. 10 years ago, if I wanted to create a TV show, before anything, I'll start to think of which TV broadcaster will buy my show. This is the first question. If I wanted to make a film, first I have to think of which distributor will buy my CDs. You know what I mean? Eh? And depending on who is currently ruling the market, chances were always very obsolete, very little. That's why even the creativity, we could see very less youth engaging themselves in the media industry. Let's say filmmaking, content creation, music industry, videographies and everything, you know what I mean? Eh? But with time, it became a lot more easier to access the market than it is to access the distributors, the TV broadcasters and everything. So with this ease, which means right now I know if I create my film, I don't have to struggle going from media house to ask for them to buy my film, but rather I have to just create a platform, a viewership that people will like my content, and then it's easier for me to sell it to them. And how do you do that? It's easier. You can create traction through social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. And then if you want to really make business out of it, you can now sell it to these big media operators like Netflix or Amazon Prime, which the specifics are very obvious. If you need your film to be in our platform, you need to reach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the challenge is left with you. Can you reach that? You know what I mean? So now you understand what you need to do to get somewhere. Now you understand that you can create your own fan base through social medias. Now you understand that you have all the tech in your hands that you can use it to deliver the best image quality. You have the people around you that you know you can like team up through different platforms to create the best stories that you can sell to any platform. You know what I mean? So when I was in the tech industry, by then you want to watch a TV show, you need to look on the schedules. This TV show is at this time, they decide, like what Jumane say, they decide when they want you to watch it and what you should watch. But right now, 90% of the times I get the news before even the media houses. Why? Because the digital platforms have advanced way ahead of these regular forms of broadcasting in the country. Right now, I can hear the news that, all right, guys, we have had a earthquake in Mwanza, way ahead before even Millard Hayo, way ahead before Cloud FM. Why? Because the information flow now is a lot more quicker. People send the information. You don't need a media house to know that an earthquake happened in Mwanza. You know what I mean? Eh? And by the time that the media house bring that information to the public, it's already too late for me. So media houses need to keep up with the pace of how the technology is changing. Now, speaking on my side, after I transition from techie to media, I apply the same practices. What should be done, because I've been in the tech industry, I see how tech is evolving, and now I've swapped from the techie aspect to media. So it's just as easy as to try and merge into the trend. How can I sell my film? There's Netflix. What is the specification? I need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 specifics of the cameras, let's say. How can I reach my market? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right now, it's a lot more easier for me to say, if I do 1, 2, 3, I can get 1, 2, 3 than how it used to be back in the days, where somebody has to hold my hand and put me in the platform. If I want to be a filmmaker, I know I have platforms where I can sell my film. If the platforms won't sell my film, won't buy my film, then I can literally put efforts to create my own fraction, put effort to create my own market, and try to sell it the way I find it possible for myself. So right now, I would say opportunities are in the media industry. And that's the reason why I also leverage it, and I'm involving myself full time.
Great, great. And as a follow-up question, so do you think the media houses, the likes of our local media houses, Clouds TV or Star TV, what should they learn, as you mentioned? What should they learn from that?
First, I would say a lot of youth don't watch local medias at the moment. Yeah. Like very
Sharon,
few numbers. Okay, like
again?
you find a very...
Hello?
Yes, yes, I can hear you, Miss Sharon. Hello?
Okay, so it's very hard to find, like the last time, I remember last time for me to sit in the TV saying that I'm watching local news, it's over 8 years ago. And if I sit, okay, sometimes you say, okay, you know what, let me check TBC, and you just put TBC. I think the content is outdated. Like most of these media houses still rely on their old ways of sharing their content. If you want to watch a movie in Clouds, I'm pretty much sure you know what kind of movie it will be. Yeah. But if you have Netflix with you, you have endless options. You can choose. DSTV, we all are familiar of DSTV. DSTV, I think they're playing pretty much good when it comes to changing with their perspective. They used to be like very famous back in the days. If you have DSTV back at home, you know, you're from a fancy family. But right now, they have advanced to the point that if you have a decoder at home, you can literally download the DSTV app and you can have access to all the shows. But yes, it's still like the same media like back in the days where they decide when you watch it. And this is where platforms like Netflix, platforms like Amazon Prime, platforms like the documentaries did in YouTube stuff hits the top point, because you decide what you want to watch. If I want to watch documentaries about crime, I'll go to YouTube, open Al Jazeera Crime TV, and I'll watch whatever I want to watch. But with DSTV, yes, they have brought the service to the mobile phone, but I still need to time them when they want me to watch their show. So what I would say is, it's okay to stick to the old ways of doing things, but sometimes it's good to twist where the world is going, because that way you create a platform for users, a platform for content creators to feed in your platform. You know what I mean? Eh? And in that way, then you don't lose traction, you don't lose market, and you compete in the market. What Joseph said before was a lot of media houses have shut down before in Tanzania at the moment. Not because they don't have money, not because they don't have funds, because competing in this current trend needs you to leverage technology, needs you as a media house to take advantage of every single opportunity to grasp as much users as possible. And this is why right now it's much more hype, or it's much more profitable for me to do whatever I can to sell my content to Netflix. Right now, it's a lot more better to post my content on YouTube, because with a lot of views, I get paid by YouTube, than for me to wake up in the morning and say, okay, I'm going to Clouds, I'm going to Wasafi, TBC, these media houses to sell my content. You know what I mean? And to bring another example here is a lot of these music directors, like the like of Anskana in Tanzania and Filifi in Kenya, they shoot music videos, they get paid. But what pays them more is if the music video gets more viewership on YouTube and not local medias. Yeah. You know what I mean? Eh? So you could see the trend. You could see how media houses need to twist some things to be able to fit in the market. Otherwise, I mean, in the next 5 years, I'm pretty much sure the kids born in 2000 have no idea what these local TVs are. These TikTokers, what we call them now. So I think they just need to follow the trend and use innovations to see how best they can position themselves in the market, but still not lose traction.
Thank you very much. That was quite insightful. Yeah,
Tanzania, can you hear us?
We can hear you now.
Tanzania?
Yes, hello.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, welcome back, Sharon.
Thank you.
Sorry for the inconveniences that you had with the technical issues. Yes, so you had my previous question.
Can I request you repeat, please?
Yes, I can. Yeah, so I asked what has, from the innovation ecosystem in Uganda, are there any media innovators that are there, and what practices are they doing, and that other media people can learn from? And how is the industry there? Like, is it growing or is it still picking up?
Yes, we have a couple of media innovators. In fact, there are quite a lot. And one at the village, because we cluster and categorize that in the creative sector, we have created a space for them at our makerspace Motive, which is our home for, creatives, and media is one of those segments that we really give attention to. So we've seen a lot of growth in the different content formulations. There's people who are doing animations. There is people who are doing videos. And because of that growth, we're able to create a media lab of sorts where, build on their craft, but also have access to equipment at affordable prices. So yes, definitely we've seen a lot of growth in this, and we can see it from the different content, even that we are able to adopt and churn out on our different platforms.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon. Yes, I think to add on that, we also in Tanzania have a couple of media innovators, the likes of Ubongo Kids. Maybe if you also agree with me, they use animation to send out educative content for children on TV. So they have programs on TV that they can teach kids on different subjects, but they use, of course, the use of cartoons and animation, which is quite innovative. We'll talk more about it later because I believe each Mr. Jumanne and Joseph are quite familiar with that. But right now, we're going to give open room to our audience because it's a listen and debate session. So we're also going to allow the audience, if they have any questions for our panelists today, to ask, and then we can hear their views. So we'll open the floor for questions if there is any. From all our audiences in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, you're all welcome. No question? Oh, yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, I have, my name is Frank. I have a single question to Mr. Jumanne. What's your opinion if we create some innovation ecosystem, or innovation hub on media, so that we can get new innovations that can help to improve media platform?
Yes, yes. Mr. Jemani, you can go ahead and respond.
First, I know there are some media innovation hub. I know there's a Bari hub. Is it, I don't know, a Bari hub is under Mwananchi. Yeah, so I know there's a Bari hub, but it's under Mwananchi. Might be, of course, depending on their own policies on how they operate. Sometimes it can be conflict of interest if it's an innovator from outside. I know there is a Baraza in Kenya. My good friend is running it. And also there's Motive in Uganda. So I'm not seeing why we shouldn't have one in Tanzania. But before thinking about a physical space, I have issues with physical spaces. If you can develop a community of practice of people who are just passionate about media and innovation, you can be meeting in other hubs, so you don't need to create a physical space. It can be a community of practice. People are just passionate about innovation and media. You can be meeting once a while, maybe every Monday, to discuss different issues, do your own events and everything. So I'm not of an idea of rushing into starting a physical space and finding millions of money to start a hub while you don't know even what you want to do. So once you have programs, activity, a community of people who are interested and some sort of a sustainability model, then you can think about having an innovation hub. I wanted to add something on what Rahim was saying. So we're doing something with Tanzania Media Foundation right now on their Media Viability program. We are actually training as Sahara Ventures and as Jumana, we are training one pillar of the Media Viability program, which is innovation and digital transformation. And one thing I've learned, we have to be a bit realistic and we need to find a balance. I'm an innovator and I'm a digital transformer. I love innovation. And one of the classes that we train is media and the 4IR, media and the fourth industrial revolution, how new technologies are transforming the media sector. I think we also need to find a balance and understand the pain of transformation, because it's not just about adapting technology. This is a change management issue. You need to change how organization and how leadership think. I've worked with media houses and I've learned it's not easy, because sometimes people under line management or even normal employees want this transformation to happen, but they don't own these facilities. They don't own these institutions. They don't own these media houses. So one way I think we need to have those transformative leaders who actually sees opportunity in terms of adapting innovation and tech in their media houses is something which is very, very important. But another thing which I also think I want to insist and encourage is strategic partnership. There's a very interesting article on how The Economist and the Washington Post were able to catch up with this transformation that are happening and how they transformed their media houses to catch up with digital transformation. It's a blend of being ready to adapt technology, but also sticking to your values, because the issue is not just innovation. There are still things in traditional media that are very, very important. Authenticity of the information, accuracy of the information that is being shared, the quality of the content, reputation and credibility of the journalist. Those are aspects of traditional media which are super, super important, and you don't need to disrupt them. But there's some other aspect of the traditional media that you need to disrupt through innovation to ensure you're able to reach more people, you're able to reach more people accurately and timely, because there's a lot of other yellow journalism and fake news and distorted information out there. So innovation and technology is not just all good. There's some other negative side of it. So basically, I wanted to insist on that. We need to find a balance when we say we want to innovate and bring technology in the media sector. We can be realistic by looking also the status of our own local media and what is the best way for us to transform. And to your question, it's possible to do that, but start with the community programs and activity before thinking of a physical space.
Thank you, Mr. Jumanne. I'll take 2 more questions. Anyone else?
Mine is, I have 2. One, I've had so many startups, media startups. And so I'm asking, yes, there are many starting up, but what have you done, like a track analysis to find out how many do survive? And especially during this COVID, how many have survived? Yes, people are starting up, so many innovations, so many media innovations, but I mean, what is the track rate right now? How many do survive? And then the second one is, what criteria do you use for these innovators to access things like, startup funds and any other help they might require to go through this period? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. In fact, it's very, very timely because recently Motive launched a CBA program. It's the Creative Business Academy. And this academy has been built to help, the new innovators, keeping in mind that they may not necessarily be business savvy, because that's the goal, right? To be able to create something that's sustainable. So this academy, it has been put in place to help the creatives, especially, and even the media guys can come through to be able to go through different trainings on what sustainability looks like and what the process is like to go there. Yes, we totally appreciate the fact that it's not easy. It's a whole try and fail most of the times before you get to the tail end. And that's why we created the Creative Business Academy, because we realized that there's a lot of talent out there, but the business sustainable, that make growth sustainable, are what's needed for this to continue, for the different media innovators to have that sustainability. I'll give you a good example. I think 1.5 years ago, or about one year ago, on the side of the Innovation Village, we launched something we call Future Media. And this was our Future Lab, which works with different corporations to be able to increase the uptake and recognition of the different startups. And what the Future of Media did was to create exposure for the different media innovators in there. And through the process, because it's a whole drill, it's a whole program, there is lessons learned, there is sharing experiences. We're able to take the top 5 who were given, and recognition, but not everybody, of course, could win. But I guarantee you that process was able to, highlight the gaps and show growth. So we always have programs that, build towards the growth of this sector, especially right now, the fact that we know that technology is a thing, the Internet of Things, it's not going anywhere. If anything, it's evolving every other day. So we've taken critical steps to make sure that we create an environment or a community. At Motive, we call it the tribe, to be able to create access, networking, knowledge, which is really key for the different innovators to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon. Maybe we can take one more question from Kenya. The audience in Kenya, are you with us? If there is no question from there, then we can take one more from our audience here. Sure.
Thank you. My name is
Sharon,
Pascal.
someone has a question here. Oh, okay.
Okay, just continue, we'll pick it up. From Uganda?
Yes, we have one.
Okay, we'll get to her. You can continue. Yes, let's take this one and we'll take that one.
Yeah, I have one question. As we know, yes, Tanzania, no, not only Tanzania, Africa needs, it faces a lot of challenges, not only in the media facilities, but also in other facilities. For example, from the health sector. I'm a student at University of Health and Sciences. Now, there are a lot of innovations that we young people are trying to get through to solve the challenges. But while we facing that, we do have the challenges. Yes, I'm aware of some hubs, innovation hubs are holding certainly events to collect the innovation from the youth. But will pose a challenge that, for example, the Sahara Ventures, yes, I'm aware that they're holding a lot of hackathons to collect the innovation, but they specifically deal with certain challenges. Not only that they allow the people to, with any kind of innovation, to come and collect the ideas. They only deal with certain challenges. For example, the last, I think Mr. Jumane can agree with me, we did a hackathon about the sexual reproductive health, but there are people, for example, there at our university, we hold an event. There are a lot of ideas that people have in different fields, but they lack where to present the ideas so they can be funded and just develop the ideas. Also, Mr. Joseph there said that they do fund the ideas or innovations. Now we're getting problems on how to get you direct on how we can present our ideas or innovations and if we can develop them. I think this is the problem being faced by different facilities, even the media, though I'm not from the sector of media. Yes.
Thank you. We can take also the question from Uganda.
All right, thank you very much. My question about the hub, I just want to know the right criteria that you people undergo through before you give grants or you give an opportunity to content creators, because I'm looking at the perspective of journalists where we have bloggers and all those people who are there trying to communicate or to tell stories, but they have not gone through universities or schools that give them the basics, and they are there blogging. What if these people have the other ways around in which they can make stories or in which they can give out their content? Are you able to be supportive, or do you have criteria that you undergo saying if you are to go the side of telling stories in a journalistic manner and you're not profession yet, maybe if you are in the blog, because yes, sometimes you support bloggers, or and then at the end, once they get skills, still they may get skills, but when they can't fact check stories to know whether these stories are clarified or are true, and then it misinform, but through the skills that you trained them or you supported them, I just like to know how do you make selection and then the criteria in different categories of people who are asking for your funds. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will first allow anyone from our panel to answer the question from the audience in brief because of time.
Okay, so I will answer first the question from Uganda. The way you say that there's a lot of bloggers, content creators who might need access to funds. So personally, since I started engaging myself in the filmmaking, I know a lot of young people who just wake up in the morning and I'm like, wow, I'm becoming a photographer. He invests money to photography and tomorrow is just taking pictures of models, and that's how the trend is. There's a lot of them out there right now. And how can you measure the authenticity of each content creator? Is by the content they create. So if you'd say, okay, how can we have access to the funds and everything? I would say, if let's say Jumane with Sahara Ventures says that, okay, we are giving you a fund to fund your media production house, and then you create shitty content. You have no viewership, you have no traction, nobody's watching your show. How are you going to leverage on that? So in most cases, I would say that good content sells itself. People are automatically attracted to good content. You go on, most of you have got Instagram, I'm pretty much sure, Facebook. Sometimes you scroll, you see content not good, you just scroll past, you don't even watch it. And sometimes you come across a video and you even watch an entire TV because the content is good and worth it. And to make it even much more better, you press follow, you press subscribe button, and you continue seeing the content. So this is how you measure the authenticity of who to give money, who not to give money. And in most cases, if you have selling content, like we said before, Market right now is an open market. You have good content, people will come to you. You don't need to follow a media house. You don't need to follow somebody. All you have to do is to invest in the good practices to tell your stories, which means good content, good team to work with, good stories to share with the community, and at the same time, traction on how best you could reach the most remote person in this world. And we all have got smartphones right now. If your content does not target you to reach people in their smartphones, then you might struggle to even fit in the market. So before you start thinking on how you're going to get funded as a media house, I think media is among those platforms where you have endless opportunities. You can get your smartphone, go in the streets and report. And if your report is authentic, you are live there before Miladai or you're live there before these Cloud FM, people are going to get the news straight from you before anyone else. That's how news is spread faster. So if content is good, then you might not even need the funds. All you need is the working model. All you need is good stories. All you need is the capacity to find a position in the market. Funds can come later. How? When you want to upgrade now to even a bigger platform. You have tested yourself, you have good content, you have viewership, and now you need to go somewhere else. This is when you say, okay, you know what, Yumane, I think Sahara can save me some amount. I need to buy better cameras, expand my team so we can reach much more people through our storytelling. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rahim. Because of time, we're going to answer also the other questions in conclusion. So we've discussed, this is quite an interesting discussion. It deserves a standalone event with topic media and innovation, because there's a lot to be discussed in it. And so in conclusion, I'm going to allow our panelists to give us what are the takeaways. What should the audience take away from you, learning that innovation and media are the same thing? So what should media learn from innovation? Starting with Mr. Joseph.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's, to be unfair if I don't address your question.
Yes, you can actually answer it.
Yes, about having a lot of ideas, but don't get attention from the funders. I think you actually put it rightly. There are so many ideas out there, but which ideas can actually be viable, can actually result into business model that can actually be able to sell? So that's a big question. And the supply of fund is not unlimited. So which means they are going to have to put up criteria which are going to end up funding ideas that they feel like they're going to go places. And basically, they're actually a good example. There's one example that I usually look at. I mean, every morning I look forward to getting briefing from the Channel Initiative, for instance. That's like one of the best media innovation I've ever seen, because the guys just can't have to pivot. And the kind of content you put out there, you actually want to look at it. So everyone is going to feel attracted to that kind of content. And so this also applies to every other sector. So many young people are going to come up with innovations, yes, but not all innovations are going to attract funding. But that doesn't mean that your innovation is not good enough. And maybe you need to do something like bootstrapping and stuff like that. So you reach a level where you're actually going to be attractive to potential funders and the incubators like Jumaines, because the spaces are limited. They cannot take everyone with ideas. So I think that's something you need to know. Now, just as a part of conclusion, that I think we have already said it all, that we have heard quite a lot, that without innovation, without coping with the technological development, I think the media industry, the way we know it, the traditional media industry, the way we know it, we might actually forget in the next very few years. So it's a good thing to see some traditional media now coping up, investing actually in technology, but most importantly, investing in people. Because as Jumane put it rightly, you can have all the technology you want, but if the people's mindset don't go alongside the technology innovation, I mean, there's nothing that's going to happen, and you're just going to sink your investment without changing people's mentalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sharon from Uganda, what are the takeaways that you have for the audience? What should we take away from this discussion? And you can also answer in brief the question that was asked to you from your audience.
Right. I think I'll start with the question that was asked, especially in regards to funding. And it's something we keep telling the innovators that come through our doors, those are who are part of our community and tribe, that funding is not your biggest worry, because sometimes you'll get funding and you even can't amass that funding. You wouldn't know what to do with it if it came, if you're not ready. So just to add to what a colleague of mine on the panel said, what's your niche in that in your storytelling? Because there's very many people who are telling stories, but what sets you apart, what makes you unique, and what captures, the audience? Yes, very many people are on smartphones. How are you targeting them to be able to listen to you, to want to even look out for every time that you're posting? Because if you do not have a niche, if you don't have that captivating factor, then you're not going to penetrate the audience. And you have to do that first, because you have majority of different platforms that you can use to be able to build an audience, to build your following, and then obviously utilize the different networks that would lead you to funding. In fact, we like to say at the village that the funding will come once you're doing everything right. That it will always come eventually, as long as you're on the right path and you're doing right. And you're also, most importantly, true to yourself. We like to jump so much on trends, on bandwagons. In the department, we like to say that jump on the trends for technology and the different systems, products, processes that are being used, but the content that you're churning out should have that unique factor. The takeaway for media here is, like I said before, we need to follow the process of the innovator. By the time an innovator is breaking even or is even being recognized, and they're being recognized in the world globally for their amazing innovation, that innovator has gone through a lot of pain, a lot of process, a lot of sleepless nights. So that's where the storyline is. It's not only at the end, but it's in the journey that this innovator goes through. So how do we, as media personalities, as journalists, as storytellers, capture the process? The trend of vlogging, it's very real. So how do we begin thinking that direction of even us as individuals who are innovating, capturing our process? We think that this would tell your story well. At any one point, if you realized your success, you go back to those old days. The process, the storyline is in the process. And I think it's something that the media should begin looking at, rather than just recognizing the wins and the benefits at the end of the journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon. Just to wind up in a very short brief, Mr. Jumanne, anything you have to say as we conclude the session, and what can the audience learn from you?
Yeah, so to me, and from the work that we've been doing with TMF on media innovation in Tanzania and East Africa, for traditional media houses, I like to end by this quote from the late Luge: "News is no longer news. You have to walk around the news." What the channel is doing is amazing. So from all the way from data journalism, citizen journalism, finding those nuggets of information people can consume is extremely important to understand your market. You should design with your user, focus on user-centered design, understand what your customer want, cluster, design it, give it to them the way they want it so that they can be able to consume it. And in the result, you have to stay relevant in the market, otherwise you'll be phased out. And to the gentleman who asked about supporting ideas, again, it's exactly what Jose said. It's a dog-eat-dog situation. We receive millions of ideas across the country. it's very, very important for you to stay focused and also push that extra mile. You need to put the skin in the game. Because if you don't do that, it's very difficult for people to pick up from there to the next stage. Just one last example. For example, when Jose was with HIDIF, they supported a project called Mawazo Challenge. Out of the 10 innovators, 7 were not serious, 3 of them were serious, and they're still operating up to right now. So if you put commitment, then people can see you, can continue to fund you, can continue to support you, and can continue to grow. That is how it works.
Thank you, Mr. Jumane. Yes, as I say, this conversation never ends here, and would like to thank our amazing panelists for today. As you've heard, they're quite experienced, well-versed in this innovation, tech, and startup scene. And also, Mr. Jumane didn't mention this, that there's an event he's preparing called Sahara Sparks. Yes. You can follow him personally after this session, that he will tell you more about it. But as of now, we would like to conclude and end this session. Thank you very much to all our audiences from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania right here. Yes, let's join into more upcoming sessions, and I would like to wish you a good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.